Why isn't this showing? Hello, my friends. Uh-oh. Where's my chat? I don't know where my chat is. God damn it. Oh, there it is. There we go. Not a great morning, and but I'm gonna be here, so just hang in there. I'm coming, but not yet. So if you could just hold a moment, please. We are now processing, and we're trying very hard to process faster. Process faster, woman. So, if you'll just indulge me a moment, I'm really not ready, and there's not. It's actually not. I'm late. I just have had a major equipment malfunction, and yeah, that's my life. It's not a lot, but it's my life. It's just not going to work out, kiddo. Not the way you want it to. It's just the way it is. Anyways, good morning. Happy Monday. Is it? I don't know. I feel like the universe is telling me all kinds of things. And it's starting with fuck off. So, yeah. Yep. Okay, well, you know what? I'm going to stay off camera. And that's fine. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. I'm just going to stay off camera. And I apologize. Good morning. I want to start out. I hope he'll let me play it. I'm not sure. David Pakman is not. What the fuck is going on with this? Okay. We'll see if David Pakman is cool with this. But he had a really good. I haven't watched it all. That's partly why I'm late. I was watching this interview with Mike Lindell and a guy that worked on Trump's election integrity commission. Hey, Jared. I know. It always is. It always is. But let me get this screen up, because while I'm trying to fix what's broken, I'll share this with you. Oh, whoops, let me find it, actually. First, let me find it. That's that. And then, anyway, I hope your Monday's going well. And everybody's happy and healthy and ready to rock. Oh, I guess this was 9 days ago. I never even saw this.
Astonishing fact if it was true. I don't...
Of disproven.
Hold on. I don't want you to start yet, David. I don't want you to start yet, David. Oh, actually, I'll take this over here. Hello, Lee. How are you? Hi, Jared. Thanks for that message. Yeah, it usually will be okay, won't it? I hope. I hope so. It's not great right now, but it'll get there. All right, so this is what I was watching this morning. So I'm going to turn this on while I try and fix problems. And, yeah, enjoy this. It's actually, I really want to do a show on election debunking, like, boom, boom, boom. But anyway, we'll start with this. I thought this was a really good, David Pakman did a pretty good job of this. Hold on, here he comes.
It is great to welcome to the program today Ken Block, owner of Simpatico Software Systems and author of Disproven, My Unbiased Search for Voter Fraud. for the Trump campaign, the data that shows why he lost and how we can improve our elections. And also Mike Lindell, CEO and inventor, founder of MyPillow, known almost just by the single word pillow increasingly in modern society. It's really incredible. Listen, gentlemen, I know that you two have different perspectives on what happened in 2020. And as we think about what may happen in 2024, I think it would be interesting to have a conversation about it. Let me first go, because to me, the default is the election was not stolen. So if someone is making the positive case that it was, I think it's fair to start there. Mike, at this point, where do you look? Which states do you point to? What is the mechanism through which you believe the 2020 election was stolen?
Well, I'm, as you know, since the spring of 2021, I've been all about getting rid of electronic voting machines and going to paper ballots and counting. It's all about the election platforms. The 2020 election was just the, I guess, the eye opener that there was problems with computers throughout our country, and that was everywhere. That wasn't a, I went and bought everybody's voter rolls for the 2020 election. And for example, in the state of Alabama, I went and met with that Secretary of State, and he had 4,600 and some people that voted that were over the age of 110. Now, that doesn't mean they voted for Trump or Biden. That just means there's a problem with our computers, because obviously nobody voted at that age.
Okay, so if maybe to focus this in a little more, because I think we would all agree that the rightful winner of Alabama was Donald Trump, and that had no real impact ultimately on getting to 270 electoral votes. Are there states, Mike, like, for example, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia, Arizona, which you believe were actually won by Donald Trump in 2020?
Oh, yeah, they all were. And when I say they all were, when you have these computers, it's like when you skim off of a casino. You can't just skim one game or even the food or a slot machine. You have to skim them all, or it'll stand out like a sore thumb. As we went into the night of 2020, got into the early morning hours of November 4th, they stopped everything. That was a deviation. I always look at deviations.
They who and stopped what? Hold on, Mike. They who and stopped what? Just so Ken can respond substantively.
The election officials in all 5 of them states stopped, including North Carolina. They stopped counting. They said, we're going to stop counting. It had never happened before in history. Stop counting. And then we've seen these deviations come down. I'll give an example. One deviation in Michigan would be 106,000 votes came down for Biden and 3,000 for Donald Trump. And they said that was because there was the mail-in votes, when in Michigan, they were actually counted on the morning of the 3rd, not in the middle of the night on the 4th. Then you had Pennsylvania.
Well, let's just work with that, Mike. Let's just work with that.
I do want to add one more.
Okay.
And because it stands out so big. Pennsylvania ended up with more votes than voters, which has never been addressed. And it's never been addressed.
All right. Well, let's see if we can address it. Ken, Mike's made a number of specific assertions there. They stopped counting the votes. There were lopsided numbers of votes counted. There were more votes than voters in Pennsylvania. How does a guy like you, who was paid by the Trump campaign to look for some of this stuff, how do you react to what Mike says?
Yeah, so some of the claims require context, and some of the claims require proof that I have to take a look at, but I'm going to try and do them in the order in which Mike laid them out, just so I don't lose track of them.
Yeah.
Mike identifies a problem that's a real problem, which is, I like to call it crappy data, for lack of a better word. And he called out Alabama, which, by the way, charges $37,000 for its voter data, which I find—
I know, that's what I paid for.
It's an outrageous thing that they do, and it's wrong all by itself. But at least you can get your data from Alabama. You can't get it from Massachusetts or Indiana or New Hampshire or a bunch of other states. I like to pick on New Jersey when we talk about crappy data. New Jersey has 25,000 voters with a year of birth of 1800. 8,000 of them voted in the 2020 election. But that's not fraud. What it is lousy data. Computer systems, when they don't know what a date is, if they don't have a date, they will default in a date like 1900 or 1800. So it's important to have some context to what it really means when you have voters who are impossibly old, it often means that election workers don't have that voter's date of birth, which by itself is a big problem, because if you don't know when the voter is born, you can't determine when they die.
So that's super interesting. So on that first one, Ken, what you're saying, when Mike says this number of people over age 110 voted in Alabama, what you're saying is, by virtue of knowing these systems, there's some default birth year that's put in there for people for whom they don't have a birth year. It is a problem, but it's not fraud.
In the case of New Jersey's data, where all of those voters share the year of 1800 for their year of birth, that's what explains it. If you see 1901, 1900, 1850, more often than not, those are default years of birth.
Okay.
That computers just.
Well, hold on, Mike. You laid out a few things. Let's let Len. So that's an interesting one on that, Ken. Fair.
Yeah. So, but I applaud Mike for bringing that up and talking about it, because to have really good election integrity, you can't have it if you don't have all of the necessary identifying information for your voters, and that includes having the date of birth.
Okay.
So,
Jared.
And we could have an entire show just about crappy data, but we're going to move on.
I want to bring up crappy data, though.
But wait, Mike, I don't want this to get so lopsided in opportunity to speak. Let's let Ken at least.
This ties right into what this exact thing before he moves on. One of the things he said, okay, when you say data, one of the things I looked at, this is very important, because this is why I'm involved with everything I'm involved in. In November and December of 2020, I spent every waking hour getting the voter rolls and stuff like he's talking about. Alabama cost me almost $40,000. But one of the things I found in the 2020 election, that people had voted in other states or in other counties they didn't live. Now, I had a hard time believing that people in Minnesota said, hey, there's 5,000 of us. Let's go jump into Wisconsin and vote for Biden. People are genuinely good people. And you had over 5,000 people that voted in Wisconsin that don't live there. And when they don't live there, these are the things. So is that bad data? Or what it is.
Well, that's a new claim, though, Mike. In order to try to keep this, I want to try to move sequentially through the claims. 5,000 from Minnesota voting in Wisconsin is a new claim. So let me go back to Ken. Ken, what about, for example, more votes than voters in Pennsylvania?
So I've heard that claim made before. I haven't seen, when you look at the actual number of votes cast, it's not bigger than the number of registered voters. I've never seen an actual official communication from a Secretary of State's office of Pennsylvania that shows that there were more votes that were cast.
I haven't either.
There are registered voters. So, we're not gonna get to the heart of that one here today. But Mike, I'd be very interested in talking to you offline on where you get that data from, so I can go.
It's not the data. It's not the data. It's a fact. You could probably even Google it on the internet. There was over 400,000 more votes than voters. They certified anyway. And as it sits right now, it's about 80-some thousand in the 2020 election, more votes than voters. Like if we walked out of a room, there's 10 of us that voted, it comes back 15-5.
That would be an astonishing fact if it was true. I don't believe it's true, but I want to look for sure. I want to talk about the duplicate voter claim, because in my work for the Trump campaign, not only did they ask my company to data mine for dead voters, to data mine for voters who were voting twice in two different states. We did this work for the campaign. We found hundreds of provable people who voted twice. And Mike, you used Wisconsin and Minnesota. Was that the
No, absolutely not.
Well, hold on, Mike. Not absolutely not. You said 5,000 Minnesota voters went to Wisconsin.
You're cherry picking. No, you're cherry picking out. I'm giving you examples, David. You didn't sit here and tell me I had to come with all these sheets if you want. I could.
Present whatever you want.
Every single state in the 2020 election had people vote in that state that did not live in that state. That's a fact. You can check it out, every single one. Now, if you go to a county, at the county level, maybe when I've checked counties, let's say there's 100 people in the county, in my own county, that don't live there that voted. I don't believe that those people actually came in to commit a crime. I believe that their names were taken off the voter rolls. That's all done with computerized, done with computer.
Mike, you've made the claim. We have to allow Ken to address it. I think I was probably registered in more than one place at some point, which is completely legal. As long as I'm only voting in one place, I think that's fine.
This isn't about people that
hold on, Mike. Hold on, Mike.
This is not about people that vote.
Tiffany Trump, for example, I think was registered in two places. She only voted in one.
Vote in two places.
Ken, what about the voting where you don't live? Address voting where you don't live, Ken.
Okay, so there are two outcomes in voting where you don't live. One is you have somebody who lives in Idaho who casts a vote in Georgia. Mm-hmm. So that's one example of a type of situation. The other type of situation is you have someone who takes two bites of the apple. They actually vote in two different places. Both of these situations happened in 2020. And when people took two bites of the electoral apple, they were committing a felony. When somebody lived in one state and voted in a different state, and I evaluated this specific claim for the Trump campaign, they brought it to my attention and they asked me to review it and vet it to see if it was going to survive legal scrutiny. And the claim was that in Georgia, 15,000 people cast votes in Georgia who didn't live there. And while it's true that there were people who cast votes in Georgia who didn't live there, where it gets tricky is a lot of those people were members of the military and they were serving at Fort Benning, which is one of the largest military installations in the country. More than 100,000 members of the military work there, and they cycle in and out of there all the time. And members of the military are allowed by law to vote where they're serving. So that claim would never have made it very far in the legal system, because that's the only place where these claims matter. If you're going to contest an election and you're going to try to get the results overturned in the legal system, if the claim isn't going to survive legal scrutiny, it's not a worthwhile claim. In this circumstance, there were more voters identified in Georgia than any other state who didn't live in Georgia yet cast the vote there, and that maps on top of Georgia having the largest military installation in the country in the form of.
Okay, I'm going to warn you right now, Jared. I'm having a shitty motherfucking weekend day. So don't fucking start with me with bullshit things just to see if I get upset. Because I will get upset, and it won't be for the right reasons. The guy admitted the ages were not correct. Because that's the database, you fucking idiot. That's not the election management system. And those votes, when those votes happen, they are cured. There is an entire process of people who actually know how elections work, who fix the problems that crack addict who needs to die in a prison cell painfully has ruined our country with, because he comes out with these half-ass numbers and half-ass details that don't have the entire story. And while these two guys are being very generous to him, it is unfathomable to me that anyone treats this seriously. So if you do, get the fuck out. Because I'm done. I have spent every waking minute almost in the last 4 years, dealing with these people. And I'm sick to fucking death of anybody giving them credibility. So I thought, oh, this might be interesting. And I like seeing Lindell up against someone. Welcome to what may be the last show. Good. Yeah, have a great life. I will have a great life. You know why? Because I'm smart and I'm paying attention. And I don't just fall for the first lie that someone tells me. God. The hell? I'm sorry. I'm sorry you're stupid. I'm sorry you're stupid. But you know what? I didn't raise you. I raised a smart kid. Guess you wish you had me for a mama.
Fort Benning. So,
so like Mike, do you believe when Ken says that, do you think Ken's confused? Do you think Ken's lying? Because he was paid to find this stuff by the Trump campaign.
Well, you know, I got $30 million in this, David. I paid a little money out too. And here's what we did. We took, I didn't consider Georgia overturning any election. This has been 3 years where we're going, we need to get rid of the electronic voting machines, the computers. Here's what we did. Pick a county, pick any county. I'll pick Carver County, my county. We had canvassers go out. We got the voter rolls from the county, who voted, who was put on the voter rolls, and who voted in the election. We went out and it said, it was usually 6 people or more that said lived in a house. Now, I've lived here all my life.
No,
we
it
went
wasn't.
down, the canvassers go down, they knock on
lies.
Amy Schultz or whatever, her house, and say, Amy, you're living here by yourself. It says 7 people here voted. Well, then we look at the names. She goes, no, it's just been me, like always. And we take
what Mike is hoping for, what Mike is really, really hoping for is that, as with Frank's speech and Steve Bannon and everything else, everyone just believes him. He doesn't expect any kind of pushback. So the thing about, you know, him throwing out this and that and and me, what he doesn't talk about is the end of the story, where any of that might have been cured or debunked. And if it isn't debunked, it's only because someone hasn't gotten to it yet. Because what Mike decided early on was that the more accusations you throw at something, the harder it is for there to be a collective response against it. And that is what benefited him and continues to allow him. I don't know why. I am going to be honest with you. I don't know why, after all we read about the Tina Peters case where he is so involved, why is this not a problem? And he says in this interview, he has all the county's voter rolls. He might be right. He's had people working on this for 3 years. 3 years. I know. Yeah, the guy's holding back a laugh. It's true.
The 6 people that voted. Now we investigate them. 4 of them live in another state. 2 of them are deceased. Okay. So then we take those 4 and we reach out to them. Did you vote here? No, they did not vote there. The people, we contact the people. This is called canvassing, to physically back up what the voter, what the data is saying. And the data says they voted in that county or that state. I'm not here to tell you something to overturn an election. I'm here to tell you.
Yeah, and no one's brought that up, at least yet, Mike.
Right.
Mike, in terms of the view that Ken is presenting, though, like, do you think Ken's just wrong, or he is incompetent and couldn't find the fraud you claim exists? Like, what do you hear when Ken says this?
This has took me 3 years, and we also have a lot of other data to back this up. Under the Freedom of Information Act, we were able to get the cast vote records, which come out of the machines for every, or for 1/3 of the United States. So we take the cast vote records, we take the canvassing, the on-ground canvassing, and then we take the voter rolls and we combine all 3, and they all 3 match. No, but the only thing that they match, but the people didn't commit crime. The people didn't go, I'm going to go vote twice. That's not true. You're going to have that. But these is in a massive scale, using these with the dirty voter rolls, like Wisconsin has 7.2 million names on their voter rolls. And if every registered voter voted in Wisconsin, it's 4.1 million. Why do they need those other 3 million names?
Okay, that's a good specific question, Mike. That's a good specific question, Mike. Ken, do you think Mike believes this stuff, or do you think Mike's confused?
Oh, I'm confident Mike fully believes this stuff. I mean, he has put his money where his mouth is. I don't think anybody can claim that Mike doesn't fully believe in what he's talking about. So for that reason alone, I give him credit for his conviction for sure. Again, I'm trying to flow as we sort of jump from
it's hard to do
one
so,
thing
yeah.
to another. But what I'd like, and I'm just trying to pick the thing that I think will have the most impact as we talk.
Yeah.
I like to talk about electronic voting machines at a high level for a minute. Yes, if you don't protect yourself, you leave yourself open to either external forces hacking those machines or somebody slipping some code in there potentially to alter the count itself, right? There's some nefarious computer hacking things that you can do. There are plenty of protective steps that you can take to minimize and eliminate the possibilities for that. I turn to the casino industry to look for that. You have slot machines, which are individual computers, and I do a lot of work with the gaming industry. You can absolutely ironclad protect yourself from ensuring that the wrong software is not running in your slot machines and making other people rich who are just know how to game the system. You have no proof and there's no realistic outcome where a hand count is going to be more accurate than a machine count. And I'm just going to talk about, let's just talk about Maricopa County in Arizona, because that's been the punching bag for a lot of this.
Yep.
There's about 1.5 million votes cast in Maricopa in 2020.
Which one?
Each ballot that gets
someone
cast
who hates Al, so I know
in Arizona has anywhere from 10, 20, maybe 30 different races on it.
Is it butt plugs and
imagine
bigots
trying to hand count 30 million different vote tallies from 1.5 million ballots. It's a monumental effort, one that's almost certainly going to lead to errors, because human beings can't do a repetitive process like that.
You're right,
in general, anywhere near as capably and dependably as a computer to do it.
Well, let's ask Mike if he even would concede that. I'm curious.
Jesus,
Mike, do you agree that the machines in general are more accurate at counting than people?
No, a million
You're
percent.
Like the worst trolls. You know what I trolled? I trolled with my fucking
officials,
name, bitches.
France,
Wait, I'm
Belgium.
stopping. I trolled the fucking convoy with my real identity. Okay? My main YouTube account. So you and your bullshit socks, you don't even come close to trolling. I am the troll. Okay? Because I go in as me. You all are little children tugging on your toadstools as you wish you could be like Lolo. Oh, I wish I could be like Lolo. Ooh, ooh. It's a chud. It's worse. It's a chud who gets nothing, or he gets like chud action. So he gets rank. Okay, I'm not going to do it. Good morning. Anyway, I am the troll, all right? If you want to come in and troll me, come in with the name I would recognize, and then we can go at it. But otherwise, you're going to go away. So watch from the outside, like the little bitch that you are. It's chud on chud action.
Germany, the Netherlands, met with them all, and we devised the best hand counting system in the world. It was used in Osage County, Missouri, in an actual election 2 years ago. Democrats, Republicans working together. We got done at the same time of the machines with 100% accuracy. Now, Argentina last summer, a judge ruled there and said, hey, we got to go to paper ballots hand counting. They can flip their country over, and they did it in 4 months, faster than the Netherlands would. It took 5 months. And Taiwan just did it. Ecuador just did it. All these countries have outlawed machines, computers around the world. The Philippines, they've all outlawed them.
Caught me on a bad day.
We just had, when you talk about, he's using Maricopa County for an example. In the Kerry Lake race, remember, 242 machines went down at the same time. And that was impossible. They're not tied to the internet, so how could they all go down at the same time with the same exact problem? You watched in Georgia this last fall, an Obama-appointed judge, the curling case, 3.5 years went on. She finally said, you know what? These experts that looked inside these machines say there's problems. We're going to let this case go forward. Haldeman hacked in with a ballpoint pen into the machine and flipped the election, and it's still pending in court right now in Georgia. So you have all these examples.
Mike, if we there's
is
so much
fucking
that you're dumping
ridiculous.
on us that it's hard to keep up with each one of the claims.
Yeah, because you're
even
disorganized.
Republicans in Maricopa, to my knowledge, were satisfied that no one was disenfranchised. But like, Ken, how do you deal with when Mike goes, they all went down,
No,
disconnected
we're not.
from the internet, it's all
hand-counted
crazy.
paper ballots.
So
Okay, stop.
I would ask, have you looked at what it would take
Our election
to
systems are
turn Maricopa
fine.
County into a hand count
Fine.
county?
Absolutely, we have. We've looked at every place in the United States. Remember, we had that prior to 2000. This is what we had, Ken. You don't know what goes on those black boxes that are sitting there. We just want a fair election in our community, no matter what that is.
A hand count wouldn't stop somebody from voting somewhere where they don't live.
Yeah, absolutely, but it would stop for a computer where one guy can press and change millions of votes or tens of thousands of votes. Or
But that wasn't the argument you were making for what took place, though, Mike. That wasn't the argument you were making.
100%.
They switch around to any kind of factoid that's swimming around in their skull.
You do understand that,
And they
David?
pull it out
I'm
of their
saying
ass.
this was the uniparty, deep
Their
state,
skull is
globalist,
directly
CCP.
connected to their ass.
If you want to know who did this, okay? And yes, it was computers that were used.
It was computers, okay.
Do you know who Tony Fabrizio is, Mike?
No.
He's Trump's pollster. He paid Fabrizio tens of millions of dollars every election, 16, 20. I'm sure he's polling for him now.
Right.
He exit polled 30,000 swing state voters and asked them who they voted for and why. And what he learned and what he published in a report that everybody can see on Politico.com is that 1 out of 6 of the 30,000 voters his people interviewed were Republicans who ran away from Trump. 1 out of 6. Another 1 out of 6 who voted were first-time voters motivated to vote against Trump. And interestingly, in 2016, 1 out of 6, roughly 1 out of 6 exit polled voters were motivated for the first time to vote for Trump. So Trump motivated a lot of people to vote for him in 16. And in 2020, I think because of COVID in particular, according to Fabrizio. So what Fabrizio is basically saying is the election was lost largely because rhinos, in effect, didn't vote for Trump after Trump told them to take a long walk off a short pier.
Where's your question here? Where's your question?
Well, so what I'm giving you is some hard evidence that
that's not hard evidence. That's not hard evidence. Well, let me see. Who is this guy? I don't get to see what his poll. I give you hard evidence. You say, well, let me look into it. I don't see it. I don't know this.
You should look into it. If you Google Fabrizio.
What's the question?
Well,
what's the question?
I believe that so I have 3 data points for you. The first one is his poll, which identified that the reason for the loss was the loss of Republican support from Republicans in the middle. Raffensperger, who I know you don't give a lot of credence to, but he identified 30,000 Republican primary voters in 2020 who didn't vote in the presidential election. And another 30,000 votes were cast in Georgia in 2020, where all the down ticket Republicans received a vote, but the presidential race was left blank. And the margin of victory, as we all know, was just under 12,000 votes in Georgia. When I looked at county level statistics from every county in the country, and you look at red states and you look at blue states and you look at red and blue counties and purple counties, on average, when you look at Trump's share of the vote as a percent of all the votes that were cast, Trump did about 2.5% less well across the country in 2020 than he did in 2016. This is my data. 2020 than he did in 2016.
That's right. You just validated the scam. That's right.
Right. Mike's argument is this was done in every state to hide the states where it mattered.
Everywhere. Exactly.
Well, that's
you just validated it for me.
So that's bananas. And the reason I say it's bananas
you can say that.
Is because, first of all, most states have different voting systems than every other state. And many times counties have different voting systems. So to have a consistent
What do you mean? What do you mean different voting systems? Do you know that all the computers that they run off a thing called GEMS, and ES&S is the biggest computer company in the country that runs our elections?
Yeah,
out of Omaha, Nebraska. They are the biggest machine company. They haven't sued me yet. I'll pile them right on the pile which would be fine. I want to ask you this. Let me ask something here. How do you explain? Let's talk about Crooked Brad Rassenberg. If you're a Democrat in Georgia and you plan on winning, for me, this isn't about Democrats, Republicans, or Donald Trump. My whole life since the spring of 21, then Jimmy Kimmel asked me, Mike, if the shoe was on the other foot and Donald Trump was selected like you say Biden was, would you still be sounding the alarm? And I said, yes, I would. And everybody knows I would. It doesn't matter. I think it's a blessing that Donald Trump, they did take it then, because what we've learned now in the last 3 years, in Georgia, in the summer of 22, 3 Democrats, this nice lady, her and her husband got 0 votes in her own precinct. Now how do you explain that? You can't. My question for Ken, how do you explain, I'm here to tell you that this was in every state. It was in every state, every county. And you're saying, well, they have different systems. No, they don't. They all run off gems. ES&S, we have the same ballot images that came out of Mesa County, Colorado, that came out of Smartmatics.
So how does he explain it? How does he explain it is the question.
No, I'm explaining to you because if they're on the internet, they're all horizontal. Okay, they're all horizontal. ES&S was with me. Their owners were with me at a Senate hearing in Louisiana, and they were asked, are your machines more secure than Dominion's? They said, absolutely not. They all have back doors. They're all hackable.
They said, oh, no, our machines are not as secure. Just because I have a computer at my pillow, one's a Dell and one's an Apple, they can be connected through the internet. Guys. Okay.
So Ken, how do you explain that, I guess?
Yeah.
Pillow Grillo. That's a great idea.
I'm dealing
Paul.
with a lot of moving goalposts here. So
yeah, I know.
I'm struggling with trying to keep up and to again trying to do something productive in what we talk about. So
clearly debate is.
Let me frame it this way, Ken.
Let me say this. I have two things to say. The first one is, it's really difficult and frustrating to bring out pretty hard facts like I just did with Raffensperger's facts, Fabrizio's facts, my facts, and they're sort of brushed off, and what you're presented with are more hearsay type things that don't necessarily have the solid evidence, recreatable evidence that you need to survive legal scrutiny that you have to have. And the story that I'll tell you is that in my engagement with the Trump campaign, which started off with just find us the dead voters, find us the people who voted twice. And what the lawyers who I reported to quickly appreciated that we really understood what we were doing and that we were thorough. And they asked us to start performing their due diligence on the claims of voter fraud that were pouring in from all over the country. And we did that. And we were asked to basically vet each claim. And if it stood up and would survive legal scrutiny, they were going to go to court with it. If it didn't stand up, they weren't going to take it to court because they didn't want to be involved with false claims and bringing forward bad data into court. We looked at 20 claims from across the country. Every one of them was false, oftentimes because whoever did the analysis didn't fully understand what they were looking at, a claim of 750,000 duplicate votes cast in Wisconsin. Well, they missed all the online votes, all the in-person votes, and that was the difference. We had a whole bunch of claimed duplicate votes, deceased votes, where people matched on names and addresses and dates of birth and said, hey, it's a match. It's got to be the same. Well, it's not the same guy. And it usually isn't much more than it is. And some of the claims were just bonkers out the gate and would never have survived because they had no data behind them at all, nothing recreatable, hearsay evidence, which no judge in the country is going to allow, right? So that's what we dealt with in November of 2020. And I was up pretty much the whole month as well, Mike.
Right on.
Dealing with all that. And, it's hard to have a conversation where, you're looking at it, you're trying to deal with it scientifically, you're trying to deal with it with credible, recreatable evidence. And one of my favorite saying is, actual fraud is detectable, verifiable, and quantifiable, right? You got to have those three pieces in order to be able to bring data into court successfully and not get bounced out on your rear end. So, that's really where I came at from it. And look, I believe strongly that we can and should be doing much better. I'm not so much focused on the actual execution of collecting votes on election day as I am on voter registration,
Right.
the dirty data that sits around all of that sort of stuff.
Right.
I believe we can and should do it much better than we do. And I think that's the most productive place for everybody to turn our attentions
when you have
to try to
thousands of
increase our election
counties
integrity
running their
forward.
elections.
Mike, I've got a question for you, and this might require a little soul searching. I just want let me get the question out, and then you can.
You are not going to have a lot of uniformity of outcomes if you have a distributed network. Okay? So the expectation that every county is going to perform the same when it comes to their process, their election system, etc., is a red herring. It is the, oh, look over here because they're not doing. No, that's like normal variation in practice distributed across thousands of locations. Okay? Grow up, get right with Jesus, and if you agree with this guy, you need to check yourself into somewhere and 5150 yourself or something, because this is insanity and it's stupid. The epitome of stupid is this guy. That's the epitome of stupid right there. Because he not only spent all of his own money when he could have been spending somebody else's money to do this, he can't form a coherent thought. After these many years and supposedly living in the data, this man cannot form a coherent thought.
Take it wherever you want.
Okay, all right.
You had, at least for a period after the 2020 election, what we might call access to the former president, Donald Trump, at least to some degree, if not directly, it seems to be reported at least indirectly. Why do you think that the guy who had the biggest incentive to find the most direct path to identifying the fraud, why did he take Ken's word for it rather than yours, if the case you're making is so convincing?
You know, David, you'd have to ask him that, but I will say this is I look at the 2020 that it didn't get overturned back then, because I believe we would have lost our country forever if it would have been flipped back to Donald Trump. And I say that with all sincerity because of so much we have found over the last 3 years.
Hey, give me coffee.
And
How
now
are
we
you?
can be proactive. You fix things like my company. In 2012, we took in $100 million, but we were $6 million in the hole, employee-owned company. But we learned from that.
And he ran the employee-owned company that he had into the ground. That's the end of this story. Is that all those people he employed are either done or about to be done because his company is going out of business. Hi, Grace. How are you? Well, I was just showing a little interview that David Pakman held with, this is the guy who ran one of Trump's data, there was a team that Trump set up in the fall of 2020 to find election fraud. And this guy was on that team. And then there's Lindell. And so they're supposed to be having like a tit for tat on election fraud. But as expected, Mike is all over the place. And this guy is struggling to try and like whack-a-mole. So here we go. This is the end of it.
We pulled it all in-house. We took apart what went wrong, deals that went wrong, betrayal, all these things. And by the way, if you want to help my company today, you can use promo code David or Pac-Man. And the last time I was on your show, they all wanted a deal. But I will say this.
They all wanted a deal last time I was on your show.
We've been attacked by all these
bullshit
machine companies. And you kind of wonder, why are they still attacking me now when obviously we're not going to overturn the 2020 election? I quit. That ship sailed a long time ago.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going, this opened the crack, going, hey, we've got some serious problems, and it's with these computers. And what I'm doing now, being proactive, we're going to request that everyone in the country at lindellplan.com that they go there and they request their mail-in ballot. Even if they're going to vote earlier or day of, they request their mail-in ballot. Then if they get there whenever they vote and they say, I'm sorry, you've already voted, Now we have evidence that everybody can understand. Do you agree, Ken, that that would be identity theft? If I got there and someone said, I'm sorry, Ken, you've already voted.
I don't know if that works,
ago,
Mike. I'll let Ken address it, but it seems that if you request such a ballot but don't turn it in, you're still allowed to vote on election day. So, Ken, would that be the ironclad way to find fraud that Mike thinks it is?
You have to, now you're dealing with the rules and regulations that every state and sometimes every county puts on top of. And that's one of the things that makes giving an answer here very difficult to do, because you're probably going to be wrong in some places. Generally speaking, if you have requested a mail ballot, you are expected to turn that mail ballot in with you when you go to vote in person. That's correct. Usually,
that's correct. That's correct. And if they say you've already voted, then you can say, no, I haven't. It's right here in my hand. That's what we're saying. It's a very easy way.
But how many people had that happen?
If there's
Almost
something wrong,
no one.
If my name was used, I'm protecting my name.
They do provisional ballots when there's a discrepancy.
They can't use my name, because this happened in the 2020, especially the 2022 election in some places. In Democrats in Kansas were getting their votes were getting flipped to Republican in Kansas. And my teams were on the ground. And I said, you know what? They couldn't say, you've already voted. And I said, they say, no, we haven't voted. But having that mail-in ballot in your hand, that's kind of a good evidence. But no, I haven't. It's right here. And
let's talk about the mail-in ballots a little bit, and then we're going to kind of be getting to the last thing here.
People who
Mike, I saw a video where you seemed a little bit rattled after Donald Trump did a 180 from the 2020. This is total fraud, even though he voted by mail. Mail-in is bad, early is bad, absentee is bad. Then Trump, I think, realizing that he needed to say something different. This year, he said, vote however the hell you can. I saw a video of you, Mike, where you seemed quite rattled and suggested sort of that it is this backdoor way to find the fraud or whatever. Bottom line, Mike, and then I want to hear from Ken. Do you believe that absentee vote by mail and early voting inherently increase what you define as fraud?
You absolutely, you should vote same day, and that would ideally same day, paper ballots, hand counted, precinct level. I have said that. I will never get off. It's hard for them to steal that day. Now, when I'm going, well, the RNC and all of them came up, and the president, they said, well, vote any way you can. We're going to, too big to rig is what he called it. Now, too big to rig. I'm saying that people are going to do that. This is what I'm encouraging people to do. At least protect your name. Get that mail-in ballot. Get your ballot, so that you have it. And then when you go to vote in person, maybe you can't vote the day of, but you go vote in person. And if they say you've already voted, they're going to download them to my app, which is Frank Social, my election app. And we're going to take all this.
Oh
you've got an app for everything, Mike.
No.
Absolutely. We got, this is where my thing is. No. I want to help save our country.
Okay. But so your answer to
finish this up,
question,
but then I have something to say about it.
David Pakman or Mike Lindell, whatever you're at in politics, remember, I never was a Democrat or Republican. I was an ex-crack cocaine addict. I had never voted in my life.
I got
Just,
you.
So
Mike, your answer is yes, the mail-in leads to fraud, but protect yourself by requesting your mail-in ballot. Ken, systemically, is there evidence that anything other than voting on election day in person increases what we define as fraud in elections?
So it is a fact that it's harder to commit voter fraud voting in person than it is voting by mail, where you do so anonymously and in a great many states without showing any real identification that really helps everybody ensure that the person who cast the vote is the person who should have cast
signatures,
the vote.
Okay.
Looking at voter, see, to me, if we're talking about something we can do to fix the biggest problem we have in elections, I think the biggest problem we have is that we have 50 different states doing voter registration 50 different ways, oftentimes not coordinating with each other, doing it differently, doing it poorly in a lot of cases, and some places do it better than others, right? I think we should have a federal voter registration, one place. If you do it that way, we don't have the mistakes of 50 people, right? We don't have any of that problem. And if you do it federally, you now have an identifier that everybody would have to use when they vote by mail.
You don't like that idea, though, Mike.
No, that would be insane. That's probably the most insane idea. We need to decentralize it down to the precinct level, where you're down to your own community, where you know you see yourself vote. That's what needs to be done the way it was before. Sometimes the best things are done by hand, and you know the people at that level. You do it at the federal level, and now you have one machine. It's just like all of our UACAVA votes now. All of our UACAVA votes are done by mail-in.
This is insane.
There's no IDs whatsoever. This is our military. We have places like in Idaho or in Utah where they try texting in your vote and texting or emailing in your vote. Now, come on. You have a federal thing there, and you're going to trust one person now on these computers. Okay, we're supposed to trust that. Why not trust in our own backyard at the precinct level and do it at that level?
What about that, Ken? What about the single point of failure of that?
There's no single point.
No, I'm asking Ken. I'm asking Ken. Does Ken agree that there's a single place where this could go wrong?
So, my question to both of you is, do you trade stocks?
No, I hold low cost index funds for a really long time.
Mike, do you trade stocks at all?
I used to.
Okay. Do you trust those? Do you trust those? Do you trust those?
Absolutely not. If there was something wrong, I would check it, and I would have a way to check it. You can't trust computers. There can be mistakes in all computers. Let me tell you something, Ken. When there's a hack or a breach in computers or a mistake, it can be, you hack in, you get people, you fix it, you have better control, or you fix the hack, and then your insurance covers it. It's a money thing. When it happens in our elections, you can lose all your freedoms. That's the difference. And we should not be using them. I would not trust any computer in our elections ever again, knowing what I know now. You can't do that.
So what makes this so incredibly
when I had money, I traded stocks.
Mike believes that
I don't have any money anymore.
Trump's voter fraud investigator, me, Trump's pollster, Fabrizio, and Secretary of State Raffensperger, all three of us who, using different methodologies and using different data sets completely, all were able to show that the reason for the election loss wasn't fraud at all. It was literally the loss of moderate support from Republicans that caused the loss, because it was a narrow loss, and there's not that many rhinos, let's face it, but those rhino votes mattered in the close races. Mike keeps claiming his basic premise is fraud is everywhere. There are small amounts of fraud everywhere. There is no evidence at all that massive amounts of fraud were everywhere. I gave that message to the top Trump campaign attorney that I reported to, Alex Cannon. He brought it to Mark Meadows, who, in response to the finding, hey, we looked and just didn't find any fraud to change the results. His answer was, well, that means there's no there, referring to the claims of voter fraud being relatively empty. So I get your zeal, Mike, for solving a problem. The problem is you have to make sure the problem exists before you go to what I think. Wait, hold on.
We're giving Ken the last word here. We're giving Ken the last word.
You have to, before you go to extremes, like we're going to roll back computers and go back to the Stone Age in terms of counting votes. You better have solid evidence that there's a problem then you haven't shown me that evidence. It has to be verifiable,
you don't
quantifiable.
Have the evidence, Mike.
And I haven't seen it, and I'm happy if you want to deliver me a whole bunch of stuff, I'll go through it. But to go there without having the evidence, I believe is dangerous, and it's leading us on a conversation that moves us away from addressing the things that we really should be fixing.
Gentlemen, listen, Mike, I'm so sorry.
All you have to do is go to frankspeech.com.
The evidence you claim is there. I gotcha.
It's all sitting there.
I gotcha.
Where is it?
This
Which
is about
tab?
a lady that got 0 votes in her own precinct.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
All right, we're going to look at it.
Job.
At some point, the conversation must come to an end. Ken, real quick, you don't want to melt down the machines to turn them into prison bars the way Mike wants to do, right?
I think that we would find that it would be incredibly difficult to do our elections by hand. It would take far longer than we think.
Yeah, I think it's Ken Block.
Who is to say that those people who are counting late at night aren't going to make their own errors? So,
not to mention, we have better ways at this point of making prison bars than melting machines down, I would say.
Exactly.
Listen, gentlemen, Ken Block, Mike Pillow Lindell.
All right. So that was Pillow Man. I wanted to watch that because I'm always interested to see if we can find like an easy to follow debate, right? But I think what you see here is that the debate is merely an attempt to continue to throw shit at the wall. Literally throwing spaghetti at the wall to see what sticks. And nothing is sticking. And it hasn't for 3 years. So I think it's great to confront, although I think it's a waste of time, you know. But I mean, I think it's an interesting thing to say, no, let's take argument one by one. It's a fire hose. Yeah, it's a fire hose of lies. And you see what Lindell has. Lindell has like a sound bite, right, in his head. And that's what he's using to drive all of this crazy distrust of election systems. Well, Republican after Republican has done the work to look at this to see if, you know, there's anything there. And there's nothing there. I'm so sorry. There's nothing there. You lost your ass on Robinhood. I'm so sorry. That was such a weird ass thing. I fucking hate that. I hate those bros. I hate bros. I hate bros that like think they can fuck with people's money. Hi, SB. My MAGA people have RFK opining on SCOTUS. Can only imagine. On screen today. So they're leaning away. Oh. RFK opinion. Opining. Is RFK saying something? Anyway, so yeah, that's Mike Lindell. He's going to hell, by the way, just so you know. And his pillows won't sell too well down there. Okay, let's see. Good Monday morning. We know, yes, I'm not having a good morning, but it's going to be okay. And I'm going to turn it around, turn this frown upside down. I hope. True gal, the Republicans hear it and parrot the message. And here's the thing, GP, you're absolutely right. I swear to God, people, I can say with great confidence after this long that the game is to just flood the zone. And if we can just like, I don't know what the answer is, because I was really interested in this debate to see if it would be a debate. Of course, it's not a debate because Mike Lindell is an idiot and a crack addict and delusional and a bigot and everything else that comes along with that. Sandbags. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's sandbags. That's a really good way of putting it. He's a sandbag. He's just a human sandbag. That's really what it is. And he's sandbagging this argument. So yeah, that's Mike Lindell. Mike Lindell's going to hell. It's going to hell. It's going to hell. It's going to hell. Let's see. Oh, Tim Pool is up already? Oh my God. What happened? What happened, Tim? Why'd you wake up so early? Oh, we need to be the sandbags. Oh, sorry. Yeah, but that works too. Tina is at, wait, what time is it? It's 7:30 here, so it's 8:30 there. That should be starting pretty soon, actually. You vote for Rumble? I know. I like Rumble too, just because it's fun to laugh at people. I like laughing at people on Rumble. Let's see what's live this morning. What's live on the shit stations? Steven Crowder. Kamala is stealing Trump's platform, but Is he fighting back? No. Okay. What's this one? Insist on truth. Here we go. I want to see what this guy's saying.
This new
we have to go through these ads. I'm sorry. Rumble needs to make their money.
Anything. It will give you fire.
Make your money.
Best and worst dinner for your waist.
Oh my God. What is it with these people?
The purple
what is it with the fucking...
Participated with Fonnie Willis. He would not sign certain things in the election law. He would not get rid of the machines. Nothing. He's never said thank you to Donald Trump. Now, Donald Trump said, I'd like to repair it.
So I'll drop my cash out.
What he didn't say is, what you don't understand is, he didn't come to the rally.
Oh, damn it.
I tried to get him to come. I want it repaired. I don't understand this. That's exactly right.
What are you talking about, sir?
Well, now,
this guy's probably younger than I am.
The other night, I started getting messages. We're going to break this down.
We got a product filled with the stuff they put in diapers.
I don't want to leave till I break this down totally, if that's okay with you, Diane. I'm giving you're calling the shots here. Now, the other night, this is where I started getting messages. Video 18. Video 18. Listen to this.
Video 18.
Don't lose your
Video
breakfast.
18. Carol?
I've never felt better about Georgia. Go Dogs. I can't believe I said that. That is how much I want to win. So let me tell you, I was in Atlanta last night with Governor Kemp and the First Lady, who was absolutely delightful. We were raising money for the National Republican Senatorial Committee. Governor Kemp was there helping us take back the Senate at Kelly Loeffler's house, and her husband, Jeff, raised $1 million. And when he spoke, the first thing out of his mouth, he looked at everybody in the room and said, I want Donald Trump to win Georgia. I'm all in for Donald Trump. I'm going to give him my political machine. I've got a great ground game. I'm going to put money behind it. And we're going to win Georgia for Trump because Harris is a disaster for Georgia.
Really?
All right.
What do you say to that, sir?
I started getting messages. Kemp's all in. Kemp's all in. Yeah, he's all in. Oh, so Kemp's the nice guy?
Uh-oh.
Everything that just come out of Lindsey Graham's mouth, as always, is total bullshit.
Uh-oh.
Got it?
Ruh-rohs.
So, wait a minute.
Ruh-rohs SpaghettiOs.
Kemp could show up there, and Marty was so delightful. Delightful. She's a snood.
Holy snood? What the fuck is a snood?
There?
Isn't that thing you put your hands in when it's cold?
Did Kemp release a press statement?
I was told that Jesus died for me. I had to.
Now, I've looked for it. I
had to repent in a TikTok message
Kemp says,
today.
Hey,
I get my religion
all of my resources
instruction from
I'm going to put my political
TikTok
machine.
too.
I'm going to put my ground game out. I'm going to put money out.
Oh God, you're boring. Right? Sir. Why are you so boring? Oh, it's gaming. New video uncovered. New video. If I died for you, why do you have to repent too? Yeah, exactly. Isn't that the point? Didn't you already die for me? I think you already died for me. Let's see who's covering the war room in the absence of Steve Bannon and his 3 pens. How many pens is the host wearing?
The digital dollar Trojan horse.
Oh my God! Stop it!
Has been
Stop it! You're gonna kill people.
U.S. bank accounts.
Yeah, whatever.
Former president. Bill heads
Holy
explode
fuck,
on
wad!
Versus the kind of crazy
Smeagol.
stuff that Kamala does.
Smeagol.
So my contribution today to
Cash at me, Smeagol.
I offer this in the most constructive way imaginable, without any criticism.
Cash at me,
of the
Smeagol.
original Trump rallies, which
Wow,
I
he's
think
here. He's alive.
represent
What are those?
arguably the most
What's
brilliant
going on with the
tool
wind?
we've ever had. But what
I
I'm
know
going
it
to
is a
do
better
for
idea.
you now is reimagine the Trump
wait, Max, I
rally
recently got a product.
1.1 to win in November.
I
Remember,
just
we got less
reported it,
than
Max.
90 days.
Oh, if they died
to
for
do
you,
this.
why?
Okay, so here we go. Since 2016, think about this.
I get it.
Donald Trump's
I'm just a reporter.
more than 600 rallies have built an impregnable Republican base. But with less than 90 days to election day, and less than a month before early voting begins in key battlegrounds like Pennsylvania, right now is the time to quickly reimagine, retool, and reposition Trump Rally 1.0 to woo the relatively small number of swing voters who will ultimately determine the election outcome.
And how are you going to, what?
All right, how does this work? Roughly half of a Trump rally
Is this a Green Bay 2.0?
Is usually
this is a Green Bay sweep 2.0, folks.
The other half is often lyrical and humorous Trump improvisations on the news of the day. I love that stuff. Throw in Trump's playful and sometimes brutal eviscerations of his opponent or whoever may have wronged him. Brian Kemp, for example. And a Trump Rally 1.0
he's friends with Brian.
has always been a fast-moving feast.
He's friends with Brian now. Stop it.
For rally goers and TV networks alike.
Those are moving pictures.
Trump
oh my
doesn't
God.
need feast now. He
it
needs
looks like
votes.
There's a disturbance behind him, like a tropical disturbance
not
or
sufficiently
something.
focused on the very stark policy differences.
Yes. Right.
Between him and Kamala Harris.
Yes. What are the policy differences?
In key battleground states. Instead, when Trump attacks Harris personally rather than on policy, Harris's support among swing voters rises, particularly among women. It's just
You're not just a trade guy. You're a fucking vote
Let's imagine, man, a Trump Rally 2.0.
I know, they all hate Lindsay, and yet Lindsay is
as my old boss
literally
takes
sucking
the
their
podium
dicks.
at his next
On his
rally.
knees, sucking dick
After a big
every
welcome
day.
to the always massive
And they
audience,
cannot
his
stand him. Like, I would stop sucking
recognition
dick at that
of the
point.
local
I would be like, I'm out.
dignitaries and political candidates he's
I'm
endorsed.
done.
The former
I've
president
done everything I can.
immediately begins entering
Just like
into
he
an
did on January 6th.
interactive jumbotron policy dialogue with Kamala Harris.
What?
Trump's goal is to expose both the radical and often
it's not radical.
And inexperienced
It's not incompetent.
elements
It's not
of
inexperienced.
Kamala Harris.
No, Kamala Harris has more experience.
Yeah, here's the big difference.
She shits more experience than Donald Trump
has.
Literally.
Jumbotron
Her morning
experience,
poops
instead of
are
telling
more experienced
his rally
than
audience
anything
that
Trump
Kamala
does.
supports an open border.
She doesn't.
Defunding the police.
She doesn't.
Defracking Pennsylvania.
She might.
Men competing in women's sports.
That's not true.
Or higher corporate taxes and all that stuff.
That's probably true.
Here's the beauty of this.
I
Trump
think Peter's
just
right on.
shows Harris
Trump must stay focused on
expressing
policy.
and revealing
Yeah, he
these stark
can't. Okay,
differences
Peter?
in
He
her
can't.
own
He doesn't know
words
his policies.
on the jumbotrons and other video screens
Yeah.
dispersed throughout the arena and beamed to the TV
Is he trying to
sets
send a
of
message
audiences
to Trump like,
watching
this
the
is what you
rally
should do?
live. Through such simulated interactions, once Kamala's words are played, Trump then offers his side of the policy equation.
Oh, boy.
And importantly,
No, he's out.
Importantly,
He got out.
relates
He got out
Kamala's
during the RNC.
policy to one of the many
he came to the
current
RNC
crises
and
facing this country. And most
kissed
importantly,
the ring.
Trump offers a set of concrete solutions.
He doesn't.
Stu Gillington might say about this, it don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swing.
What's the
swing voters?
Oh, okay,
Now,
I get it. Oh, I
Let's
see
tweak
what you
this a
did
little
there.
more.
That's funny.
As a second and
That's funny.
synergistic Trump innovation,
I like
and
that.
to further boost the policy content of the
Right,
rallies,
boost the policy
Trump could
content.
also
Oh, yeah, those
feature
voters are going to
video
love
clips
that.
From
They're going to
former,
love the fact that he
perhaps
doesn't give the
future,
same speech.
Trump advisors and cabinet officials
This is
offering
crazy. I think Trump
details
has ODD.
about
If
the
someone
many
has to tell him
specific
what to
policy
do.
actions
Yes.
President
Yeah,
Trump
exactly.
plans to take to bring inflation
Yeah, he
under
got out in
control,
time for the RNC
secure the
convention.
border,
Yeah, he
bring
spoke at the
peace to
convention.
Ukraine and the Middle East and so on. And this suggests
Beep, beep,
another
beep.
innovation.
Beep, bop, boop.
Suppose
Beep, bop, boop.
that before each rally, Trump holds a press conference with select advisors on the issue du jour. For
What?
example, Rick Grinnell on foreign policy, Robert O'Brien, the
He's
former
got good
national
arms.
security
Like, I don't
advisor
think
on
he's got
national
my
security,
arms. I need to work on my arms.
United States
I should be
Trade
working on my
Representative
arms while I'm doing
Bob
this.
Lighthizer on trade and tariffs.
think I'll get some weights.
Department of
I'll start
Interior
lifting
Secretary
weights.
David Bernhardt on fracking. Tom Homan and Stephen Miller on the current border crisis, and so on. You get the
Stephen
idea.
Miller? Nosferatu?
Policy
No,
conference
thanks.
beforehand.
No, thank you.
Clips during the speech. Cool. As still a third innovation and further synergy,
Yes.
Trump might also
Synergy.
intersperse his remarks with video
I
clips
could use gallon
from
jugs,
American
yeah.
citizens
I think I
actually
have some
harmed
weights. I have weight
policies
somewhere.
that have been implemented by the Harris-Biden White House.
How is that possible?
For example,
how can this man put a sentence together?
Trump might introduce a video clip
I'm not shocked to hear that, though, I guess.
From workers in
Navarro
the
wrote
fracking
part
patch
of
who
a
lost
section
their
in
jobs.
Project 2025.
And in classic Trump style, these workers might be brought on at the end of the speech.
Oh, okay. Bring on the frackers. Bring on the frackers. Bring on the frackers.
Traveling roadshow bow like you see at the end of every Broadway production. That'd be pretty cool.
Oh my God. What?
Now,
a musical number? Is he invoking Fosse?
We're bringing Bob Fosse into the rally planning?
These innovations
it's a Broadway show? What?
Jumbotron and video screens are abundant in every arena Trump will play at. Trump's speechwriters,
did this guy get fired way back? No,
he didn't. Can easily incorporate
no, not this guy.
Cues and language
this guy was never fired, Grace. He was the trade representative in the White House or something. I don't know. But he ended up doing the Green Bay sweep where they were going to not count the electoral votes from swing states.
That expose both Kamala Harris.
He was the Pence, one of the Pence people. Like push Pence to do something, kind of thing.
Incompetent, inexperienced, and very dangerous politicians that they are.
Not these guys. Come on now. Don't believe your lying eyes.
Prior to rallies. And Trump has no shortage of policy advisors to call upon to join
Why
him
don't
at
the
press
policy
conferences
from his previous life? Oh, he might have been Grace. I'm sorry. I don't know that. Ron Varro was the fake economist name he used for citations.
With this technique, with Trump
how do people get away with this?
Trump can have
how does this happen?
With Harris's mail
I feel bad when I
mate,
don't
Tim
pay a
Walz.
bill
Hey,
on
he's a
time.
much-
You know what I mean?
you can
Like I
beat the
feel
hell
like
out of that guy
dirty when
and
I
not
don't
worry
do
about
something I'm
women
supposed to be
voters running
doing.
away. You can go out. That's just the Mars and Venus world we live in. And that dude, Tim Walz, in the second hour of the show, you don't miss this.
Yeah.
We've got a great guest
Don't
coming
miss
on
this.
to talk about the history of stolen valor episodes.
Okay, here's the thing.
Tim Walz. Here, Trump can choose from any number of TV clips in which Tampon Tim supports feminine napkins in boys' bathrooms, Cuomo-style senior-killing lockdowns as governor of Minnesota during COVID, or engaging in, yes, stolen valor as Walz abandoned his fellow soldiers on their way to the Iraq War.
No, he didn't. He's a National
Here's a
Guard.
fourth
You don't
innovation.
deploy the
It's
National
really
Guard
more of a
to a
courtesy
foreign war.
and a strategy.
You don't deploy National Guard troops in a foreign war. What about that don't you fucking get? He didn't have stolen valor. He served very honorably in the National Guard. And these literal human tampons can't touch him. They are losing and they are scared. Oh, they're so scared because you know what happens when they lose? I predict that the justice ramps up. And I kind of hope, hey, Pepper, I'm not going to lie, I hope that Kamala shit cans Merrick Garland. I hope she fucking fires his ass because I'm done. I gave him all the loyalty I could in the beginning, but I am fucking done. He is allowing the rampant crime and criminals to escape because somehow he thinks that's the more, I don't even know what. I don't even know. I'm not even going to guess. I'm not even going to guess why he's allowing time to pass. Why there wasn't a fucking investigation right after January 6th and within the, once after January 20th, why there wasn't, I want Ray gone too. Why in the fucking world wasn't there a full court press investigation on how we got to that date? Well, I know why, so I'm not going to dwell, but I'm just saying. This is absolutely disgusting to me. And I have been a proponent because he's the fucking head of the Justice Department. So of course I'm going to support the rule of law guy. But my fucking God. How in the fuck do we have these Nimrods continuing to do things and plan, and Mike Lindell, who claims in that video that he has the data from every county in the country, the voter data. I would prepare for more canvassing. I would prepare for people to knock on your door. I would prepare for people to be at the polling station if you go to the polling station. I would be prepared for a little bit of pushback from the MAGA because they're very, very frightened right now, especially if you live in a swing state. So all it's going to take, I think, is a little vigilance. I don't think it's like, you know, I would vote by mail personally, but I want to try and help out at the polls. So I'm waiting to hear what I can do there. But yeah, also in sandbag replacement. We own a chunk of a company in Brazil that grows and processes the stuff used in diapers. It's also in tampons and processed cheese. Oh God, damn it. Damn it. And also in sandbag replacement. Anyway.
Even king size for only $25.
No, he's still going strong. Yeah, I don't know. It's so funny to me when somebody comes in and claims we're an echo chamber in here. It's really fascinating to me. It's like it's such an interesting accusation when I spend and we spend. Last week, every day was either 8.5 hours, 9 hours, or 10 hours. And that was all viewing or reading original documents. Yeah, put a woman in place of Ray. I know. I hope he does. So I don't know. I just quick damn. Oh, cool. Oh, look at this. We're in time for the thing. So I'm just going to say that I feel like we're really offering something here to people who want to be informed. And I reject out of hand the claim that somehow we're an echo chamber. Because I think it's only an echo chamber if you're pushing lies and trying to create a reality. Oh, I mean, echo chambers are echo chambers, but you can come in here with a different opinion, but you cannot come to me with some kind of, oh, well, that's, gross generalization. If you come in with kind of bullshit MAGA arguments that haven't been all the way fleshed out, I'm going to shut you down. You're a fucking troll because you're not thinking. And I only deal with people that use their thinking heads. I don't deal with people that just yank their dicks. I'm not here to do that. So, yeah, you're right. I have no tolerance for stupid. That's pretty much that's where I'm drawing the line here. That's the line in the sand. Is I don't deal with stupid. Anyway. And yes, it's been a shitty day, but it's going to be okay, and I don't know why or how. Okay, here we go. All right, I get to be quiet now. All right, that's probably a good thing.
Proposed jury instructions and a defendant's theory of the case. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
The people conceded over the weekend that the consent defense is appropriate for the criminal impersonation charge. The court agrees. Had that not happened, the court had reflected on the matter and was going to authorize that defense upon further reflection in any event, but it's been included now. What order would you like to take things up, Mr. Shapiro?
And for the record, Your Honor, the prosecution's legal analysis regarding the court authorizing the affirmative defense of consent will apply to the criminal personation and the 2 counts of conspiracy to commit. I recommend that we maybe start with the defense proposed theory of the defense instruction, proposed instruction number 2.
We just started.
Yeah,
We're going
okay.
over jury instructions.
Your Honor, Colorado appellate courts emphasize the obligation of the trial court to assist defense counsel in crafting a legally accurate and correct theory of the defense instruction. On Friday, Mr. Case posed a query to the court regarding this instruction. The court was very clear that it's a short, non-argumentative statement. Nonetheless, the defense doubled down and submitted a 1 full page plus a second spillover paragraph onto a second page that is substantially either argumentative in terms of improper legal argument or facts that are just plain not in the record, including allegations that the government stipulated to 5 specific facts, which is not true, or there are allegations of information that are not in evidence. The bottom line is what is proposed by the defense would be precluded under People v. Fleming, 804 Pacific 2nd, 231 from the Colorado Court of Appeals, 1990. Understanding that case was reversed on other grounds, but it pretty much said the following, that while the defendant is entitled to an instruction setting forth a theory of the defense, such an instruction may be properly refused if it is argumentative, unduly emphasizes particular evidence,
Oh, okay.
or contains statement
We'll
not
explain
supported
it.
by the evidence. What is proposed by the defense is clearly what is covered by Fleming. Again, there is other case law that does emphasize the court's obligation, the affirmative obligation of the court to assist the defense in correcting or reframing an inappropriate instruction. I am surprised the defense didn't come up with an alternative instruction versus us and the court having to use valuable time this morning in trying to assist the defense in coming up with something that is legally accurate. So based on the case law, based on the proposed instruction, I would ask the court to not tender this proposed instruction and have the defense go back to the drawing board and do something that is permitted by Colorado law, which this is clearly not.
Okay, Mr. Case.
Well, Your Honor, if the court would like to assist me in revising this, I would welcome the court's assistance.
Oh my God, these guys are pathetic.
I'll pare it down and tell you what I think. So,
thank you.
Why don't we just reject it? How about that?
I agree with the people in that this is about. I mean, it's much longer than any theory of defense that has ever been tendered to the court. And I don't like to use absolutes, but I can safely say that I've never seen one submitted that is of this length. It's a full page, single spaced, plus some. So I'll take a look at it. Let me see what I can do.
Your Honor, I'm going to show
This is
the defense
ridiculous.
counsel the prosecution's markup of what we believe is problematic. And then if I can approach the court and show what we think is problematic, it may assist the court in paring it down more quickly and not waste valuable time for the jury.
Okay. Do you have a Word version that is highlighted for me to look at, like track changes?
No, Your Honor. We
Okay.
just did that this morning, pen and ink. I apologize for
That's
not
fine.
doing that.
Oh man, Jim, why are you coming in ruining my day? Why are you doing that? Why are you coming in talking about Subway sandwiches not being good? Damn it. No, we can't have anything nice now. Oh, Jay Rance, you're so lovely. All the cool peeps are here. Morning, Teresa. Lolo, your summaries of this and your space appearance have been helpful. Yay, thank
Sure.
you. I'm
I
glad.
submitted mine in Word.
Oh, you did? It just hasn't been accepted yet, so I'm okay.
Emailed it to us as well.
I don't think it was emailed to me because I had been looking. I don't. That's okay. I've got it. I copied and pasted it, so I can hopefully get this right.
Did they? I hope so. Because I've eaten a sandwich in the last 2 years. Let's do some music, some hold music for him. Yeah, it's very rare, but I have had a sandwich in the last 2 years, and I would not avoid a Subway, so now I should. Oh, sorry. Okay, GP. Sorry. First of all, I'm so sorry. GP. Also, there's a link down at the bottom of the description of this video. If you go to the description and scroll down, if you click on the link, there's a news story that lays it out pretty nicely because it's pretty convoluted. But the bottom line is Tina Peters stole data from or made arrangements to have the election system in her county copied and gave it to Mike Lindell and his team. And then it was exposed. And she's claiming she, A, didn't mean for it to be exposed, and B, was just doing her civic duty to make a copy of the machine before they updated the software and after they updated the software. And it's either that she didn't realize, or she probably did realize and isn't telling the truth, that the intention of Mike Lindell's team with getting that information was to, A, see if they could figure out a way to rig the computers in future elections. Enter Phil Waldron. And to basically make bogus claims about the susceptibility of said systems to fraud. And so that was his entire raison d'etre when it came to getting the machines, because they wanted a copy of a machine so badly. They've been working across the country to get one. And then right after they did their movie, Absolute Bullshit, it's actually absolute proof, in April of 2021, they met with different, they found that they had a potential clerk in Mesa County, Colorado, who would cooperate and who would give them copies of the machines and just cooperate with their scheme. And so she did. But now she's claiming, even though she did the following, she hired someone to assist her on the software update and then used their identity to give their access badge that they got for that person to the election data to another person. Okay? So, so she first did that. The second thing she did was she turned, in Mesa County, Colorado, where they have their voting equipment, the cameras have been on since the office opened or since they had camera systems. She arranged for, during this software update, the week that was happening, she arranged for the cameras to be turned off. She then introduced Conan the Surfer as the person that she had stolen the identity of. She introduced this new guy as the person she had stolen the identity from. Okay? There's more. We're not done. So then when she steals the data in August of 2021, on the day that it is announced by the Secretary of State that her office is under investigation for data, whatever, she leaves and goes to Mike Lindell's symposium in South Dakota. She claims, I didn't know they were going to release my data.
The objection that was filed.
But she stood there and let them and let them show the data. So that's a bullshit story.
We're not relitigating things. I was trying to sort my way through that filing.
The problem with these trials is the MAGA side simply doesn't adhere to what is reasonable. They push every envelope. Every single fucking envelope. She is a terrible person.
I will tell you, I do
and she's a
agree with
bigot.
the defense that unanimously should be added
How about
to
that?
all of the.
She's also a grieving mom. Her
interrogatories, the
son
jury
died
questions,
in
so,
2017, and it really impacted her. And I think that's probably part of how we got here. Styrofoam and dolphin, just like the best couches. Yeah.
So that's at least one less thing we need to talk about.
Your Honor, if I might be able to just postulate the issues short and have him quick respond, I think we can move through it quicker that way.
As long as it's not, as long as it's not things we already discussed, because I think you've already offered or asked me to include different rules and different statutes, so I don't want to revisit that again because we've already covered that ground.
So, Your Honor, I think it was just an omission that 20.19.2 was not included because the court did rule on that.
That was our oversight, Judge.
Yeah, okay.
So that's been added.
And is it in here now? Do we have that?
I think we didn't add it because we didn't have it.
Okay, I will.
So if we can get a Word copy of it,
I will get it sent over in a minute.
What? You guys had all weekend.
Your Honor, and then there was two rules, this is related to the rules, that were not included in the indictment, and I believe the court had ruled that they must be, and that is Rule 20.9.1 and Rule 20.15.2.
Okay, so Mr. Shapiro, I believe I did say that. If it wasn't one of the ones mentioned in the indictment, then it shouldn't form the basis of one of the charges now. Or I'm sorry, one of the.
Your Honor, I'm reading the defense objection that they object to the inclusion of 20.15.2, and they're objecting to the inclusion of 20.9.1. And this is our response. The
This judge is so fucking smart. I will.
We are required by rule to list essential but not exclusive facts.
No, I'm just kidding.
To support
He's very
the
smart.
charges.
I would listen to him read anything to me.
Post-indictment, March 2022, additional evidence has been developed, expert opinions have been sought, and Mr. Thornton provided an expert opinion and testimony regarding 20.9.1 and 20.15.2. So the defense keeps saying that we're confined to the four corners of the indictment. That is not accurate, and I'd ask the court to leave it as is.
Your Honor, the court had ruled on this first, so we're relitigating. I have just one point, and that is these two are not new facts. These are duties that she's alleged to have breached.
Oh, no.
Duties that she's alleged to breach, they fall under new theories.
Oh my God, that's bullshit. Fuck you. Fuck you. So some duties are covered, but other duties aren't. Stop it. Stop it. He really does look like Ethan Hawke. He really does. That's a good call.
The two are removed.
We know who you meant.
For the reasons argued by the defendant.
What?
I don't find this is more nuanced than just a simple fact that may be developed later on, or this is an actual rule that the prosecution is relying upon in order to establish the defendant's guilt for this particular crime. Simply putting it in an expert report in the court's opinion is insufficient to put the defendant on notice that this is actually something that she was going to be facing at trial. There are four other bases as well upon which the defendant may be found guilty for this charge, all of which have been previously known to her by way of the indictment and the evidence in the same. So that is removed. Give me a moment. I need to get it from all of these.
Wow. I don't know exactly which rules they're talking about, which if it's particular duties, so it may not be impactful, but I do trust this judge to be like due process-y, so I'm cool with that, as long as he's due process-y and not weird.
Email that rule to the court because I'm concerned if you send it to me, the copy we have doesn't have the changes Your Honor's made.
Yeah, I want it sent to me.
I will, Your Honor. As
Yeah,
soon as I'm done arguing, I will get it out to the court.
You don't have a fucking clerk that can send something to the court? Come on now. Where's the guy with the hair? Where's Topher? Why can't he do it?
All right, count 7.
Say, a little bit of cleavage this
comes
morning.
Down to the court gave the ability where there was an election
Hubba hubba.
For the prosecution to give those elections that were in the indictment or in the jury instruction. I give the example of later on under one of the rules there is this idea of a corrupt act or a breach of duty, and they have an election there. But the prosecution misused the liberty the court gave as to count 7 and has changed the very notice that we came here to defend. We came here to defend the confidential information, which was the BIOS passwords that were
That's not true.
the image.
It's not just the passwords.
During trial, that our defense is that the passwords were defunct, was what we were meeting that charge with, that the passwords belonged to the clerk, and that the clerk, not Mr. Wood, obtained them without connection to the use of the identification. As a result, when the jury verdict form was presented, they came up with a variety of new items that we weren't on notice to cross-examine witnesses or to call witnesses. Your Honor, we called very few witnesses, but we did call a witness to address the value of the BIOS passwords because that was what was in dispute. If the prosecution has abandoned BIOS passwords, count 7 should be stricken.
He's got
Or
nothing.
should not allow them
It isn't a court case without Marlena Dater. Where is the glamour? It is not in this room. This is. These are
Shapiro.
shades of brown. We are here with shades of beige and brown. Thank you for coming today. There are no colors allowed in this courtroom. Thank you.
The defendant and her associates were desiring and hoping and needing that the trusted build in Mesa County would go on as scheduled. And when the defendant received notice on April 30th, 2021, that she was limited to 2 county staffers in addition to herself, that changed the calculus for her. She even complains to Kurt Olson that she's been limited to 2 officials, and it was even more important that she gets their
It's
or
kind of like
his
Walmart
IT guy
glamour.
into the trusted build.
It's like in the case at Walmart.
The Secretary of State put the defendant on notice.
stuff that's
that
in
if
the
there are
case.
Any unauthorized
The stuff you have to
personnel,
ask
members
for.
of the public, who are present at the trusted build, they were literally going to pack up and move on to
She's
the
a
next
pair
county,
of
which
Black
would have been
Hills
Delta
gold
County.
earrings.
That was not what the defense and the defendant wanted. They wanted the trusted build to occur.
She's a
That
Timex
was a
watch.
valuable activity, and the service that the Secretary of State and Dominion were going to provide by conducting the trusted build here and uploading the new golden image onto the Mesa County devices had to occur for their plan to work.
Sharona, woo!
That is both a service and confidential information that was valuable to them. The intelligence that they were gleaning from the trusted build occurring here had to occur. That has always been part of the prosecution theory. There is nothing unusual. There is no prejudice to the defendant. And we would ask that the court deny their objection and let the charge go to the jury and let us argue that it's for them to make an argument. It sounds like a fairly compelling argument, and we will in turn make our argument.
Okay.
And if the jury believes it beyond a reasonable doubt, then we've met our burden. If they don't, the defendant's not guilty of that charge.
Mr. Hartman?
Your Honor, the term used at the grand jury was confidential information. It never mentioned service action or anything else. They used confidential information. And at the beginning of this case, when we asked them what was the confidential information so we would be on notice to defend what they were claiming, we were told it was the BIOS passwords.
Okay, where is that? Where is
I
that?
do recognize that as they sit here, they can create new theories.
Oh my
There's
God.
no notice in any of the documents
I'm so mad.
for us to defend
I'm
anything
really
other
having a
than
bad
BIOS
day, and this
passwords.
is such a bad idea to have this on a bad day for me.
So
They should really
I
switch this
agree
until
with
I'm in
the
a better
people.
mood.
There is lots of notice in the documents about the whole point of the alleged scheme, that is to get someone into the trusted build so they could obtain this information. This information, therefore, according at least to the people's argument, had some value. So getting into the trusted build had value, access to the tabulation room, the ability for someone to observe it. These are things that provided allegedly the defendant with value in using Mr. Woods' identity.
It's just a bad day.
I think
Bad weekend, bad day.
it's a bit of a close call, but at the
It'll
end
be
of the day,
it'll be
there's
okay.
a lot
I'm
of
at the bottom of
information
the curve.
in
I'll
this
get up there
case
again.
file that suggests that this was out there as a theory that the prosecution could run with, perhaps not as strong as the confidential information theory that they appear to have abandoned, but
Better now.
ultimately,
Better now.
this was within the realm of notice provided to the defendant, such that she could have been aware it was a pivot that could occur. This isn't part of the charge in the sense that the rules were that give the court some trouble that were specifically identified in the indictment, laid out for the defendant to know these are the rules that are at issue here. This is much more discreet and much more nuanced and consistent with what the court would see in just about any prosecution, where the charge itself is all the defendant gets notice of, and then the facts provided in discovery may provide a whole host of
I think that's
bases
probably
upon
part of
which
it,
the
Neil. I
prosecution
think you're
may
right.
argue that the defendant is guilty of the crime charge, and these three are them. That's my order. That's my ruling. So what's the next one?
Your Honor, I do have a typo in our objection. I had cited 15-107. For the record, that should be 15-607. And Your Honor, I'm not disputing that the court.
No, you
is
can't argue it anymore. He made his
Now I
ruling.
have
Sit
a
down,
separate
shithead.
argument, just briefly, that the access to the tabulation room by that statute was under the control of the clerk.
No.
And since she had the ability to grant the access, I believe that both access and being restated was the ability to attend was under the clerk's control as long as they maintained the two people. So the services of the trusted build occurring should be the only thing that is submitted to the jury.
Thank you. What's the next argument that we need to, if any, that we need to address?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ha
So I do want to note that as to count 9, the element 5B, which is a corrupt act. Your Honor,
Yeah,
I
it
have
does.
set
We never
forth-
sleep. Takes a toll.
And I apologize, this was rather, we were trying to get this out for the court. The corrupt act that they are alleging is basically rule violations, or things that they do not constitute as rule violations, which they disagree with. Corrupt, as I've cited in the citation, has a only place it appears in Colorado law. Corruption is defined in the bribery under the Constitution. I have looked up a Bing definition for the court, which requires having or showing a willingness to act dishonestly in return for money or personal gain. The statute is void for vague, or is vague, Your Honor. The jury instruction is one we are crafting since it's not one of the core instructions. And as a result, Your Honor.
But I am a blithering mess, darling. I am a blithering mess. But that's why you're here.
In return for money or
I think we should all be
personal gain
blithering messes
needs to be
together.
included into the jury instruction that we have crafted in response to the statute defining the word corrupt. And more specifically, Your Honor, when I look at the potpourri of options,
the potpourri,
the prosecution
the potpourri,
has, and I understand
wait, the potpourri, what?
Mindset, this would be having or showing a willingness to act. Dishonesty is the definition.
Oh, you mean trying to hide someone's identity?
In return for money or personal gain.
You mean getting on a private jet and then getting your own show on Lindell Network?
But it does need to be included and defined for the jury. And unlike a standard instruction, the court would be reluctant to deviate from this.
That potpourri?
Writing, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Shapiro, your argument, please.
Counsel is correct that there is no Colgy instruction for count 9 violation of duty. It is verbatim lifted from the statute in Title I. And as the court is well aware, there are 2 options that the jury can find the defendant guilty of under element 5A, which I think is fairly self-explanatory as laid out.
Yeah, we're only on 5B.
Okay, 5B. Well, 5B is our reading that it's not limited to rules. It's actually limited to corrupt conduct, and we laid out what we believe are interrogatories of alleged corrupt conduct. So we think we are well within the scope of what is at issue in 5B, and we think it's not inappropriate. Obviously, when a word is not defined, then it's left for the jury.
Thanks, GP. I am sorry about that, though. It just really caught up with me, and it just kind of snowballed from there. So I apologize, but we're going to get back on a schedule.
On the proposed tendered instruction by the prosecution, understanding I believe the court's already modified 5A, but for 5B, we stand on
I
what
missed
we
it too, by the way. I really missed getting together with people.
The indictment does not use the theory corrupt conduct relied upon the rule violations.
Perry.
We did charge that alternative. It's in the notice plate. We had the option to strike what is now 5B, but it's in the charging language.
I'll sleep when I'm dead.
Right.
No, that's not true.
I'm not convinced that any of these are corrupt acts, though. That's the problem. It's just a rehashing of 5A. I mean, corrupt in the court's mind is just what the dictionary definition is, and that is getting some benefit, some personal gain, money, something like that. When I think of corruption, it's a politician, a judge, a government figure getting something in return as part of the violation of their oath. None of these lay out a benefit that the defendant is getting in return for her position. So I don't know that I don't know that any of these actually would qualify as a corrupt act.
Your Honor, we propose striking 5B as an alternative and renumbering, instead of saying 5A, we'll just say 5.
Okay.
So that is our proposal. We'll just strike 5B, renumber 5A to just be 5.
All right, I'll do that for the reasons I stated. I just don't. Yeah, very well. Give me a minute.
What the fuck?
Yes. Yes.
So it's just going to be 5.
Oh my God. Yeah, she's a celebrity now. Yes, please. You're going to have, I know, we're going to have to get rid, well, trust me, we're going to be able to get rid of some juice boxes. I can guarantee you. It's going to happen. Wow, Frank's speech is having, just want to show you. Frank's speech is having a day. I tried to find Tina's content on frankspeech.com.
Do you want me to leave B in the elements then?
No, Your Honor. We asked the court, in the elements instruction number 22, we asked that
I got rid of it.
After and or it be stricken, and that the A in front of violated be stricken as well.
Yeah.
So that's that.
And then obviously the special verdict form.
This is what happens when I search for
the paragraph
Tina Peters'
that
page.
Precedes 5A will just have to be
there.
called
She
5.
is. Truth matters. This is what she got.
Above it needs to be rewritten. To
this is what she got.
Reference to either a 5A or a 5B.
This is how she enriched herself, by the way.
Yeah. Thanks. Okay. Was there anything else?
Your Honor, The last
Those are all her.
that I have
Those are her.
asked
Her
the
show.
court,
Her
after
show.
thinking about it some more, as to whether or not the court
And then
would
she's on other
consider
shows. But let's go to her real channel. Okay, here's her channel. She has a whole channel. Do you think she makes any money off of this?
I've already ruled on that many times. So,
Do you think she makes any money off of this channel?
I would point out that it is our belief under the indictment.
You think?
That we were informed and prepared to notice.
She's probably just volunteering, right?
The theory to the grand
She's probably just
jury
volunteering to do
was
this,
that,
right?
They had
Right.
secured access.
Bye,
and
Badger.
The decision to grant access was.
Oh, look. Oh, my
what
God.
was
She
in
invi-
dispute.
Okay, I got to watch this eventually.
Believe is a theory.
Maybe not. That makes me sad.
The decision
She
of
triggers me.
what decision
Here's where she didn't have her own show, but she had, well, she did have her own show, I guess.
scheduling,
Ivan Raiklin was her first guest.
continuing trusted bill. And, Your Honor, while it does in the indictment, it talks about the access as the issue. And I do not believe we were on proper notice for that charge.
okay. Anything we need to say about that, Mr. Shapiro? I feel like we've talked about that before.
No, I believe Your Honor already addressed that issue this morning.
Yeah.
And I have one other typographical error.
Sure. Where?
On
How could they not?
Proposed instruction 26. Understanding the
26.
court will strike the non-applicable rules. There is one statute that has a typographical error. There are
26, I already struck, what non-applicable, oh, the election rules? Yeah, I already took care of those.
Right, but Your Honor, there are actually 4 statutes that are cited. The fourth of the 4, it's currently written section
Sir, find your seat.
1-1-40451
You're on the groom side.
regarding the definition of watcher.
Yeah,
It should be 104, not 404.
right.
That was my mistake.
So 104, sorry, section 11104.
Parents 51.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Agreed. Your Honor, we had no objection to the stipulation that was added, the stipulation language.
Okay.
And I believe that concludes our objections. I will get the court the word format of that rule as quick as I can do it.
I need it fast.
Yes, sir.
Oh, my God.
Make a record on us. We got a message about ill or we can.
Yeah, okay. I don't have the stipulation. I know it was emailed to me, so can you upload the stipulation too? I don't think I saw that in the system yet.
No, Your Honor, I think I just put the court on notice of what it is, so we will, I'll have Ms. Weimer send the Colgy instruction that pertains to D:10.
I thought you emailed the language of that statute, or that to me.
That would have been on Saturday.
Right, didn't you?
Now, also keep in mind the
Or did you just tell
indictment
me?
was written in
Either way, we'll
early.
let's
I
just
think
send it
I
to me.
can't remember
I'll send it to the court.
exactly when the
I'll put it
indictment
in.
was released. Let me get that date.
I know I saw that email, now I'm not
But first, I have to pee.
finding it. Maybe I accidentally deleted it this weekend. Right, I'll go to make the record. One of the jurors emailed the commissioner over the weekend saying she'd become very ill. She was not going to be able to make it in today. I forwarded that along to the parties, so that juror won't be here, which means juror number 3 will become a deliberating juror. Well, that's because I was in the middle of writing a response to that email, Mr. Shapiro. That's why I can't find it. It's in a draft form. I guess I'll go ahead and delete the draft.
When was this indictment? Hold on.
Email,
Sure.
I have it in Word located. Just giving the court an update.
Yeah, I should get it as soon as shortly after you send it to me.
Judge, when did you say you sent the email regarding the ill juror?
I sent it to, I can tell you, and
Yeah,
Mr.
like January,
Shapiro
February
at
2022
8:06
is when
a.m.
the
yesterday.
indictment was made.
It did not get kicked back to me, so you should have gotten it. I don't think I had everyone else's email. I'm just adding this in as instruction number 27 because I don't want to have to renumber everything. Mr. Case?
So it was my understanding, perhaps I misunderstood, but it was my understanding that if an alternate
Jim, I'm
was
so
needed,
sorry.
it would be the lowest.
You've had the
juror
worst
number.
situation with that.
Right. But I thought it was not the chair number, but the number on the juror list.
It's always the chair. It's
All right.
always the chair.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't keep track of juror numbers like that.
Your Honor,
Unless the people have the same belief.
Your Honor, that is our belief. That was our understanding throughout the.
Would that it would be the chair or the juror number?
The chair number.
Right. Okay. I've never, and I thought I made that clear at some previous hearing. It could have been with prior counsel, but I know that's a discussion that the court's had before.
Your Honor, I got a notice yours kicked back. I'm wondering if the prosecution has received it and if they could forward.
I got it. I will forward it.
Thank you.
And this is instruction
Really? I can imagine.
27.
They better fix long COVID. That's the thing we better deal with, is the long-term effects of it. That's what I think anyway. But nobody asked me.
Do we know the seat number that we lost, just for our notes?
9.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And all the unvaccinated people that get it, they were already dumb to begin with. Now look, they're going to be even more stupid. What the hell? God damn it.
So I'm adding access logs, even though I just said that it can't form the basis of. Oh, never mind. It's a different one. Okay, give me a second. I have two. I just got 2 emails. Are these? Oh, one was from you, Mr. Hartman. It did come to me. So,
Oh, that's cool, Max. Max says, I did see a nasal vax that prevents spread has been developed. Also works on flu. So far, only works in animals, but recruiting phase in human trials at the moment. That's fantastic news. A nasal vaccine that would help. That's fantastic.
there's a request for additional time for closings, Mr. Shapiro.
Prosecution objects to additional time for closing. The court had put us on notice. It was very clear, 45 minutes for both sides. We're prepared to accept 45 minutes.
I simply find that the case is relatively straightforward, but has, over the course of
it does,
the
doesn't
trial,
it,
become
I'm so
a little more
sorry.
complicated.
It's your babies.
By way of the arguments, evidence, and the like admitted by both sides. I'll give you 5 more minutes, but an hour is just unnecessary, and it's not going to change anything. It's not going to unduly prejudice either side. I understand that from reading the motion, the argument is you get 4.5 minutes per charge, but that's really not the way arguments work, and that's not a good measure by which an allocation of time should be made. There could be one charge.
Me too. And Paxlovid was like amazing.
An hour and a half worth of closing.
Like made me feel better instantly within a day.
20 charges, and it might only be a 30-minute closing. But because of the way the evidence is played out and the like, I'll give the parties 5 more minutes. All right, what I need to do is print this out.
Oops.
I don't know that because we're behind.
They want to filibuster.
I'm worried about our juror who needs to leave tomorrow. I'm going to print out the set.
Well, you had a chance to shit can that juror and replace them with an alternate, and you didn't do it.
Each of you, so you can just go through it, see if you like it. If you're, you know what I mean, and then. She's gonna scan in the one already. Let me try to be clear. I'm gonna make a copy. It's printing right now. She's gonna scan that one in. That's gonna be the final copy for the court. She's gonna make 2 more copies immediately, give them to each of you so you can start going through them. And if there's a problem first, then we can address it and then cure it. I am not going to spend the 30 minutes creating however many copies, I guess it'd be 14 now for the jury, for them to go through while I go through them on the big screen here, because they can read it on the screen and listen to me. My clerks will be working in the back to make those additional 14 copies. If those 14 copies are done by the time I'm done reading all of the instructions, which I assume they will be, then we'll distribute them before closing, so that way the parties, when you reference them during your closings, if you wish to, the jurors will have a copy of their own to open up. So let's go ahead and get the one copy I made, scan it in. We'll first make 2 copies for them and then scan in mine. I do not want to stay on the record. Thank you. Was there anything else we needed to address?
Permission from the court for us to position the lectern and to wire in laptops to the monitor for our use for our closings.
This, the projector, or the Aquos?
The Aquos.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Case?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, great. Thanks. We'll be back as soon as we get word from you all that the
Dun, 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 dun. They're gonna be all right. It looks like they need like 30 minutes, I guess, to do all this stuff. And then they'll have the jury come in. That's fine. We'll be here. Yes, they have 50 minutes. So let me just say that I think what Tina Peters' lawyers are trying to do is, and someone can correct me, but they're basically saying that they're really limiting prosecution is limited to proving certain points, as you heard. And the struggle I have is that we don't, I don't know if the indictment was too narrow. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me as to why her actions. Well, and maybe, I don't know. I'm looking forward to hearing the closing argument. Let's put it that way. Paul, you have an appointment for SSI today in the city. I'll be listening. Oh, take care. Breathe. I always breathe when I go to government offices. Breathe. Put a protective bubble around you before you go. But yeah. Oh, Randy Rainbow has a new song. Let's listen to it. Babs. Uh-oh.
Well, hey, y'all. What the hell's going on in this country?
Hold on.
I don't know about you, but this election's already got me.
Stop. I'm going to come back. I don't know why. Why did that go away? Oh, I know why, because I don't have that on. Hold on. Why did the screen go black? Okay, never mind. Hold on. There we go. All right, Randy. Randy, take it away.
Well, hey, Hey, y'all, what the hell's going on in this country?
I don't know about you, but this election's already got me hitting the sauce, and it's only August. Well, I reckon the last few weeks alone have been enough to fill 10 chapters in the history books. Frankly, I can't keep up. I've had to rewrite this damn song 6 times. But enough about me. What are we supposed to tell our youngins? Or if you're a childless cat lady who hates kids like I am, what are we supposed to tell our Persians? Gather round, y'all, and let me catch you up to speed. The con man and the old guy ran for press. Oh, the con man and the old guy ran for press. One was crooked and unfit, the other couldn't run for shit. But just the same night, Dame sure ran for press. Y'all keep up now. Democratic folks were getting nauseous, mega folks were getting bold. Old guy fumed when the Dems got cautious, Dems got scared cause the old guy's old. Democratic folks tried, we want better, critics of the old guy flocked and hurt. Clooney cracked in an open letter, old guy's nice but he can't talk words. But that's just the beginning. And suddenly the con man was a hero, which juxtaposed the old guy who was sleepy. The Dems all said hell no, now the old guy's gotta go. And they set their sights instead on Madam VP.
My fellow Americans,
the old guy passed the torch for his country to resurrect the campaign he was torching. He vowed to still defend and protect us till the end, just as long as he's in bed by Wheel of Fortune. Yes, as long as he's in bed by Wheel of Fortune. Now the lawyer or the con man will be pressed. Will the lawyer or the con man be the press? One's a felon and a crock, the other's bound to clean his clock. And now it's up to us who will be press. Ain't it exciting? Democratic folks for the prosecution. Like a hero shtick got stale. Lawyer fights for the Constitution. Con man fights to stay out of jail. Democratic folks said let's go high, girl. Mega folks said let's get high. Nancy said to the old guy bye, girl. Old guy said to the Dems, girl, boy.
We are not going back.
The lawyer had a plan for the future. Unlike the shady con man she was trolled by, they flooded her .com, so she quickly won the nom. And now just like that, the con man is the old guy. Now con man keeps on denigrating lawyer, despite his many crimes and derelictions. Republicans all cry lawyers just a DEI, but they're fine with con man's 34 convictions. Say what? Yeah, they're just fine with 34 convictions. So, the lawyer or the felon will be pressed. Will the lawyer or the felon be the press? One inspires and excites, the other wants to block our rights. And now it's up to us who will be pressed. Get your act together. Democratic folks get moving on. Mega folks get J.D. Vance. Lawyers starting to gain a con man starting to crap his pants. People on the left got back on track, and people on the right got what they feared. Con man asked if the lawyer's black, and lawyer laughed because the con man's weird.
that's the laugh of a crazy person.
I'd like to say a word to my country. Some schmaltzy thoughts I offer to you gratis. Our choice is in plain sight. One is darkness, one is light. And apparently one's brat, whatever that is. Stay strong, don't lose your faith in the chaos, lest you become a panic-ridden wino. I know we'll choose the light, and this all will turn out right. Or maybe not, girl, what the f*** do I know? But the lawyer or the con man will be pressed. Will the lawyer or the con man be the press? One's a whiny little putz, the other's into coconuts. One just won the donor class, the other's heads up Putin's ass. One inspires and excites, the other wants to chuck our rights. But that don't mean that one won't be that. Now it's up to us who will the lawyer or the con man be the press. I don't know.
That's the laugh of a crazy person.
That's the laugh of a crazy person. That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, no, I don't mind laughing at ourselves. I don't know if that was really, you know, I don't know. Okay. I love Randy. That's great. That was great. I'm in a bad mood. So that's why. That's good. I'm glad everybody loved it. Yeah, such production. amazing when you... Well, now he has a team. He didn't have a team in the beginning. I remember him when he was in the beginning. Yeah, they can't all be... I mean, you know what? It's a winner. I'm just in a bad fucking mood. That's all. So, you know, whatever. I just don't think you need to push... I don't think we need to shit on Joe Biden anymore, frankly. I'm done with shitting on Joe Biden. I think it's just, to me, it's untoward. To me, it's very disrespectful to someone who basically stepped aside and gave up, you know, like basically was humiliated out of office. And I'm not going to participate in shitting on Joe Biden. So I'm not doing it. I'm sorry. You can think whatever you want, but I'm not part of that. I don't know. It's probably just me being in a bad mood. Untoward toward a perfect union, right? Untoward a more perfect union. Untoward. I love Joe Biden too. And I know people love Joe Biden. I'm just like, that piece of that video was like, why did you have to do that? Why did you have to do that? Why did you have to do that? You didn't have to do that. Whatever. You know what? I'm giving up. I've done enough, like, caring and crying and fighting. I'm done. I don't know. Probably not. I haven't asked him yet. Yikes. But it is funny. I mean, I love Randy Rainbow. No, it's fine. It's fine. No, gal, don't. No, it's funny. It's funny. I'm just like, I'm just kind of at my end with a lot of things. This is not about Joe Biden. This is about other stuff going on in my life right now. So, yeah, no. I totally, to spin around who's the old guy now. Yeah, no, actually it was very clever. I have a really hard time right now with some other stuff that's going on. And so I'm trying to like, it's not that. So I'm sorry. I have some other stuff happening that's not to this situation. So it's just kind of rough right now. It's going to be fine. Everything's going to be fine. I love you too. No, please. This is just like over emoting right now. That's all this is. It has nothing to do with Joe Biden. I'm not crying over Joe Biden. I've got other stuff, like real stuff. So, which is fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. It's fine. This is called being human. I'm being a human right now. Yeah. I know it's going to be okay. I know. Yeah, Biden and crying. I love you guys too. It really is just other life stuff that's happening right now for me and Bobo. And it's going to be okay. Sorry. I guess it's been a harder weekend than I thought. But it's okay. Blech. I hate crying. Okay, let's look at something else while we're doing this, because they're just silly. Let me see. What? Oh, wait, what's that? What is that screen cap? Okay. Let's look at the New York Times. I need to pull my shit together. Let me pull my shit together. Yeah, I'm tired. A barbecue. That's a good one, Jim. Thank you. Democracy docket? Cool. Okay. Uh-oh. Global warming is pushing Earth closer and closer to dangerous tipping points. Bummer. Earth's warming could trigger sweeping changes in the natural world that would be hard, if not impossible, to reverse. What? What the hell? Greenland ice, permafrost, currents, Coral. Oh, monsoon. This is cool, though. I mean, that's a cool map. Rainforest. This is cool. That's a cool graphic. Heat contributed to 47,000 deaths across Europe last year, but relief programs helped. Oh, that's right. There's a big fire in Athens. Oh, my gosh. Yes. Big hugs. Big hugs. Let's see. Hacking hits the presidential race. I kind of want to, oh, the dog. Okay. Hold on. The dog's crying. Let me put on something more interesting. Hold on. I'll see if there's something more interesting. Oh, here you go. You can
Be right back.
You can watch.
All right, we'll be right back for the home
while I walk the dog.
In Steve Bannon's
No, there's Win Guo. Oh, whoops.
When surprise break.
I'm sorry about that. Okay, I'll BRB. I'll be right back. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Oops. Up. All right, I'm leaving you with Rumble while I walk the dog. I know Guo and Bannon are both in prison. That's funny. That is, I mean, at least I'm not in prison. No. Okay, I'm leaving. Hold on, I'll be right back.
of the posse here, because if we're going to take a policy focus on the strategy to beating the extremism, incompetence, and inexperience of Kamala Harris. Why am I even doing this?
Why do I even do this?
We need to know from whence we speak, and the new MAGA Deal book, newmagadeal.com, newmagadeal.com, or you can go to Amazon and Barnes & Noble and check it out. It offers 37 chapters, many of them with former Trump officials, Grinnell on foreign policy. You got Mike Davis, does great stuff on weaponization of justice.
I'm here.
You got Dave Bernhardt, the former Secretary of Interior.
We're here.
On the strategic energy dominance we need to get back to, and Trump will get us back to. So, New MAGA Deal, newmagadeal.com. Amazon, Barnes & Noble, it's all about the policy. Now, what I want to do this week is continue on our policy theme. But right now, I want to do 1 minute cold open, and we're going to
They're not
Mike
back
Lindell
yet.
Wax eloquent after I
Mike Lindell, he's talking about Project 2025.
Some in the MAGA world, like Steve Bannon, have huge followings.
War on the border.
Others, like Kim and Noel, have a much smaller audience, but together they form part of a huge and sustained chorus of election denialism.
Oh, God. Fucking Donnie.
Nowhere.
An idiot.
Hot as hell.
Donnie pals around with fucking stalkers. Does he know that? Fucking asshole.
Many of them have been shut down on major social media platforms for sharing conspiracy theories.
Donnie idiot. Donnie partnering with stalkers.
Even if he's in jail,
boy, today's not going to be a good day for me.
They're part of a new world of social media sites that promote themselves as free speech platforms.
Nick DiPaolo, Brian Callen, the Hodge Twins, Mr. Guns and Gear, and of course, Alex
Empty
Jones.
Wheel's so good.
Sleep like a baby.
Be sure to go to mypillow.com. And a lot of them...
My Pillow is the only pillow you can buy
I love that
fights tyranny.
Bannon is showing CNN's piece.
Sell pillows.
Go to mypillow.com and use promo code TRUMP.
Thank God for My Pillow.
Are you killing me, Larry? CNN, worst voiceover I've ever heard on a commercial selling pillows unwittingly from Mike Lindell. We're going to bring Mike in right now. But Mike, before I hand it to you, I want to thank you.
Yeah.
My fiance and I want to thank you for the 2 body pillows you sent me.
Really? So you can fuck your body pillows and not each other? Great idea.
About doing
he has a fiance and I'm single? What is happening? What is this world, actually? I'm very confused.
Through the night, just take a My Pillow. At about, I don't know, 16 inches, 18 inches of that puppy.
I really am not born for this time. I'm not born for any time, actually.
Any royalty for giving you that brilliant idea. The floor is yours. And
yeah, she was there.
.com. Go, Mike.
I thought it was a girlfriend. Isn't the point of a fiance to not need a body pillow? Oh, God, he's opening it. Hold on, I got to turn that down a little bit.
Their whole point was our voices are getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and the truth is getting out. Every day we're getting bigger. And My Pillow, everybody's using My Pillow.
I thought it was his daughter, too. My girl.
Because it works, because they're great products. And
I think it was his fiance. I mean, I guess it was his fiance.
Right now, what I'm going to do for you, Peter, is bring back the special we had last week.
She looked older than him.
Our classic My Pillows, all the sizes, including the body pillow, which you have there for $29.88. Now that is
already overpriced.
Long. It's the size of 2 standard pillows side by side.
I'm turning him down even more, and he's still too loud.
Together, you'll be closer together with the 54 inches. You guys, this is a $9.88 for the multi-use My Pillows. $18.88 for the Queen, $19.88 for the King. Promo code War Room. This is a War Room exclusive. You see
multi-use My Pillows. Oh, those are the travel ones. Oh, Muskie. Oh, stop. I love you. Muskie, that's so kind. Well, that deserves a song. That deserves a frickin' song. Look, there you lit up. Thank you, Muskie. That's so generous. Oh my goodness. You're so sweet. That was really lovely. Not necessary, but very much appreciated. Thank you so much. That was really lovely. Thank you, Muskie. You get a dance. I'm a dime a dance girl. Well, actually, this time I was a $20 dance girl. Boo boo ba doo, boo boo ba doo boo, boo boo ba doo ba doo boo boo. That's great. It goes into the monthly subscriptions for all of the news feed, the platform support, all that kind of stuff. I need a straw hat too.
The court.
Let's do it. We're back.
Parties are satisfied, subject to their previous objections.
We are back.
The instructions, is that right, Mr. Hartman?
Yes, Your Honor.
That was kind of you, Muskie.
Shapiro?
Thank you very much.
Mr.
Very
Drake,
much
he
appreciated.
has one objection the prosecution would like to bring to the court's attention regarding instruction 2 regarding the word lie.
Oh, I already took care of that.
Oh.
Right.
Sorry.
I caught that when I read it, but because it was the defendant's theory and because the people proposed it, I didn't say anything because that's not my job. And I think it's appropriate that we change that. And I'm glad everyone agreed to do that because you can't use that word. Benefit, who's doing closing for the defense?
I will, Your Honor.
All right, so just for your benefit, Mr. Case, I'm sure you're familiar with the law, and for Mr. Shapiro's benefit too, who's also probably familiar with the law, you cannot refer to witnesses' test. You can't use the L word, lied, liar, lying. That is a no-fly zone. Anyway, let's get the jury in.
Oh, I gave him to Wendy. It's fixed. The clerk. Your Honor, may I approach the clerk, please?
Yes.
We gave you our set of instructions.
I mean, they're clearly not. They're not familiar. I mean, the one guy, the big defense lawyer, whatever his name is, not that guy. That's Case. He's from another state. And actually he's in trouble in that state. I mean, really, make attorneys get attorneys. Case is also probably going to get disbarred. I'm going to tell you right now, there's going to be a lot of disbarments over the next couple of years. And I'm here for every one of them. Cat alert.
Thanks, Fred.
And then are you making the copies all by yourself?
Okay. Well, no, the machine is going to actually make the copies, not her. Not her.
Here, for the record, I will be, on behalf of the prosecution, I'll be.
Seriously, Carla, they take so long, too.
The second close, we understand the court's orders.
Right. I'll give everyone a halfway through warning and then progressively after that. Go ahead and take a seat, everyone. Thank you. All right, it's 10 a.m.
Right. Thanks, Butterflies.
We're here
I love you.
in the
Thank
Peters
you.
matter. It's August 12th. The jury is now present. Parties are here, too. I hope you all had a good weekend. I apologize, as I have before, for the delays. If you're frustrated, take it out on me, not on the parties.
Okay, they know that. Stop saying it.
Productive.
I'm
We were
sick
here
of it.
very
They're
late
sick
on
of it.
Friday, too, working. I know the parties were working this weekend, as I was, too, so that we could get this to you today. We have reached the stage of the case where I am now going to read to you the jury instructions, the law, and the only law that you must follow in order to reach your verdicts.
So true.
Once I complete reading these instructions to you, my expectation is the staff in the back of the courthouse will have printed out copies of these instructions for each of you to have while the parties give their closing arguments. I've given each side 50 minutes to make their closing arguments, so my expectation is that this is going to be in your hands for your consideration sometime around 12:15, 12:30, and then you take as much or as little time as you need in order to reach your unanimous verdicts.
I don't believe this,
But for
by
now,
the
all
way,
I
but
ask is
okay.
that you pay attention to me, and you can either read along or just listen, or both, as we go through the jury instructions together. Members of the jury, the evidence in this case has been completed. In a moment, I will read to you the law which you must apply in order to reach your verdicts. But first, I want to mention a few things that you need to keep in mind when you are discussing this case in the jury room. It is my job to decide what rules of law apply to the case. While the lawyers may have commented during the trial on some of these rules, you are to be guided by what I say about them. You must follow all of the rules as I explain them to you. Even if you disagree with or do not understand the reasons for some of the rules, you must follow them. No single rule describes all the law which must be applied. Therefore, the rules must be considered together and as a whole. During the course of the trial, you received all of the evidence that you may properly consider to decide the case. Your decision must be made by applying the rules of law which I give you to the evidence presented at trial. Neither sympathy nor prejudice should influence your decision. If you decide that the prosecution has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed the crime as charged, it will be my job to decide what the punishment will be. You should not try to guess at what the punishment might be. It should not enter your consideration at any time. At times during the trial, the lawyers made objections to questions asked by other lawyers and to answers made by witnesses. Do not draw any conclusions from such objections or from my rulings on the objections. These only related to legal questions that I had to determine and should not influence your thinking. When I told you not to consider a particular statement, you were told to put that statement out of your mind, and you may not consider any statement in your deliberations which you were instructed to disregard. Finally, you should consider all the evidence in light of your observations and experience in life. Instruction number 1. The defendant is charged with committing the following crimes. Counts 1 and 2, attempting to influence a public servant. Count 3, conspiracy to commit criminal impersonation. Count 4, attempt to influence a public servant. Count 5, criminal impersonation. Count 6, conspiracy to commit criminal impersonation. Count 7, identity theft. Count 8, first-degree official misconduct. Count 9, violation of a duty. Count 10, failure to comply with the requirements of the Secretary of State. The defendant has pleaded not guilty to the charges. Furthermore, the charges against the defendant are not evidence. Instruction number 2. The defendant's theory of the case is that Clerk and Recorder Tina Peters did not violate any statute or rule by introducing Conan Hayes as Jerry Wood. A juror asked Secretary of State witness Jesse Romero whether the Secretary of State checked identification at the trusted build. Mr. Romero answered no, we had no authority. Clerk Peters' theory is that she asked Lana Jordan to provide an IT expert from the Mesa County IT department to observe the trusted build, and Ms. Jordan refused. Clerk Peters' theory is that Sharona Bishop asked Jerry Wood to make a forensic image of the Mesa County hard drive, and Jerry Wood at first said yes and later said no. Clerk Peters' theory is that Dr. Frank recommended that she contact attorney Kurt Olson, who could provide an IT expert to do an audit. Wood was dishonest when he testified that he had no knowledge that anyone else would use his keycard. Clerk Peters' theory is that the government made a proffer agreement with Sandra Brown and a plea agreement with Belinda Nisley, and that text messages show that Ms. Brown and Ms. Nisley knew in May 2021 that Conan Hayes would observe the trusted build. Clerk Peters' theory is that she intended to have a qualified IT expert observe the trusted build and preserve the Mesa County's digital election records. If the county had provided an IT expert to observe the trusted build, we would not be here. Instruction number 3. Every person charged with a crime is presumed innocent. This presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial and should be given effect by you unless, after considering all the evidence, you are convinced that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof in this case is upon the prosecution. The prosecution must prove to the satisfaction of the jury beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of each and every element necessary to constitute the crime charged. This burden requires more than proof that something is highly probable, but it does not require proof with absolute certainty. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. If you are firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt, then the prosecution has proven the crime charged beyond a reasonable doubt. But if you think there is a real possibility that the defendant is not guilty, then the prosecution has failed to prove the crime charged beyond a reasonable doubt. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has proven each of the elements of a crime charged beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty of that crime. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements of a crime charged beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of that crime. Instruction number 4. In this case, a separate offense is charged against the defendant in each count of the indictment. Each count charges a separate and distinct offense, and the evidence and the law applicable to each count should be considered separately, uninfluenced by your decision as to any other count. The fact that you may find the defendant guilty or not guilty of one of the offenses charged should not control your verdict as to any other offense charged against that defendant. The defendant may be found guilty or not guilty of any one or all of the offenses charged. Instruction number 5. You may have to decide what testimony to believe. You should carefully consider all the testimony given and the circumstances under which each witness has testified. Consider each witness's knowledge, motive, state of mind, demeanor, and manner while on the stand. Consider the witness's means of knowledge, ability to observe, and strength of memory. Consider also any relationship each witness may have to either side of the case, the manner in which each witness might be affected by the verdicts, and the extent to which, if at all, each witness is either supported or contradicted by other evidence in the case. You should consider all facts and circumstances shown by the evidence which affects the credibility of the witness's testimony. You may believe all of the testimony of a witness, or part of it, or none of it. Instruction number 6. A defendant is never compelled to testify, and the fact that she does not cannot be used as an inference of guilt and should not prejudice her in any way. Instruction number 7. A fact may be proven by direct or circumstantial evidence. Under the law, both are acceptable ways to prove something. Neither is necessarily more reliable than the other. Direct evidence is based on first-hand observation of the fact in question. For example, a witness's testimony that he or she looked out a window and saw snow falling might be offered as direct evidence that it had snowed. Circumstantial evidence is indirect. It is based on observations of related facts that may lead you to reach a conclusion about the fact in question. For example, a witness's testimony that he or she looked out the window and saw snow covering the ground might be offered as circumstantial evidence that it had snowed. Instruction number 8.
That's so cool,
The court admitted certain evidence for a limited purpose. At the time, you were instructed not to consider it for any purpose other than the limited purpose for which it was admitted. You are again instructed that you cannot consider evidence admitted for a limited purpose except for the limited purpose for which it was admitted. During the trial, you heard evidence of plea agreements and convictions related to certain witnesses. That evidence was offered for your consideration of the respective witnesses' credibility and for no other purpose. Specifically, but not limited to, the agreements do not reflect what defendant may be guilty or not guilty of. Instruction number 9. You have heard a witness or witnesses who have testified as experts. You are not bound by the testimony of experts. Their testimony is to be weighed as that of any other witness. It is entirely your decision to determine what weight shall be given their testimony. Instruction number 10. A crime is committed when the defendant has committed a voluntary act prohibited by a law, accompanied by a culpable mental state. Voluntary act means an act performed consciously as a result of effort or determination. Culpable state means intentionally or with intent, or knowingly or willfully, as explained in this definition.
That's fucking awesome,
Instruction.
Jay.
Proof of the commission of the act alone is not sufficient to prove that the defendant had the required culpable mental state. The culpable mental state is as much a part of the crime as the act itself, and it must be proven
Now it
beyond a
makes
reasonable
sense.
doubt, either by direct or circumstantial evidence.
You got that
A
brain.
person acts intentionally or with intent when her conscious objective is to cause the specific result proscribed by the statute defining the offense. It is immaterial to the issue of specific intent whether or not the result actually occurs. A person acts knowingly or willfully with respect to conduct or to a circumstance described by a statute defining an offense when she is aware that her conduct is of such a nature or that such a circumstance exists. A person acts knowingly or willfully with respect to a result of his or her conduct when they are aware that their conduct is practically certain to cause the result. Instruction number 11. The mere number of witnesses appearing for or against a certain proposition does not, in and of itself, prove or disprove said proposition. Instruction number 12. Attempt to influence a public servant. These are the elements for that charge and crime. That the defendant in the state of Colorado, at or about the date and place charged, attempted to influence a public servant by means of deceit with the intent to alter or affect the decision, vote, opinion, or action of the public servant concerning any matter, which was to be considered or performed by the public servant, agency, or body of which the public servant was a member. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has proven each of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty of attempt to influence a public servant. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of attempt to influence a public servant. Instruction number 13.
Does he look like he's getting angry at the bride's side of the gallery?
Attempt to influence a public servant, criminal impersonation, and identity theft as a principal or as a complicitor. You have received separate instructions regarding these two theories of liability. Instructions 12, 16, and 19 describe the principal theory of liability, and instructions 14, 17, and 20 describe the complicity theory of liability. You should consider the two theories separately. Your determination of whether the defendant is guilty of one or more of the above referenced crimes as a principle should not affect your determination of whether the defendant is guilty of the above referenced crime as a complicitor. Similarly, your determination of whether the defendant is guilty of one or more of the above referenced crimes as a complicitor should not affect your determination of whether the defendant is guilty of one or more of the above referenced crimes as a principle.
No, don't stop, please.
You may find the defendant not guilty of one or more of the above referenced crimes under both theories of liability, principal liability and complicity liability,
I'm not
or you
sure
may
if I
find the
remember it or
defendant
not.
guilty of one or more of the above referenced crimes as a principle, as a complicitor.
But now I'm going to look it up.
Whereas both a principal and a complicitor. Instruction number 14, complicity, attempt to influence a public servant. Complicity is not a separate crime. Rather, it is a legal theory by which the defendant may be found guilty of a crime that was committed by another person. For the defendant to be guilty as a complicitor of the crime of attempt to influence a public servant, as defined at the end of this instruction, the prosecution must prove each of the following conditions beyond a reasonable doubt. Another person committed the crime of attempt to influence a public servant, as defined at the end of this instruction, and the defendant, with the desire or the purpose or design to aid, abet, advise, or encourage the other person in planning or committing that crime, aided, abetted, advised, or encouraged the other person in planning or committing that crime.
Oh
and
boy,
the
she's
defendant was
fucked.
aware of all of the elements of that crime as defined at the end of this instruction. For purposes of this instruction, another person committed the crime of attempt to influence public servant if the prosecution proves each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt.
I think so
That the other
too,
person
Muskie.
in the state of Colorado,
I think the bride
at
side
or
is
about the
moving
date and
around
place
too
at
much.
issue, attempted to influence a public servant by means of deceit.
I know, I love
with
the
intent
insight.
to alter or affect the decision, vote, or opinion or action of the public servant considering any matter which was to be considered or performed by the public servant, agency, or body of which the public servant was a member. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has proven each of the conditions of complicity liability beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty of attempt to influence a public servant. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the conditions of complicity liability beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of attempt to influence a public servant. Instruction number 15, conspiracy to commit criminal impersonation. The elements of conspiracy to commit criminal impersonation are that the defendant, in the state of Colorado, at or about the date and place charged, with the intent to promote or facilitate the commission of the crime of criminal impersonation, A, agreed with another person or persons that they or one or more of them would engage in conduct which constituted the crime of criminal impersonation or attempt to commit the crime of criminal impersonation, or agreed to aid another person or persons in the planning or commission of the crime of criminal impersonation or attempt to commit the crime of criminal impersonation, and the defendant or co-conspirator performed an act any overt act to pursue the conspiracy. An overt act means any act knowingly committed by one of the conspirators in an effort to accomplish some object or purpose of the conspiracy. The overt act need not be criminal in nature. It must, however, be an act that tends toward accomplishment of a plan or scheme, knowingly done in furtherance of some object or purpose of the charged conspiracy. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has proven each of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty of conspiracy to commit criminal impersonation. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to prove any one of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of conspiracy to commit criminal impersonation. Instruction number 16, criminal impersonation. The elements for this crime are that the defendant, in the state of Colorado, at or about the date and place charged, knowingly assumed a false or fictitious identity or capacity, legal or other, and in such identity or capacity, performed an act
Legal or
that,
other.
if done by the person falsely impersonated,
rules,
might subject that person to an action or
processes.
special proceeding, civil or criminal, or to liability, charge, forfeiture, or penalty, without the affirmative defense of consent. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has proven each of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty of criminal impersonation. After considering all
Bye,
the evidence, if you
Carla.
decide the prosecution
Take
has
care, be
failed to prove
safe.
any of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of criminal impersonation. Complicity, criminal impersonation, for instruction 17. Again, complicity is not a separate crime. Rather, it is a legal theory by which the defendant may be found guilty of a crime that was committed by another person. For the defendant to be found guilty as a compliciter of criminal impersonation, as defined at the end of this instruction, the prosecution must prove each of the following conditions beyond a reasonable doubt. Another person committed the crime of criminal impersonation, as defined at the end of this instruction, and the defendant, with the desire or the purpose or design to aid, abet, advise, or encourage the other person in planning or committing that crime, aided, abetted, advised, or encouraged the other person in planning or committing that crime, and the defendant was aware of all of the elements of that crime, as defined at the end of this instruction. For the purposes of this instruction, another person committed the crime of criminal impersonation if the prosecution proves each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt: that the other person, in the state of Colorado, at or about the date and place at issue, knowingly assumed a false or fictitious identity or capacity, legal or other, and in such identity or capacity performed an act that, if done by the person falsely impersonated, might subject that person to an action or special proceeding, civil or criminal, or to liability, charge, forfeiture, or penalty, without the affirmative defense of consent. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has proven each of the elements, each of the conditions of complicity, liability beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty of criminal impersonation. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the conditions of complicity, liability beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of criminal impersonation. Instruction number 18. The evidence presented in this case has raised the affirmative defense of consent as a defense to conspiracy to commit criminal impersonation and criminal impersonation. The defendant's conduct was legally authorized if the alleged victim consented to the conduct charged to constitute the offense, and the consent precluded the infliction of the harm or evil sought to be prevented by the law defining the offense. The prosecution has the burden to prove, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant's conduct was not legally authorized by this defense. In order to meet this burden of proof, the prosecution must disprove, beyond a reasonable doubt, at least one of the above numbered conditions. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to meet this burden of proof, then the prosecution has failed to prove the defendant's conduct was not legally authorized by this defense, which is an essential element of conspiracy to commit criminal impersonation, and identity theft.
That needs to be stricken.
What's
Uh-oh.
that? Right, that's not correct.
Fuck. He is so mad. Look at him turning
affirmative
red.
defense of consent does not apply to identity theft. So that's an error in the instruction that I just caught. So know that. I'm telling you that now. I'm going to make an edit on the final copy that I'll provide to you, the original. But the consent of victim is not an affirmative defense to identity theft. It only applies to criminal impersonation and conspiracy to commit criminal impersonation. In that event, you must return a verdict of not guilty of those offenses, criminal impersonation and conspiracy to commit criminal impersonation, but not identity theft. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has met
I actually think they will,
then
Jay.
the prosecution has proved defendant's conduct was not legally authorized by this defense. In that event, your verdicts concerning the charges
Because I think
of
Gerald
conspiracy to
Wood
commit
was
criminal
compelling on the
impersonation, criminal
stand. I
conspiracy,
really do.
Criminal impersonation.
I think he was
but not
very
identity
compelling,
theft,
as was
must depend on your determination
Sandy Brown.
of whether the prosecution has met its burden of proof with respect to the remaining elements of those offenses. Instruction number 19, identity theft. The elements of the crime of identity theft are that the defendant in the state of Colorado, at or about the date and place charged, knowingly used the financial identifying information, or financial device of another without permission or lawful authority,
Golly,
and
I hope
with
so.
the intent to obtain cash, credit, property, services, or any other thing of value, or to make a financial payment.
That's true, and there's
After
10
considering all
counts.
the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has proven each of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty of identity theft. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to prove any one of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of identity theft. Complicity under instruction number 20, as I've said before, is not a separate crime. It is a legal theory by which the defendant may be found guilty of a crime that was committed by another person. I'm not going to repeat this because it's identical to the other instructions that we've read, except that references identity theft here. And then here it tells you, for the purposes of this instruction, another person committed the crime of identity theft if the prosecution proves each of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, which are the elements of the crime of identity theft, which we went over just a moment ago. Again, after considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has proven each of the conditions of complicity liability beyond a reasonable doubt,
I don't think they
you should
wanna
find the
stick
defendant
around.
guilty of identity theft. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the conditions of complicity liability beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of identity theft. Instruction number 21. The elements of the crime of first-degree official misconduct are that the defendant in the state of Colorado, at or about the date and place charged,
That's right.
was a public servant.
They leave
and
tomorrow.
with intent
Absolutely.
to obtain
Thank you,
a benefit
Oren.
for herself or another, or maliciously to cause harm to another, she knowingly, A, committed an act relating to her office, but constituting an unauthorized exercise of her official function, and or violated a statute or lawfully
Balls
adopted
to the
rule
walls.
relating to
Let's
her
go.
office.
Good morning.
After
Al.
considering
How
all
are
the
you?
evidence, if you decide the prosecution has proven each of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty of first-degree criminal conduct. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to prove any one of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of first-degree official misconduct. Instruction number 22, violation of a duty. The elements of this crime are that the defendant in the state of Colorado, on or about the date charged, as a public officer, election official, or another person upon whom a duty is imposed by the Uniform Election Code of 1992, Articles 1 through 13, Title 1 of Colorado Revised Statutes, knowingly violated, neglected, or failed to perform such duty. After considering all the evidence,
She
you
didn't
decide the
duty.
prosecution has
That's
proven
right.
each of the elements
She didn't
beyond
do a
reasonable doubt,
duty.
you
Do her
should find the
duty.
defendant guilty of violation of duty. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to prove
I was on a
any one or
jury
more
with
of the
9
elements beyond a
charges, and we
reasonable
got it
doubt,
done. Fine.
should
You
find
know
the
what, Kathy?
defendant
I
not
like
guilty
you.
of violation of a duty.
I say this jury's
Instruction
ready
number
to come
23,
back.
Failure to comply with the requirements of the Secretary of State. Relating to count 10, the elements of the crime, failure to comply with the requirements of the Secretary of State are that 1, the defendant in the state of Colorado, on or about the date and place, on or about the date charged, willfully refused to comply with the Secretary of State or the Secretary of State's designated agent in carrying out the powers and duties prescribed in Section 11107 of the CRS. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has proven each of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty of failure to comply with requirements of the Secretary of State. After considering all the evidence, if you decide the prosecution has failed to prove any one of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty of failure to comply with the requirements of Secretary of State. Instruction number 24. In order to convict the defendant of any of the crimes charged, you must either unanimously agree that the defendant committed the same act or acts.
I
or that
like
she
it
committed
easily.
all of
Good
the
morning,
acts
easily.
alleged.
How are you, dear?
Instruction number 25. Definitions and special rules. Concerning the crimes charged in the indictment, certain words or phrases have particular meaning. The following are the definitions of these words or phrases. Benefit means any gain or advantage to the beneficiary, including any gain or
10
advantage to a third
butterflies,
person
10
pursuant
charges.
to the desire or consent of the
Imagine going to
beneficiary.
prison at
By means
70.
of deceit means an act that can be accomplished by any
For
method
these
or plan
douchebags.
to convey false information, to trick or defraud another.
I guess
to
she
obtain
can't
a desired
flip
result.
now, can she?
Furthermore, it is not required that the defendant commit the deception themselves, only that they use some sort of plan or method to deceive the public servant.
Nice. I like
Consent
it easily.
means
Failure to comply
cooperation
with the
in
resident
act or attitude
requirements of the
pursuant to an
SOS should
exercise
be
of
an
free
easy
will
guilty. I would
and
think.
with knowledge of the nature of the act. A current or previous relationship is not sufficient to constitute consent. Submission under the influence of fear does not constitute consent. A financial device means any instrument or device that can be used to obtain cash, credit, property, services, or any other thing of value, or to make financial payments, including but not limited to a credit card, banking card, debit card, electronic fund, transfer card, guaranteed check card, a check, a negotiable order of withdrawal, a share draft, or money order.
Or a
Financial
FedEx
identifying
account.
information
Or using a
means any
FedEx
of the
account, Your
following that
Honor.
can be used alone or in conjunction with any other information to obtain cash, credit, property, services, or any other thing of value, or to make a financial payment. A personal identification number, credit card number, banking card number, checking account number, debit card number, electronic fund transfer card number, guaranteed check card number, or routing number, or a number representing a financial account, or
Oh,
a
good.
number
Okay, that
affecting the
covers
financial
that.
interest,
That
standing,
covers the
or
FedEx.
obligation of or to the account holder. Malfeasance wrongdoing or misconduct, especially malfeasance means wrongdoing or misconduct, especially by a public official of another, means that of a natural person, living or dead, or a business entity. An overt act was previously defined, so I'm not going to repeat that here, but it's here in case you want to read it again. Person means an individual, corporation, business trust, estate trust, partnership, association, joint venture, government, or governmental subdivision or agency, or any other legal or commercial entity. Personal identifying information means information that may be used alone or in conjunction with any other information to identify a specific individual, including but not limited to a name, a date of birth, a social security number, a password, a passcode,
any kind
an
of
official,
number,
a government-issued driver's license or identification card number, a government passport number, biometric data, or an employer, student, or a military identification number. A public servant means any officer or employee of government, whether elected or appointed, and any person participating as an advisor, consultant, process server, or otherwise in performing a governmental function.
She's fucked.
But the term does not include
I mean, if
witnesses.
there's any justice, she's fucked.
Relating to her office, but constituting an unauthorized exercise of her official function means when a public official commits an act of malfeasance that is made possible because of her office or the opportunities afforded her by that office. A thing of value includes real property, tangible and intangible personal property, contract rights, choses in action, services, confidential records information, medical records information, and any rights of use or enjoyment connected therewith. A voluntary act means an act performed consciously as a result of effort or determination and includes the possession of property if the actor was aware of her physical possession or control thereof for a sufficient period of time to have been able to have terminated. Instruction number 26. The following statutes apply.
Is this his knee?
To the instructions for counts 8, 9, and 10.
Is that his knee?
Section 11107, Colorado Revised Statute, states that in addition to any other duties prescribed by law,
Is he
the Secretary
flexible
of
like
State
that? Can you
has the
see
following
this? Oh, you
duties.
can't see
A,
my
to
cursor.
supervise the
Fuck.
conduct of primary,
Damn
general,
it, let me
congressional
fix that.
vacancy, and statewide ballot issue elections in this state. B, to enforce the provisions of this code. C, with the assistance and advice of the Attorney General, to make uniform interpretations of this code. 2, in addition to any other powers prescribed by law, the Secretary of State has the following powers: to promulgate, publish, and distribute, either in conjunction with copies of the election laws pursuant to 11108 or separately, such rules as the Secretary of State finds necessary
still not
for the
showing.
proper
Is this his knee?
administration
This
and
thing right by
enforcement
the-
of the election laws,
You can't see me.
including but not
Fuck.
limited to rules
Dumb.
establishing the amount of fees as provided by this code.
If it's not his
to
knee,
inspect with or without
no, I
the
don't think
filing,
it's anything else.
this
But
is
I
B as
just,
in
it might
Bravo,
could be
of
just
a
an
complaint by
awkward
any
fold.
person, and review the practices and procedures of county clerk and recorders.
It's
their
got to be. I'm
employees,
just saying.
and
No,
other
actually,
election
where my
officials in
mind
the
went,
conduct
it
of
didn't go
primary,
there. Believe it or
general, and
not.
congressional vacancy
Where my
elections
mind went
and the
was
registration
that
of
dude is
electors in the
flexible
state.
as
C,
fuck.
to employ,
If
subject
that's
to
his
Section
knee,
13
he
of
basically
Article
is
12
doing
of the
yoga
state
in his
Constitution,
chair.
the personnel deemed necessary to efficiently
Yeah.
carry out the powers
Yeah,
and
it's
duties
totally his
prescribed
knee.
by
This
code.
means this guy is
D,
like
to
tantric.
enforce
Okay.
the provisions of this code
Wow.
by injunctive action brought by the Attorney General in the district
Congratulations,
court or judicial district
partner
in
of
which any
Barrett, whoever
violation
you
occurs.
are.
Section 11110. 1. The county clerk and recorder, in rendering decisions and interpretations under this code,
That's his knee.
shall consult with the
He's-
Secretary of State and
he's
follow
like
the
a
rules
pretzel.
and orders promulgated by the Secretary of State pursuant to this code. Section 1110410. Election official means any county clerk and recorder, election judge, member of a
Oh
canvassing
yeah,
board,
he's got a
member
biker's
of
body.
a
Okay, I'm going to stop
board
doing
of
this
county
because that's
commissioners,
gross and
member
disgusting.
of
I don't want to
secretary-
objectify the judge
member or
because I love his
secretary
brain.
Of a board
But I bet you
of
he has a killer
directors
body.
authorized to
But
conduct
anyway,
public
I like his
elections,
brain.
representatives of a governing body.
It really is all
or
about
other
the
person
brain.
contracting for or engaged in the performance of election duties as required by this code. Section 10451. A watcher means an eligible
actually
elector
isn't my type.
other than a candidate on the ballot who has
He's
been
too
selected
young.
by a political party chairperson
Oh,
on
it
behalf of
might
a
be his
political
left
party
forearm.
by a party candidate at a primary election by an
has
unaffiliated
orangutan
candidate at a
arms.
general congressional vacancy or
Cheese or
nonpartisan
mustard on
election,
that pretzel,
or by a person
but-
designated by neither the opponents or proponents in the case of a ballot issue or a ballot question. If selected by a political party chairperson or a party candidate, the watcher must be affiliated with that political party or unaffiliated as shown in statewide
I think it's his beer belly.
statewide voter
Oh yeah,
registration
mustard for sure.
system. If selected by an
fucking
unaffiliated
love
candidate,
mustard.
the watcher must be unaffiliated as shown in the statewide voter registration system. Election Rule 20.6.1G. In addition to the access controls discussed in 20.5, the county must change all passwords and limit access to the following areas. The county must include in its security plan the name, title, and date of the background checks for each employee with access to any areas of the equipment set forth in this rule. The county must maintain a storage facility access log that details employee name, date, and time of access to the storage facility in which the software, hardware, or components of any voting system are maintained. If access to the storage facility is controlled by
I think he's just about done. He's just doing definitions. So I think we're at the end.
That is capable of producing a printed paper log, including the person's name and date and time of entry. Such log must meet the requirements of this rule. Election Rule 20.5.
He needs me to give him a neck rub, though.
A.
He's
County
pitching
employee
into
access. The county may grant employees access to the codes or locks and
He's doing
combinations
yoga in his
described in this
chair.
rule in accordance with the following limitations. Access to the code, lock, or combination to ballot storage areas, counting room, location of adjudication, or tabulation
dirty.
workstations is restricted to employees who have successfully passed a criminal background check. Any person who has been convicted of an election offense
He's already
or an offense
annoyed,
with
though.
an element of fraud is prohibited from having access to the above areas. Election Rule 20.5.5.
Is it
Access
his
to where
like
election
teacup
management software
poodle
is used is limited
dressed as
to
a judge
authorized
too
election
on his
officials and
lap?
watchers
Maybe.
only. Messengers or runners delivering ballots between the preparation room and the computer room must wear distinguishing identification. Election
Yeah.
Rule 20.
I would love for him to read me like state
9.2.
codes and shit.
In addition to the audit logs generated by the election management system, the county must maintain access logs that record the following: the date, time, and user's name for each instance that a user enters or exits the system, or the system's report printing functions, and modifications to the system's hardware.
Oh, it's
including
his
insertion of
crossbody. I
removable,
get it. I get it.
or the removal of storage media, or changes to the hardware drivers. The county, B as in Bravo, the county may create and maintain access logs in the manner the county deems most suitable, including keystroke recording software, video surveillance recordings manually, electronically, written records, or a combination of these methods.
BRB.
Instruction number 27. The parties have agreed as to the existence of certain facts. You may regard those facts as proven. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting close to the end. I'm not going to read these verdict forms to you word for word. They're self-explanatory. I am going to just generally go over the first one, and then we're going to talk about some of the latter ones because they have some additional instructions that I need to provide to you. So this is the form for verdict. As an example, count 1. It lays out at the top here, attempt to influence a public servant. The allegation for this particular charge relates to Jesse Romero of the Colorado Secretary of State's office, as I'm highlighting at the top. You have Roman numeral 1. If you unanimously find that the defendant is not guilty of this charge, then this is where you would your foreperson would sign. If you unanimously agree that the defendant is guilty of this charge, then this is where your foreperson would sign. Again, the instructions right here, it's self-explanatory. This is jury verdict for count 2, attempt to influence a public servant for Mr. Underwood. The format is identical. Not guilty is the first Roman numeral. Guilty is the second Roman numeral.
No
with
problem,
spots for you
Jay.
to
So nice
sign.
to see you.
We then have conspiracy
All
to
right,
commit
I love you.
criminal
I won't.
impersonation.
Bye.
Same thing. Count 4. This is attempt to influence a public servant. This is Danny Casillas. You'll note that there's a date range on jury verdict count 3 that will guide you in terms of the applicable time frame that is attached to that particular charge. We come down here to verdict number 5, criminal impersonation. Again, a different date range for you to consider. Same Roman numeral 1 and 2. We then have conspiracy for criminal impersonation in count 6. I highlighted the date range so you know what this charge is referring to. We then have identity theft. There's the date range there too, so you know what time frame we're talking about. Same format for guilty and not guilty.
Right.
But then this is where we get to some of
I'm
that
telling
additional
you,
language
it's his
that I wanted
teacup
to
poodle
just
dressed
discuss
up as a
briefly.
judge on his lap.
Again, it's self-explanatory. But the prosecution, you must find beyond a reasonable doubt.
It's cute.
If you find the defendant is guilty of this charge, the acts that constitute that particular charge. And so
It's his Tamagotchi.
this
He
all
keeps
means
it
is
alive,
if you find the
too.
defendant guilty of identity theft, then you also need to let the court know what it is that constituted the acts or act or acts that relates to that charge. Now, you must unanimously agree on this, just like the elements of the crime too. Whatever your decision is must be unanimous. So you're just going to mark here, if you find the defendant guilty, any one or more of these. But if you find the defendant not guilty, then you don't have to fill this out. If you find the defendant guilty, then you must note which one or all of these apply. Jury verdict, first degree official misconduct, again, not guilty, guilty in Roman numeral 1 and 2, and then it's the same thing here. So if you find the defendant guilty, then you must identify which of the rules or statutes she violated, and
It's a
just
long
mark
story.
here accordingly.
You know what a
Jury
Tamagotchi
jury
is,
verdict,
Paul?
Count 9,
Gotta
violation
Google
of a
that.
duty. Again,
Cool. It's
more
cool
of
as
the
fuck.
same. Not guilty, guilty. If
It's
guilty,
little
then you
robots
need
that
to,
run your life until
tell
they
us
die.
which code she violated or statute.
Because inevitably
verdict,
you
count
did
10.
something. It's really just, it creates guilt in children.
Not guilty, guilty, same format.
It
And then
hones
we
the
have,
guilty,
the election
or, you know,
rules,
like the guilt
that the
complex.
prosecution is relying upon here to form the basis for the particular elements that are referenced previously. So I'm going to go ahead and read the last instruction to you now. This is instruction number 27. It's you could read it now, or I could read it to you at the end of closings, but I'm going to read it to you now. The bailiff, in a few moments, is going to escort you to the jury room. When you get to the jury room, you are to select one of your members to be the foreperson for the jury. Your foreperson will preside over your deliberations and shall sign whatever verdicts you reach and special interrogatories answered by the jury. Each verdict and special interrogatory must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict or answer a special interrogatory, it is necessary that each juror agree to it. Each verdict and answer must be unanimous. Only one verdict shall be returned, signed for each count, and it and the unsigned verdicts and these instructions shall remain in your possession of your foreperson until such time as they are called for in open court. Upon reaching your verdicts, you will inform the bailiff of this court, who will in turn notify me, and you will remain in the jury room until you're called back in here. This says you will be provided with 2 forms of verdict for each count. When you have unanimously agreed upon your verdict for each count, you will select the forms which reflect your verdicts, and the foreperson will sign it as the court has stated. If required to answer special interrogatories, your answer to each interrogatory must also be unanimous. And the special interrogatories must also be signed by the foreperson. Unsigned verdicts and special interrogatories shall also be returned with no markings on them. You are further instructed that no inferences are to be drawn from the order in which I read those verdicts. With that being said, that concludes the court's remarks. Mr. Shapiro, are you ready to make a closing argument for the people?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Whenever you're ready. And
all right, here we go. Get ready. I know, I guess that's just like the easiest explanation for a Tamagotchi.
On behalf of the people of the state of Colorado, we want to thank you for your patience and your attentiveness and your focus over the last few days as the evidence has been presented in this case through the sworn testimony of witnesses and exhibits through documents, pictures, and other tangible items for you to consider in deciding whether the prosecution has met its burden to prove the defendant, Tina Peters, guilty of the 10 counts that she has been charged with. As we said at the beginning of this case in opening statement, this case is simply about crimes committed by her in concert with others that were simply designed to be a cover-up. And that this case was a simple case centered around the use of deceit to commit a fraud. It's not about computers. It's not about election records. It's about using deceit to trick and manipulate others, specifically public servants, who were simply trying to do their job, despite the agenda and motives that the defendant had in concert with like-minded people, mostly from outside Mesa County. The defendant was managing very delicately a fragile house of cards. And during the first week of August 2021, the defendant's house of cards toppled by the release of that Code Monkey Z video that contained images captured during a trusted build that occurred here in Mesa County on May 25th, 2021, a very sensitive, secured, and confidential process of uploading new software onto Mesa County's election management system. The defendant's house of cards had built upon layer upon layer upon layer of deceit. It took a lot of effort, it took a lot of time, and it took a lot of other people working with her to accomplish this fraud through those various layers and levels of deceit. And most particularly and most telling, as shown in People's Exhibit 71, was the defendant offering up her office and herself to aid outsiders to gain unauthorized access to secured election systems that she was entrusted to protect, as well as those processes that were confidential and sensitive, as well as the Secretary of State's, the SOS's, very sensitive activities. Much like maybe a farmer with like a hen house who needs to protect it from outside influences, whether it be a fox or a wolf, she pretty much opened the door and said, "Come on in. I'm at
Who's
your
moving their
disposal."
leg or thumping?
When she makes that statement on April 30th, 2021, to Kurt Olson, an attorney who had been referred to her by Doug Frank, an attorney affiliated with Mike Lindell, where she says she is there to help. She is there to aid them, meaning Mr. Olson, in their endeavors. That's what she was prepared to do. She let the outsiders come into the secured world that she was supposed to be focusing on. But those outsiders had the help of insiders. Number one is the defendant herself. But she had her right-hand lieutenant, Chief Deputy Clerk Belinda Nicely, and her backroom's election manager, Sandra Brown, who was kind of amongst the crew here, the most knowledgeable about the Dominion voting systems, EMS. And these three insiders, led by the defendant, working with key outsiders, such as Sharona Bishop, Kurt Olson, and Conan Hayes, had the team assembled, who in the minds of Doug Frank, as said on April 23rd, 2021, the best in the country. They will come in and do things that they were not supposed to do if they had a clerk who would follow the law. And in Tina Peters, they found a willing clerk who was prepared to not follow the law, a willing clerk who was prepared to disregard the law. And to do that, a series of public servants had to be deceived, had to be duped, had to be tricked through levels of deceit. Jesse Romero is the voting systems manager for the Secretary of State's office. He's a career public servant whose job is to lead a team of technicians, including Danny Casillas. And every 2 years, they go across the state to all 64 counties, including this county here in Mesa County, to update the software for the election management system. But in 2021, Jesse Romero made it very clear that despite the defendant's desire to have members of the public attend, he said that's not going to happen this year. But your cameras will be left on, and members of the public will be able to see the trusted build after the fact.
Must be.
The defendant did not like that. She pushed
Pattern?
back. How dare the Secretary of State tell me what to do in my clerk's office in Mesa County? That's when Doug Frank comes on scene. And the bottom line is that is when Jesse Romero, the beginning of the plan to deceive him, is hatched. Because Jesse Romero, on April 30th, 2021, when he sends an email out to 62 of the 64 clerks in the state, all of whom have the Dominion voting computers, he says, this is not the time for unauthorized people to show up. And if, when we arrive, an unauthorized person is there, we will basically pack up and move on to the next county. We'll move on, in this case, Delta County. And your trusted build will be on you, Clerk Peters, to send your equipment at your expense to Denver, and we'll do the trusted build there. It was imperative that the defendant, when she started hatching the scheme with Kurt Olson, Sharona Bishop, Conan Hayes, and then later bringing in Belinda Nicely and Sandra Brown, it was imperative that the trusted build occur on schedule, on time, in Mesa County, not in Denver, because if it occurred in Mesa County, she had a better opportunity to control the environment. She couldn't do that in Denver. It had to happen here. That service, that task, had to happen here and now. And to kind of make it look a little more authentic and legitimate, David Underwood, a county employee working in IT, was duped and tricked into thinking that Gerald Wood, a local resident with software training, was going to be the purported administrative assistant. And so he, relying on a misstatement, a falsehood, a deceitful statement by the defendant, where she told Underwood, oh, the guy I'm bringing in, my new person, he is from the state. He is from the state, just like before. David Underwood detrimentally relies on that misrepresentation that the defendant made to him, and he went ahead and did it. All three gentlemen, Casillas, Romero, and Underwood, testified under oath that if they would have known they were being tricked or duped or deceived, they would have not completed those actions, tasks, or made the decisions that they did because of what the defendant did. But to make this scheme work, the defendant and Ms. Bishop, along with Conan Hayes, along with Kurt Olson.
Okay, I think the bride side is making a lot of fucking noise in the courtroom.
A local official, a gentleman by the name of Jerry Wood, who had questions about the election system. He was a member of Stand for the Constitution, but he knew what was the lawful way to ask questions, and he was simply approached in mid-May and asked if he would do some IT work for the defendant and her office, even though he had no familiarity with the election management system equipment. But he was there to assist in doing some IT work. Very vague, not a lot of details, but he was told to go get a Mesa County employee access card with his picture on it, his name on it, and then on the 19th to follow up with Belinda Nicely and Tina Peters at their offices about 200 yards from this courthouse to go to the elections office, where the IT work would be done with David Underwood. Again,
talk about the cameras.
Making it look to the outsiders or even the insiders who were not in tune with this scheme that this was a little more legitimate, a little more authentic. Because you can't bring in a new employee who's a resident of Agora Hills, California. It has to be somebody from Mesa County. And Jerry Wood, unbeknownst to him, was being used as a prop.
Has to be someone from Colorado.
And this is why
He
Jerry
wasn't
Wood
from
did
Mesa
not
County.
consent to the crimes, to the conduct at issue.
I don't think.
Because as this short 10-minute meeting was ending on the 19th of May, 2021, Belinda Knisley, at the direction of the defendant, told Jerry Wood, I need your badge. You're not going to need it until we're ready for you. Don't want you having the badge out there. I need that badge back. So Jerry Wood, based on that request, gave the badge back. If Jerry Wood was in on it, if he was consenting, if he had given his permission, if he was part of the scheme, wouldn't he have just voluntarily gave it to Belinda Knisley? But he didn't. He had to be requested by Knisley on behalf of the defendant to turn the badge over. Think about that. Jerry Wood testified under oath as to what was represented to him, what he did, and what he didn't do. The only evidence in this trial that Jerry Wood allegedly consented or agreed to this came through the testimony of a defense witness by the name of Sharona Bishop. Sharona Bishop states that she was told by Jerry Wood that he was approving or in on it. There is no other witness supporting Ms. Bishop's account. When Ms. Bishop goes on to say at the Cyber Symposium in South Dakota in August that she pointed out to Mr. Wood, who went there on his own because of his interest in kind of learning about election integrity issues, Ms. Bishop, again, with no corroboration, no support, no other witnesses, claims she tells Wood that's the guy, meaning Conan Hayes is the guy that you agreed to assume your identity that ultimately gets you into trouble that he's been facing for the last 3 years.
Yeah, exactly.
I would submit, and the people would submit, that of all the witnesses who testified, the witness with the least amount of credibility, in fact, a witness arguably who is incredible, distrusted in terms of being proven by her answers on the stand, is Sharona Bishop. If you believe Sharona Bishop, then we submit that you will probably find Jerry Wood consented. But if you don't believe Sharona Bishop, most, if not all of what she said, then consent is not.
They're doing this on purpose.
The outside imposter, Conan Hayes. The defense has stipulated this was the man who was in the trusted bill. This was the man who was inside the tabulation room.
I know, I do not love his style. I can't really follow it.
As well as the trusted bill on Tuesday, the 25th of May, using the access badge assigned to Gerald Wood. He is a non-employee who did not go through a background check, who misused the identity and capacity of Gerald Wood, administrative assistant. We all know, as the evidence has shown, that Gerald Wood was not an employee, let alone an administrative assistant. Therefore, he had no capacity or ability to authorize that capacity, administrative assistant, to be used by anybody. But I would submit he didn't consent to even have his name or his persona used by anybody in this scheme as well. And we'll talk more about Conan Hayes. When the House of Cards toppled, and there now was a microscope put onto the defendant, Election Order 2021-01 was ordered by the Secretary of State, commanding the defendant to do certain things and not to do certain things. The evidence will show, or did show, the defendant did not comply with many of the directives that she was commanded to follow, and she is ordered to follow this pursuant to state law, which in Instruction 26 is Revised Statute 1-1-110, Parens 1. She must follow the rules and orders of the Secretary of State, and she pretty much said no. I'm going to quickly go through the key events and statements to refresh your memory as to what the evidence showed in this trial. April 16, 2021, the Secretary of State declines Ms. Peters' request to have the public present for the trusted build. 5 days later, on the 21st, IT here in the county.
I know, I keep forgetting to do them.
This is not in our skill set. Declines Ms. Peters' request to have an IT member
Yeah, they didn't
present during the
refuse.
trusted
They
build.
declined because they don't have the expertise.
That is when the Frank meeting, initiated and organized by Sharona Bishop, occurs inside the clerk's office. You heard that 12-minute recording from Stephanie Wenholtz? That's where Peters goes out on a limb and wants Frank to be at the trusted build. And that's the meeting where Brandy Bance and Stephanie Wenholtz were asked to leave. Why? Because that's where the conspiracy was now being hatched. Because those innocent professional election workers were not going to be in on it. 5 days later, on the 28th, Bishop, as shown in Exhibit 71, introduces Peters to Attorney Olson, a person who was affiliated with the pillow magnate Mike Lindell. That same day, Peters tells Olson, quote, "I and my office are at your disposal. I will do what I am able to help." This is Olson's endeavor on behalf of Lindell, and he's found a willing clerk to help him. That's what she's doing. She's not conducting an investigation. She's opening herself up to help outsiders breach the security protocols that she was entrusted to protect. 2 days later, on the 30th, the Secretary of State's office, through Romero, issues that long email laying out, this is how we're going to do the trusted build. Tells Peters that the trusted build will
he actually just meant pillow magnet, not magnet. Magnet.
Same day.
Yeah,
Peters
different. He actually
does not
misspoke.
like that. She does not like that at all. And in that Exhibit 71, she's upset that the Secretary is limiting her to 2 people, or they, meaning the Secretary of State's office, they walk. The trusted build won't happen. We need to make sure it happens. And then she further says, "Did you see that threat?" What threat? You get 2 people. Get 2 of your staffers, that's who you get. She says that's a threat. And then she says, "We've got to figure a way to get your IT guy here." Hayes is then introduced to Peters in that thread on that day. So as far back as April 30th, Hayes, Olson's IT guy, has been identified, he's introduced, he's now in play. May 13th, Peters says to this group in Exhibit 71, "Set on ID, just need name. We'll let you know and connect to your IT guy," meaning Hayes. HR trust us, maybe SOS, meaning
HR
Secretary of
puffing
State,
stuff.
but not likely unless they're paranoid. So she realizes that to deceive, to get the Secretary of State's office to let the trusted build occur, she's going to have to deceive Romero, which she does on the 18th, and ultimately Casillas in person on the 25th. And she successfully deceives both of them. The next day on the 14th, Peters talks about the background story for staff is all taken care of. So she is not only deceiving Secretary of State people, she's also preparing to deceive her own staff, Stephanie Wenholtz, Brandy Bance, who are not in on it. On the 23rd, Hayes is now in Mesa County. He's flown in from California through the dogged efforts of Investigator Cannon to prove that.
They make me happy
And
too.
he enters
the
the
little hands.
tabulation room that day under the identity and capacity as Gerald Wood, administrative assistant, using Wood's card, his key. You heard Caleb Thornton say the card is like a key, and that is pretty important with one of the election rules in question. And his goal was to make an image of the Dominion voting system, election system. On the 25th, Bishop says to Peters, quote, "Holy cow, are we filming?" That's the day of the trusted build, referring to the trusted build with Hayes present as Wood, administrative assistant, with the key card. Then on the 26th and 27th, the second image is made and then ultimately sent to Hayes in California on the 27th. And then between August 9th and August 15th, as shown in Prosecution Exhibit 70, I'm going to refer to this as the Peters panic thread, where she tells Bishop that the Code Monkey Z release happened online. The Secretary of State has now issued the election order, and Peters is telling Bishop that Commissioner Janet Rowland is now saying, "Who's this Gerald Wood guy?" To which Bishop pretty much fabricates a story and says that he's a guy who owns his own company, he's a tech guy, and we'll worry about it down the road. Gerald Wood was not an owner of his own company. She was trying to circle the wagons and fabricate a story. Layers of deceit. The defendant falsely represented Gerald Wood as a state employee to David Underwood, who was a public servant. She turned off the cameras for the first time. That is a critical, overt act in furtherance of the criminal impersonations and the scheme in totality. Again, it's not illegal in and of itself that the cameras were turned off, but it was way out of whack for this office that had never turned the cameras off in anyone's memory. Turning the cameras off on the 17th of May was designed to facilitate and protect the scheme and the cover-up. False representations were made to Jesse Romero on the 18th of May. Through the email regarding Wood being an administrative assistant in the clerk's office, that email was sent by Brown. Ultimately, the person who started that, who wanted that to happen, was the defendant. So Brown, as her co-conspirator, sent that deceitful statement to Romero, who detrimentally relied upon it and let that trusted bill go forth. Taking Wood's badge and the key card, giving Wood's badge and key card to Conan Hayes, all acts of deceit. Falsely representing Conan Hayes as being Gerald Wood to Danny Casillas' face. That was deceitful. Falsely representing Conan Hayes as being Gerald Wood, administrative assistant, to the face of David Stahl and the other two Dominion Voting Systems personnel. Allowing the unchecked cyber mercenary Conan Hayes into the tabulation room with the key itself, the key to the castle, the unfettered access. That the defendant herself secretly took photos of the trusted bill, and then she had the nerve to
Lee,
tell
that means a
investigator
lot.
Cannon,
Thank you
someone that
very
she had
much.
historically had a trusting relationship with,
Definitely
that
Gal
was
Squad
preposterous
has
that
helped
anyone would
me.
be recording the trusted bill.
And I still don't know
Then
everything
she
about it.
ordered a person, Kelly Bryant, to mail the secret package on the taxpayer's dollar, even though this was part of her criminal scheme.
Thank you.
It's only $60, but $60 that should be spent for the good of the public, not for her benefit. And the benefit of other
Yes,
people.
she
like
sure will.
Hayes, Kurt Olson.
I think
Getting
she's looking
using
at
burner photos for herself,
more than 10 years, actually.
Ms. Nisley,
depending.
Ms. Brown.
She may not be guilty
The
on
use
all
of encrypted
counts.
text
I predict
messaging
something like
between
that.
Nisley, Brown, Bishop, Hayes, the defendant, and others. Through Ms. Bishop, her outside confidant, the defendant is telling Brown and Nisley to get the servers out of the clerk's office, even though the Secretary of State investigation was ongoing and the criminal investigation was now ongoing. And finally, she refused to introduce the purported Gerald Wood, the real Conan Hayes, to Stephanie Wenholz, even though she asked a couple of times to meet him. I know there's a young child in the audience. I asked that the parent or guardian maybe cover
The lore.
child's ears. But a key statement from Belinda Nisley during this trial. Nisley stated
Yeah,
that
that's
the
why.
defendant told her,
That's why I've been telling her to
when
flip all week.
the
She
House of
got.
Cards
She has
popped-
grandchildren.
quote, and this is a quote from the case. Thank you, ma'am. "I'm fucked," and repeatedly told Nisley, "I'm going to jail," every time they talked after that. Does that sound like someone who's in the right? Is that someone who sounds like she's doing noble work? Or is that someone who is showing their consciousness of guilt, realizing that she got her hand caught in the cookie jar? That statement is very telling. The statement that Belinda Nisley said. And that statement was corroborated independently through Sandra Brown, who was told that separately. And then Knisely talked about Peter's actions and her deceit. She used a different word, but for our purposes, she
I
basically
learn
said
everything.
Miss Peters was deceitful.
They're the ones who
And
keep me
that's what got her
grounded.
into trouble and why we're here today.
23 minutes left.
Thank you. Is the law. If anything else is said to you by any party, whether it's me or the defense, that is not contained within the four corners of this packet, that's not the law. The judge, and only the judge, gives you the law.
Probably someone on the bride's side, Grace. So I'm going to
The
guess.
elements of the crime, much like a recipe to make a dish, we have to prove that the defendant, Tina Peters, she's admitted who she is, in the state of Colorado at or about the date and place charge. So this is counts for Underwood, Romero, and Casillas. That she attempted to influence a public servant. Not that she influenced a public servant, simply attempted to influence a public servant, meaning an employee of government, by means of deceit. And I will define that for you in just a moment. And that she had the intent to alter or affect the decision, vote, opinion, or action of the public servant concerning any matter, which was to be considered or performed by the public servant, Underwood, Casillas, and Romero, their agency or body of which they were a member. By means of deceit. This is a definition the court gave you. It's pretty encompassing acts. Means an act that can be accomplished by any method or plan to convey false information to trick or defraud another to obtain a desired result. Meaning, I want the Gerald Wood person to get IT access.
Yeah,
in the
she
YubiKey.
did that.
I want him to be represented falsely to David Underwood to do that as a state employee. I want Jesse Romero to be misrepresented, that it's going to be Gerald Wood, administrative assistant, who's going to be in the trusted bill. All the while, it's going to be Conan Hayes, who's not an administrative assistant.
Now,
I want Danny Casillas to be deceived.
she has convinced herself she's innocent.
When he meets Conan Hayes. Furthermore, it's not required that the defendant be the one who committed the deception themselves, meaning it could be Brown sending the email. It could be Conan Hayes introducing himself. Only that they, meaning the defendant, use some sort of plan or method to deceive the public servant. That speaks for itself. That is not complicated. Public servant means an employee of government. All three gentlemen are. All this discussion about intent, the mens rea or mental state of intent applies to attempt to influence a public servant. Very simple definition. Means his, or in this case, her conscious objective is to cause the specific result prescribed by the statute. It is immaterial whether or not the result actually occurred. So her desire was to deceive the public servants that would then have them do a decision or an action that she really needed to be done.
I feel like
that
the
trusted
jury
build needed to occur
will
in
return
Mesa
guilty
County,
verdicts.
not in Denver.
Maybe not
Whatever
all of them.
she needed to do to make sure it
but I
happened
think they
here
will.
is what she was focusing on. That was her conscious objective. And it happened. It happened. So she had the intent. Complicity.
Exactly,
Not as-
Jim.
not as really
Precedent.
important anymore,
Precedent
but it's
is so
another
important.
charging theory. So the best way to describe complicity is like this. We have maybe two individuals planning to commit a bank robbery. And you have one driving the car and the other in the passenger seat with the gun. And the driver, who's not touching a gun, pulls up in front of the bank. The passenger gets out with the gun, goes into the bank, holds up the bank, gets the money, comes back. The driver never leaves the car, never touches a gun, never directly threatens anybody. But because the driver is in on it as part of the planning and conducting and executing it, and he or she knows what the passenger is doing, they are complicit, as if they were the principal, the person with the gun on the inside, he or she's the principal, the driver's the complicitor. That alternative theory is available for you as long as you're unanimous. We would submit that for these three attempt to influence a public servant counts, the defendant is both a principal and or alternatively a complicitor. But you have to unanimously agree on that because the by means of deceit definition is what makes her a principal. Criminal impersonation. Elements 1 and 2 exactly the same. The mens rea here is knowingly, a little bit different than intentional. and that the defendant here as a complicit, so this one it's much more, she is a complicit working with Conan Hayes and Sharona Bishop, but Conan Hayes in particular, assumed a false or fictitious identity or capacity. Gerald Wood, administrative assistant. And in such identity or capacity, Gerald Wood, administrative assistant, performed an act that if done by Gerald Wood falsely impersonated, might subject that person, meaning Gerald Wood, to an action or special proceeding, civil or criminal, or to liability,
she did say she was in charge.
Penalty, meaning he is going to be in trouble. And he was, by using his name. Janet Rowland's picking up on that on August 10th. Who's this Gerald Wood guy? Gerald Wood's life was turned upside down because of the defendant's malicious and deceitful actions of using him. And he was subjected to 2 search warrants of his home, and his name being dragged through the media as mud, being subjected to criminal investigation. And even when he testified to the grand jury in February 2022, he was still not off the hook. So the defendant subjected him. Do you think he consented to that? That he agreed to that? We submit no. There's no credible evidence that he consented to that. The mens rea of knowingly is here. It's a little bit differently than intentional. It's actually a lesser mens rea, but it's basically that you are aware of your conduct. It's of such a nature that such circumstances exist. So basically it's awareness. Here, we would submit that we have to prove this as a complicity theory, that she is aiding, abetting, advising Conan Hayes in holding himself out as Gerald Wood as the administrative assistant. The 4 top
introduced
elements have
him.
been easily met, as well as the elements of criminal impersonation. The instruction speaks for itself. I'm going to briefly go through these charges and try to quickly get done with this. Conspiracy to commit criminal impersonation. This is an agreement and an overt act in furtherance. I already talked about the overt act being, for example, just shutting off the cameras, or having Conan Hayes flown into Colorado, or Conan Hayes walking into the tabulation room, or Conan Hayes using the badge. Those are overt acts in furtherance of this conspiracy. These charges speak for themselves. I would also submit, just like criminal impersonation, there is no credible evidence that Gerald Wood consented or gave permission to his name or the capacity that he had no control over to be misused that would subject him to the liability that he
I'm so glad. Be careful. There's some weirdos on TikTok, but I'm so glad, and I love seeing your art on there.
Who would sign up for that? Not Gerald Wood. Overt act was defined here by the court. The affirmative defense of consent. Both conditions must be proven. We would submit that the evidence will show that both conditions don't exist, that we have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Gerald Wood did not consent to the conduct charge to constitute the offense, and that the consent precluded the affliction of the harm or evil sought to be prevented by the law. He suffered the consequences. He actually suffered them. So that right there is why this defense is not applicable to give the defendant the authority to have committed the crime that she's charged with. Here's criminal impersonation again. This is why it's not applicable. Identity theft. The defendant knowingly used the personal identifying information, Gerald Wood's name, without his permission or lawful authority.
And his
Same
background
argument
check.
I just made, with the intent to obtain, in this case, services or other thing of value. Personal identifying information is his name. Thing of value, services.
Because she needed someone to pass the
trusted
background
build
check.
Managed and operated by the Secretary of
Conan
State's
works
office
for
to
Mike
occur.
Flynn. He
It
would
had to
not
happen.
pass a background check.
It had to happen on that time period on the 25th for their scheme to work, for them to get the information, the confidential information, the access, the observations. It had to happen.
15 minutes remaining.
So that is the thing of value they were able to obtain, the intelligence by getting Conan Hayes into the trusted build. Complicity is the same as described before. The defendant was complicit with Conan Hayes to commit that crime. The other 3 counts are relatively straightforward. When you read them, you'll go, yes, I get it. Not that complicated. Counts 8, 9, and 10 are very straightforward crimes. Just plug in the election rule, the election order, or statute 1-1-110, and you'll see the defendant's violating one or more duties. The bottom line is, why are we here today? The defendant violated the trust of her office. She violated the trust of her staff, people like Stephanie Wunholz, Brandy Bance, innocent, hardworking public servants. And most importantly, she violated the trust of this community, the residents of Mesa County, Colorado. By abandoning her post, she chose to conspire with others to have an unauthorized outsider enter a secure tabulation room in the most secure part of this county's government under a fake identity and capacity because she wanted and needed to deceive various public servants to make that goal happen. She furthermore aided, advised, and encouraged the outsider, Conan Hayes, the cyber mercenary, to observe the sensitive activity where he was not authorized to be in the first place. And the bottom line is, like a maestro of an orchestra, instead of making beautiful music for us to enjoy, the defendant orchestrated and used a deceitful scheme to commit 10 crimes that we have proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And at the end of the day, when you're done comparing the facts of the law, we ask that you find the defendant, Tina Peters, guilty of all 10 charges. And we've met our burden in this particular case. And we ask that you hold her accountable based on that standard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shapiro. People have 12 minutes remaining for rebuttal.
I'm so glad, Paul J.
Mr. Case, would you like to make a closing argument, sir?
I would, but could I have a short restroom break, Your Honor?
Yes.
To rearrange some slides?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
What?
We're
To
gonna take a
rearrange?
short-
Is that
very
what you're
short
calling
break.
pooping now? Okay.
What I'd like to do is, I imagine your break is probably going to be longer than the one I'm going to need in here with the parties. So I'll have the bailiff tell me when the jurors are ready, and we will be ready for them to come in once I hear that. I'll rise for the jury. Please keep in mind the admonishment. Thank you.
Okay, so somebody's got to pee or poop. It doesn't matter. It's all good. It's all got to go drop off the slides in the projector, if you know what I mean. Drop off the kids at the pool. Oh my God, that one always seemed so excessive to me. But I don't know. Well, let's see. Where are we at? Okay, so it was not a bad closing argument. I found I was getting very bored, and so I'm really hoping the jury didn't get bored.
Get squared away, so they could be calling any minute.
Okay, hurry it up. Go pee. Well, who are you? Well, you're the best looking except for the judge. You're the best looking person in here. Oh, there's a Tina. There's another Tina. She's a little on the gray side. She hasn't gotten her box yet. Madison Reed, am I right? Oh, there's a Tina. I don't know which number she is. That's actually not a... Say. Okay, well, you know. All right. To each his own. There's a lot of Tinas right in front of the camera right now. Wait, I recognize that Tina. What's her name? She seems awfully familiar. Boobs. We got boobs. We got, you know, the thing about it is I am really not into, like, you know, chastising women for their, well, anyone for their clothing. But I'm going to say I don't think tits out are really what you're going to go for here. Oh, okay, great. That young man's probably having a great time. He's probably like really having a great time. Yeah, I don't think tits out is the mode for, you know, whatever. But hey, to each his own. You know what? Whatever floats your boat. If I had that color top on, I would have spilled coffee on it already, and there'd be a huge stain. So already she's doing better than I am, and certainly has better tits than I do, but whatever. That's not the point. The point is Tina Peters. There's another one. There's another Tina Peters. Why are they all sitting on the groom's side, I wonder? Are they trying to intimidate the judge? Or the jury? Is that what we're doing here? We're intimidating the jury now with our Tina lookalikes. It's kind of like the Thomas Crown affair where that guy with the bowler hat and the green apple or whatever keeps walking around. Oh, no, not. I guess he doesn't have the green apple. That's the Beatles. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I don't know. Court Couture. Welcome to Court Couture. And listen, it's so bland in this picture. Look at, we've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We've got like a dozen shades of brown. Oh, the green apple's Magritte. Okay, yeah, that. Oops. It's not that. Anyway, but yeah, it's kind of like the Thomas Crown affair when you've got like a bunch of Tina Peters in the room. Men in bowler hats. I come from a land down under. I don't know why that made me think. Men in Hats is another band, right? They're not Australian. Are Men in Hats wait, Men at Work. Damn. Okay. Anyway, that's how I got there. Yeah, so I just hope that our friend Mr. Shapiro, who has been pretty good counselor so far, I'm impressed with his command of the details. I'm a little men in hard hats. Men in hard hats. Men in baseball hats. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. I thought as long as actually, that's not true. I imagine if I'm a member of the jury, I've been waiting for this moment where it's kind of like, please organize it all in a narrative and then maybe I can follow it, or it'll make more sense. So hopefully for the jury, the way he did it helped them. Frankly, I found his oratory was not smooth. It felt sometimes like when I'm doing a cold read of something, I won't put the emphasis on the right part of the sentence or something like that. You know what I mean? Or I won't like complete like a block of text and then like transition into the next block of text. I know that's a dumb way of putting it, but I think you know what I mean. So I just don't think, I felt his was a little disjointed. I thought he could have smiled more. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. He didn't have to smile. I think he smiled just fine. And I think that, well, I don't know. I just don't know if I don't know. Here's the other thing I wonder, and I don't think I've read the original indictment for Tina, but I have questions about why the indictment wouldn't consider some of her, I know it's the date range. They did a specific date range, but don't you think like the gain that she got, which I don't know when her show started. When did her show start? Hold on. Do I have her pulled up here? No. Tina Peters. Oh, shit. Oh, fuckers. Okay. When did her show start? Wow. There's some weird stuff going on. Okay. All right. When did her show start? Let me see. The Truth Matters. The Truth Matters with Tina Peters. Hey, everybody. I'm Tina Peters, and The Truth Matters. 10 months ago? No. She's been on Frank's Speech much longer than that. So it looks like she got her own channel a little less than a year ago. So, of course, that's 2023. So that's not, But she has been a darling of right-wing media since well before 2023. My goodness, she came out on the Shamposium in August of 2021 and never stopped. Never stopped, never stopping. Good old Tina. So I don't agree that, here's the thing. Tina got flown. Okay, let me just fill in some of the things that I didn't hear in this closing, which is on August 9th, which was a Monday, the first day of Mike Lindell's Symposium in South Dakota, where he said, I'm going to show you the PCAPs. Well, here's what happened. According to Josh Merrick, who is one of the red team run by Phil Waldron, who is who is Lindell's guy when it comes to election data. Okay? So, and IT, I should say. So on August 9th, Lindell got bad news from his red team, Phil Waldron. According to Josh Merrick, who talked to both the Washington Examiner or something like that and then went into hiding, although was on Twitter all the time and blocked me because I kept telling him that he needed to fucking be talking to the FBI or something. Anyway, Josh Merrick has said then and now in a space like maybe 6 months ago where I was hammering him like a jackhammer. He said that they told Mike Lindell right before the symposium started that the PCAP data that he had was useless and didn't show anything because it was irrelevant data to show anything but just transactions. Yes, I did. So Josh Merrick confirmed that Mr. Lindell was disappointed. Enter Tina Peters. How that little thing happened, we'll never know. But, I mean, we will, but I don't have it right at hand. Tina Peters, brought by Sharona Bishop, brought by Kurt Olson, who was Mike Lindell's lawyer, okay? So Mike Lindell knew they were working Tina. He knew this. So they decided to scramble and get Ron Watkins, Code Monkey Z, purveyor of child pornography on 8chan. They got him to come on the Shamposium and use whatever data Tina had already sent to Conan the Surfer, who gave it to Ron, Code Monkey Z. Tina claims, I didn't know they were going to release the information. Well, bullshit. Because this all started because Code Monkey Z, Ron Watkins, put some data on his Telegram, like the passwords, etc. That's what started the ball rolling. On August 9th, the first day of the Shamposium, the Secretary of State announces that they're investigating Tina's office because of possible data breach, because they also saw the passwords on Ron Watkins' Telegram. Tina Peters was already on the run. She went to Mike Lindell's Shamposium on his private jet with Sharona Bishop. And bitch, we watched it a few days ago. This bitch stood up on stage with the data above her head and was like, I'm a gold star mother. I'm on the run. They think I did something wrong. I was just trying to be a hero and show you how fraudulent the machines are. No, bitch. You made a copy of your most sensitive equipment so that Doug Frank, Mike Lindell, Conan Hayes, Kurt Olson, and Phil Waldron and everyone else could use that information to make up stories about Dominion machines. So she's standing there on stage, I'm the victim. I'm just a mom. I'm just a mom from Colorado. Okay, Granny. Well, okay, then after the Shamposium, after she's a superstar, doing interviews on Bannon everywhere, she goes into hiding. She doesn't go back to Mesa County after the Shamposium. She goes audibly into hiding. I'm not making it up. I'm not guessing. She fucking said it multiple times on multiple outlets. She was being hid by Mike Lindell who was also talking about it and saying, oh, yeah, we've got Tina in a safe location for 2 months. 2 months. So I'm sorry. I think this is an open and shut case. I could be wrong. Anyway, that's the untold part of the story. Because it can't come in for date reasons or something. I don't know. But it's like she's got a show now. She was the darling of the Steve Bannon network after this. I mean, you have not stopped hearing about Tina Peters. She got fired or whatever. So, you know what I mean? Oh, yeah. And she ran for Secretary of State and got laughed at.
You ready, Mr. Case?
Getting there. Is the jury ready?
Oh, that's hilarious.
Miss Troll, if you want to, yeah, see, tell them we're ready.
I know. Apparently, Dempsey was quite a terrible, pretty brutal with the police, as I understand some of the details.
Where can we put this?
In front of the court reporter, probably.
Okay.
Now do Roger Stone. Now do Mike Flynn. Now do Peter Navarro. Now do John Eastman.
Okay. Are you ready,
Now
Mr.
do
Case?
Ken
I think the jury is
Cheesebro.
great. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Now do Mike Lindell.
Yeah, that'll work.
Is this appropriate?
That's a picture of her son, the Navy SEAL, who died in a parachute accident in a show when he came back from serving overseas.
Yeah, that's
so that
fine.
is
Right
Tina
there's fine.
Peters as a Gold Star mom, which I guess I would do too if I was up for crimes. But that's what she's doing.
Yeah, we're ready. They know we're ready. Okay, great. It might be. That's why I said, kind of put it right here if you want. So it doesn't block my view. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that's okay. All right, go ahead and take a seat, everyone. Thank you. All right, it's 11:35. The jury is present. And Mr. Case, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Counsel, Clerk Peters, Judge Jones, Mr. Administrator, Mr. Hartman, members of the jury. Clerk Peters and her legal team and myself thank you for your full attention to the testimony in this case. As Judge Jones told you in the opening statement, the details are important. And in the 48 minutes I have remaining, I'm going to try
Who's
to
Judge Jones?
simplify this.
Who the fuck is
massive
Judge
information
Jones?
that you've been receiving for the last 8 days to help you in your deliberations. Now, if I forget something that you may have remembered or made a note of, you should call that to the attention of your fellow jurors when you deliberate.
What?
When Clerk Peters' son died, she was forced to find a purpose in life. And she became the Mesa County clerk and recorder to help her community, and her job was recording, clerk and recorder. And some of the records that she was responsible for, she was responsible for recording the motor vehicle records recording the deeds and real property titles, and she was responsible for recording the records of elections. She had a duty under federal and state law.
Objection, this states, assumes the facts not in evidence, and states the law for the purposes of this case.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've given you all of the law that you can consider and follow during the course of this trial. Go ahead, Mr. Case.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Exhibit H is the federal law that requires the clerk and recorder to maintain
Your Honor,
election
objection.
records.
Your Honor, objection. That
This
exhibit
is a
not
state
in-
case, not a federal case.
It was in the admitted pile.
It was changed, Your Honor. I don't know if that, it was changed.
Right.
It was cut in half.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. My mistake.
Okay. Thank you.
There's a state law that requires the clerk to maintain election records for 25 months. So Clerk Peters.
Is there a state law that she send those to a guy that used to run a surf clothing company? Is that in the law too?
Protect the identity of Conan Hayes.
Do I need to put up the very
because
small
he said he couldn't do the work
disclaimer?
that needed
Hold
to be
on.
done
I've got it. It's just
if his
very small.
identity was
Don't worry about
revealed.
it.
Objection, assumes facts not in evidence.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you are the ones who decide what the facts are. If that's evidence that you heard in this case, then you can determine what you want to do with it. If that is not evidence that you heard in this case, then it is something you can't consider. Closing arguments are not evidence. Go ahead, Mr. Case.
Yeah, so Your Honor, do I get additional time when Mr.
No.
Shapiro interrupts me?
No, when you're
You
doing
can
it
continue,
wrong,
sir.
Thank you.
I'll be the timekeeper.
All right, thanks. So
don't fuck up.
Sharona Bishop told you that she understood that Mr. Hayes
This is going to be a
needed to
shit show.
have his identity not revealed. You heard that from her. And that's the reason his identity was not revealed. So for one decision to protect one person who did an essential thing for
An essential
Mesa
thing?
County,
What essential
the
thing,
government
sir?
has charged
What
Clerk
essential thing
Peters
did he do?
with 10 crimes for one decision.
Oh my God.
Why? Why? So
This
we'll go
sucks
through
balls.
the evidence in a little while, but I can give you a clue. Because, as you heard from the Jesse Romero email, April 30th, they were going to, Dominion and the Secretary of State were going to go through 62 Colorado counties that use Dominion election software. 62 counties. And when they did, they were going to erase all of the election.
That is not true.
For the 2020
Objection.
Objection.
Objection. That is
Again,
wrong.
ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you the same answer I gave you before. The evidence is what it is. It's as you find the evidence to be. This is just argument. If anything you hear during either side's argument was not introduced into evidence, then it is not something you can consider as evidence.
This
been
is
reminded to use this
fucking Keystone Cops.
So
Oh,
I'm
it
not
magically
used to
changes
using
with your
clickers.
brain, shitwad.
I'm of another generation, so let's see if I can advance this.
He's like 5 years older than I am. Okay? Literally.
Miscue. Oh, yeah, let's go back to that. That's the one I wanted. Good. So, this is Belinda Nicely's testimony about Clerk Peters' responsibility as clerk and recorder. She was asked, okay, this was in keeping with your understanding that she was very concerned. I think your words were very concerned about making a backup of her server, correct? Nicely answered, that was her responsibility, yes. So please don't take my word for it. Take Ms. Nicely's.
Take Ms. Nicely, who was also indicted of the same
Now-
crime and pled guilty and made a deal.
When did Tina Peters become a target of the government? August. Why did she become a target? Because the Code Monkey Z video suddenly appeared on the internet. It wasn't with Clerk Peters' permission from the evidence we've heard. There's no evidence that she consented to its release.
She mailed
But it
it
was
to
released.
him.
And it's agreed that
She mailed
no
it
crime
to
was
Conan,
committed
who
when
gave
was
it to
released.
Ron.
It's not unlawful to publish videos on the internet. Thank God.
The
Because we
niceliest.
live in a country that still values free speech. Unless you're a target of the government.
Oh,
Then your
stop.
speech has no value.
Oh, yeah, that's
The
right.
most important instruction.
Oh,
that
but
you
what are
will
we doing
see
here
in this
then?
case
What are we doing here then?
is instruction
What are
number
we doing
5.
here? If there's no due process anymore, what are we even doing
You may have
here?
to decide
But
what
did you
testimony to
die?
believe. You should carefully consider all of the testimony given and the circumstances under which each witness has testified. You must evaluate their knowledge, motive, state of mind, and manner while on the stand, and so forth. You can believe all of the testimony of a witness, part of it, or none of it. That is your sole
And we're asking you to believe
jury in
almost
this
none of it.
to decide who has told you the truth and who has not. Luckily, we don't have to argue about who has told you the truth, because the exhibits will show you who told the truth. Now,
Fun fact, they won't.
in order to find Clerk Peters guilty of any crime, you must believe beyond a reasonable doubt the testimony of 3 witnesses called by the government.
Your Honor,
Jerry
object-
Wood, Belinda Nicely, and Sandra Brown. And you have to believe their testimony beyond a reasonable doubt. Put yourselves in the shoes of Jerry Wood. So he was part of Exhibit A text chain. He was trebuchet. On May the 13th, 2021, Sharona Bishop texted, "Tina, this is our guy." And he said, "That I am." Well, what was he their guy for? Doing occasional tech work? No. That isn't what they were working on. They were working on getting a key card for Kurt Olson's IT guy to get into the trusted build so he could observe.
So he
what
was
happened.
part of the crime. Wait a
And
minute.
remember, Jesse
Wait a
Romero
minute.
and the Secretary of State wanted no observers.
She's saying I did it, but what I did it
Just county
when I did it, it
employees,
wasn't a
but
crime.
nobody who was a computer expert.
When they did it,
So
it's a crime. When my
here's
when
one
my
of the state
co-conspirators did
exhibits
it,
that's
it was their crime, not my crime.
People's Exhibit 13.
Don't believe them. They're
This is the
criminals.
first Romero
I'm not the
email
criminal.
where
I'm not
Randy
the
Vance asked
mastermind.
him, "We'd like to have the public present for the trusted bill." Now, the
What?
public goes in there for the
What?
logic and accuracy test and the risk limiting audit. So there's no danger in having the public in that room. There's 2 circumstances that I just cited where the law says they have to be present if they want to. So what's the harm
Oh
in
my
having
God,
the public
this is bad.
in the room? Well, what's going to happen? The election records that Clerk Peters took an oath to protect are going to be erased by Danny Casillas during the trusted build. And she needed an IT observer to be able to say what happened in the trusted build. So, how
Why'd
did
she turn
do
the
that?
cameras off?
The government cited
Why'd she buy
the
burner
rule
phones
that
for her staff
requires
and
her
tell them not
consult with the
to talk on
Secretary of
regular
State.
lines about their case?
Did she? Yes.
Why'd she do that?
She emailed Jesse Romero, Brandy Banston, and said, we want the public to be present. No, you can't.
It was COVID. And
Same
no,
thing
you don't
on
have
April
you don't have a
30th, Exhibit
fucking member
17.
of the public there when you're doing a sensitive software update, for fuck's sake. How stupid is this man?
She complied with the rule to consult with the Secretary of State. Then what did she do? She asked the county IT department. Remember, Lana Jordan said, I do everything I can to help our elected officials be successful. So Tina Peters says, could you provide one of your 19 IT experts to observe the trusted
From across
build?
the state?
Oh, I'm sorry. She asked for at least 2, a Republican
Oh, she
and a
asked for
Democrat.
4.
So it would be bipartisan.
She asked for 4.
2 days later, Lana Jordan sends out her email, Exhibit 19, saying, no, we're not going to help.
She said she couldn't. She didn't have the
Peters
expertise.
answers
They don't
back
work on those machines
the next
because they're
day,
Dominion
"Thanks for
machines.
considering this. We'll find somebody else."
She didn't tell that woman that part. She left that part out.
Now, how are they going to find somebody else? Well, Clerk Peters didn't know anybody. So who did she call? She got in touch with Attorney Kurt Olson. How did she know him? She didn't.
Wait, how did she
didn't
know him?
On April the 23rd, you heard in the audio recording that you listened to,
I think that's wrong. Wait a minute.
Dr. Frank said, well, I can't come, but I can get you the best in the country. Here, call Kurt Olson. He'll
Wait,
find
no,
it
that
out."
was a lie.
So she did.
No, she didn't.
And where do you know?
Sharona
that
introduced her to Kurt Olson. Sharona
In
testified
Exhibit
to that.
71. Thank goodness the prosecution put this exhibit for you to read. You can read the entire text chain between Clerk Peters, Sharona Bishop, Kurt Olson, and Conan Hayes. It's all here. And there is no illegal act mentioned in it. Not one.
There's no evidence.
In fact, you'll see when you read Exhibit 71 that Clerk Peters
I really want a
asked
chili cheese dog.
Lawyer Olson to provide a background check for Conan Hayes. Now, we don't know what the background check showed.
Your Honor, I object, misstates the evidence. The evidence is the evidence.
All right. The evidence is the evidence. Go ahead, Mr. Case. You can read the exhibit.
I want to keep moving. I'm asking you to review Exhibit 71 and see if you find in there where Clerk Peters asked Attorney Olson for a background check on his IT guy.
He didn't have a background
So-
check on his IT guy. His
followed
IT guy
advice.
works for Mike
Clerk
Flynn.
Peters followed Olson's advice.
Objection, misstates the law in Colorado.
Ladies and gentlemen, the law is as I've told you it is. Go ahead, Mr. Case.
Thank you, Your Honor. So she got Conan Hayes to come into town.
Hey,
she agreed to protect his identity.
Have you got the
And let me ask you this.
You had expressed willingness
Why
to
isn't Conan
exchange
Hayes here?
for
They've
thinking
got the power to
thing of
subpoena
value.
anybody
Wink,
in
wink.
the country.
Nothing illegal going on
Why
here.
didn't you hear from Conan Hayes?
No, she can't. I don't think she can flip on anyone, and I don't think there's enough
Well,
to implicate Flynn. He just happens
the
to be part of the
background check
apparatus.
show
But she could
that he
implicate
was a
Doug
CIA
Frank,
asset
who
or
would then
objection?
flip.
Improper argument, assuming facts.
She could
not in
flip.
evidence.
Sharona's the one who really needs to flip, and she's going to be
Ladies and gentlemen,
facing
the
some.
evidence is what it is.
She's going to be
and
facing some
I'll leave it
scrutiny
at that for
coming
now.
down the line. So Sharona Bishop
Your
is
Honor.
really our best hope.
Well, why
Tina
didn't
only
they
really knew
produce him?
Sharona.
He's the
Now
key
she
to the
does.
whole case.
Knows everyone.
But they didn't have the guts to call him as a witness because they knew what he would say.
What the fuck?
And one other thing.
Is
ask
legal
yourselves
guts? Are
this.
guts legal?
Why didn't they show you the Code Monkeys D video? I mean, we heard the whole trial. This is the thing that put the Secretary of State in jeopardy. And
We need a group flip.
the Secretary of State witness said it's
so
the
into our
worst
verbal
thing he's ever seen.
Crimey,
but they wouldn't show it to you. Why not?
totally normal records.
Why not?
Evincing no
Because
such
it would
hard
show
belief,
what happened.
but really,
during
really
the
helpful
trusted
to
bill.
it.
That's why not. And it would show you, you would laugh at it. It would show you, as the expert said, there isn't a readable BIOS password in the whole video. That whole story about BIOS passwords is made up. You can't see them on that video. And if you could, don't you think that they would have showed it to you? And when we offered it, they objected.
It's the beautiful
and wouldn't
defense
let
of,
you see
but it was blurred out. You can't see it. What?
Well, let me get back to Exhibit A and Mr. Wood. So put yourselves in Mr. Wood's shoes.
Uh-oh.
He's like, if you've ever been on a two-lane highway,
watch it,
out here
attorney
on the West
case.
Slope, you know, a nice
Sharon,
straight
good
level
morning.
road, and over the next rise, you see a car in the left lane that's coming your way, and in the right lane, your lane, you see a semi trying to pass that car.
Okay. All right.
And you've got a few seconds to make a decision.
Okay.
And the government is that semi.
Okay.
And you're Gerald Wood in your Volkswagen.
Okay.
What are you going to do?
I'm gonna pull over. What? Is that not the right answer?
Well-
Should I just get hit by the truck?
He did
What are we doing?
what he had to, not to get hit.
Yeah,
by
where are
the
we
semi.
going? How long
He
did it take
said-
to get there?
He had no idea that anyone was going to use his key card.
No, I could actually believe that. Yeah, I can actually.
And then what happened?
Yeah, okay.
He said
Uh-huh.
from May the 19th, he committed to this under oath right in front of all of us.
He what?
From May the 19th
Committed to what?
to May the 25th, I
Committed
had
to
no
what?
contact with Sharona Bishop.
There was no
or
evidence
Clerk
that he
Peters.
knew what
No
they were going to
contact.
use his access. Oh my God.
Well, here it is, May the 14th, May the 18th.
Here's the big
May the
mic
19th.
drop.
Finally, May the 24th. Trebuchet, you know, he acknowledged his phone number, his name in the chat, the
He
name
said he
of the-
didn't recall
the name of
this
the chat
transcript.
group, Tech Team. Yeah, I was on Tech Team. That's my phone number, and I used the name Trebuchet. Hey, Sharona, I was glad to help out. I hope the effort proved fruitful. What effort? Well, the effort to image the server. That took place on May 23rd. I'm available tomorrow evening, say
Okay.
after 5.
There was
I
no
generally have a
discussion in
meeting
any
at
of the
work that
emails
can
about what the
end
activities he
anywhere
would be
between
doing
4 and
was.
5.
So whatever
Sorry for
project they
misspelling
described to
your
him,
address
he
to
would
Sharona.
probably assume was done by the
Sharona
person that
takes
Sharona
track.
told him
Things are
had
looking
taken his
good.
place. Okay?
And
Period.
what does
Full stop.
Trebuchet, Mr. Wood, say to Sharona?
This is not a smoking gun.
And he told you that he didn't know anything about the plan to image the server or the plan to observe the trusted build? He had also told you when Sharona first talked to him, she asked him if he would image the server. And initially, he said that he would. And he even told you that himself, that there was discussion about him imaging the server. But he couldn't because he didn't have the right technology or knowledge.
Yeah.
So he later said, no, he couldn't.
So that's
Well,
the
then why
reason he
did he
knew
use
someone else was coming in to do the work that he had
Why
been
did he
set up
use
to
key?
do. He did
So
not
somebody else could use
realize
it. He knew all
that
along.
someone would use
That's why
his
he's in this
identity to get into the system
Now, what happened when he was on
or the room.
stand? I walked up, I showed him this, and he looked like he'd been hit with a fork.
Oh my God.
He looked at it,
Objection. What?
Looked at it, and then he saw
I
the
hope
semi
the jury's
coming.
smart.
He said, I've never seen that. I don't recognize it. So
Okay.
then
That's his
Investigator Cannon tried to cover up the mess
What?
for Mr. Wood. He said, well, this might not be authentic.
What?
Then what happened? This exhibit got in. That's what happened.
What are we talking
These
about?
are the Celebrate download text message of the exact same text chain. And when you go in the jury room, I invite you to compare this message for message. They are identical.
All right. but still, he didn't recall the conversation. So sorry, dude. That's the way
Sir,
fucking
you
court
have,
works.
33. No, you have 27 minutes, I believe.
Great.
Oh,
Maybe
boy.
I can finish.
Yeah. I know. Everybody's corrupt.
28 minutes, something
Everybody's
like
in
that.
on it, except they're not.
All
If you know what I
Could we
mean.
go to the slide for Lana Jordan, please?
Okay, here's the IT people refuse. They didn't refuse the request. They do not maintain
There's Lana
election
Jordan
machines.
testifying. We're back to the clerk's
That is
obligation
not.
to preserve election records.
This is not their role, and they don't have the personnel. Period.
To preserve the election records of Mesa County. True? True.
I certainly know more about it than
There's no
I do
dispute
about some
it. She
other
had an
things.
obligation to preserve the records. And there's also no dispute about what was going to happen when the state got in there to do the trusted bill. They were going to erase all the records.
No,
Yeah.
that's not how it works. Oh my God.
They said that the county had saved election projects, but those aren't all the records. The records that are required, you'll see the Secretary of State rule on this, 19.2, are the audit logs and the access logs. Those are log files that are generated while the computer is processing the ballots during the election.
I
And
love
so
you too,
if
Teresa.
somebody from China or Canada or somewhere else
I should be so
goes into
happy
the
that this
voting
is even
system during the
happening.
election,
I need to
there's a
be
log
more
file
grateful.
created. It says date, time, IP address of who dialed in, and there's a record of it. Now, those aren't in the election projects, but they're on the server. And when Dominion comes in and has the trusted build performed according to its instructions, this is key. The Secretary of State performs the trusted build according to the manual prepared by Dominion. And it says, erase everything. So, Secretary of State erases everything.
This is smoking gun!
Access files. The
Mic
audit
drop.
files are gone. Only in this case, they weren't. Why? Because on May the 23rd, 2 days before,
Heroically.
Clerk Peters, Conan Hayes, and Sandy Brown made a forensic image of that server. That's what happened. And all of those records are on that. Were on
And
that
then
server
she
when that
packaged it
image was
up
made.
and sent it
They
to
are still
Conan the
available.
Surfer. Yeah, that's in the fucking procedures too. I bet.
Can't know what happened
Tell us,
when those
Mr.
records
Case.
were erased. You can't see what Clerk Peters found.
Your Honor, I object, improper argument.
Sustained.
God, this is bad. This is really
So
bad.
let's-
Oh, we got the
we'll go to
construction
this
paper
one.
back. Thank God. That's where all the good arguments are. On the bright yellow construction
So,
paper.
hopefully this will come up for us.
Yeah, hopefully.
have
Uh-oh.
that there.
Now the judge can't see the jury. All right, Case, don't go around moving shit. Just don't.
You have it?
Just relax. Okay, so part of the lore of
We'll
this
past the
defense
halfway
team
point.
is that they brought
Thanks.
yellow
Thank you, Your
construction
Honor.
paper to do their
there's
legal
4
argument on.
counts
It's
here
true.
That require consent. And I'll get to count 7 last. So conspiracy with Belinda to impersonate, conspiracy with Sandy Brown to conspire. Isn't this interesting? There's one agreement, the agreement to conceal the identity of Conan Hayes. But they make it into 4 crimes for the same agreement.
That's a good one.
So consent is a defense to all of these.
Your
I'll show
Honor,
you.
objection misstates the law.
Ladies and
This
gentlemen,
is a-
Sure.
consent is
This
not a
is
defense,
so incredible.
an affirmative defense to count
We
7.
just said
identity
that.
That's true. It's not an affirmative
Oh,
defense.
dear.
It's an element of the offense they have to prove. They have to prove
God,
to you
this is
beyond a
terrible.
reasonable doubt under count 7 that Gerald Wood did not give permission for his key card to be used. Well, he gave permission.
Where?
Don't
Where?
take my word for it.
Where?
Believe what you saw with your own eyes.
What?
Exhibit A.
What's Exhibit A?
Now,
Wait, what?
what about
what?
Belinda Nicely and Sandy
Oh,
Brown?
boy.
So they really
don't
have
know.
the same
I don't know what Exhibit
dilemma
A is.
as Mr. Wood. They're
Sorry, I love that
driving
voice so
along,
much, but I know it must get annoying.
helping
I
Clerk
apologize.
Peters, doing their job, and all of a sudden, in August, they're on the right side of the road, and there's a semi coming.
And we
in
can't
their
tell because the cameras were turned off.
So what do? They bail. They save themselves. How? Well, they say what they were expected to say.
It's on the construction
What they said
paper, Your
is,
Honor.
we never knew. We didn't know that Conan Hayes was not Gerald Wood. We thought the guy in the room was Jerry Wood. Well, really? Did they? Here's the text chain.
That's what they testified under
FF3
oath
is the
to, sir.
exhibit
I don't know
number.
what else to tell you.
They knew all about it.
Where?
Page 2, FF3.
Okay. Is this Exhibit A
Sandy
again?
Brown adds herself to the chat group. Next page, Belinda Nicely adds herself to the text group. And who are they talking to? Conan Hayes. But they told you they had no idea.
Yeah, they said they didn't recognize that. I don't know about Nisley, but
Now, can we turn to this one?
see, he is referring to the yellow paper. You're right. Exhibit A brandishes yellow paper. You called it. You can see into the future.
Attempt to influence a public servant. Just put all the elements in, if you will. Okay, did they prove that Clerk Peters is the defendant? Yes. They had every witness say Clerk Peters is the person in the blue blazer and the white blouse with the silver hair. They proved that 6 times. In the state of Colorado, yes. Attempted to influence a public servant? No. By means of deceit? Well, if you call the identity misrepresentation deceit, we'll concede it. Because
What?
they haven't proved the other elements that they have to.
What?
With the intent to alter or affect a decision, vote, or opinion. Did they prove that? No.
Wait,
Why not?
what?
Next slide, please.
You're conceding
Here's
deceit?
Mr. Romero. Who has the authority to allow people in that room? Does he? No. He told
You're
them
conceding
right away he
deceit?
didn't. In fact, it was a juror who asked this question. The best question of the trial came from one of you. Why didn't you check the ID of authorized individuals for the trusted bill?
My
Answer. I was not on site.
God.
And we do not have the authority to do that. And that's why Casillas did nothing either.
Your
He had
Honor,
no authority
it's
to say who was in the room.
it's the victim's
thing he
fault.
could
It's
have
the
done
victim's
if
fault.
he suspected something
It's the
was wrong,
victim's fault.
is pack
Okay,
up and
if
go
they
to
had
the
asked
next
better
town.
questions and
But he didn't
smiled
do
more,
that.
we wouldn't be
Why?
here.
Because
Okay?
there was no
Hello?
harm. Misrepresenting Conan's identity didn't hurt a computer. It didn't hurt any software.
He
It
stole
didn't
the
affect
data.
Casillas. It
He
didn't
stole
interrupt the trusted bill.
the data was
No
he
harm.
stole the what? He
Now
stole
we get to
the
Mr. Underwood.
data.
Part 2. Attempt to
He
influence
published
Mr.
the
Underwood.
data.
Just fill those in, please.
I can't. I don't know what to do anymore.
Okay.
I mean, is this
what
like
was
fucking
done with Mr.
Columbo?
Underwood is
I don't.
Clerk
When do we
Peters
get to the
sent
murder
an
she wrote
email
part where
to
everybody
telephone
goes, "Oh my God,
saying,
you did it"?
We got to get a YubiKey and an email address for Jerry Wood. So
Who's not going to work with us,
Underwood
but we
says,
need it
okay,
anyway
he knew
because
Jerry Wood.
Conan the Surfer is
Later,
actually a
we got
super spy.
emails saying
He's
that
already. He's actually Kim Possible.
Jerry Wood.
That's
was
who fucking Conan the Surfer
Tech
actually is
and
fucking Kim
wasn't
Possible.
a
So we had to
county
protect her
employee.
identity because that
So
platypus
what harm
thing,
was there from giving
whatever the
Jerry
villain
Wood a
was in
YubiKey
Kim Possible.
and an email address?
It's probably the
Was
government.
YubiKey ever used?
That big truck.
Was the email ever used? No.
Oh, Your Honor, they got the stuff, but they didn't use it. Okay, they got the shit, but they didn't blow up the factory. Okay, they bought the bombs, they just didn't set them off.
Count 3, conspiracy to commit criminal impersonation.
This is so MAGA, this fucking case. This is so fucking MAGA.
Okay.
Stupid people take the fall for other stupid people.
Yes. Now, what was the agreement? Well,
This cunt is taking the fall for all of those people. Literally, all of them. She's taking the fall.
KK.
Literally.
It's a transcript of that audio tape you heard. Prosecution Exhibit 22A. And you can listen to it again if you want to, but you all matched the transcript during the trial. While you were listening to the audio, you had the transcript in front of you during Ms. Wenholz's testimony. And you could see word for word that KK1 is an accurate transcript of that audio. Well, what happened in that meeting? Mr. Shapiro, Assistant Attorney General Shapiro, told you he was going to prove a conspiracy at that meeting. What's a conspiracy? It's an agreement to commit a crime. You heard the audio. Did you hear an agreement to commit a crime? No.
Oh my
and then
God.
I asked Ms. Wenholz about it, and she said, well, it probably happened after I left. I think it did.
She didn't say that.
Right?
She didn't say that.
That's proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I think it happened after I left.
No, it actually happened after she left.
Count 5. I'm sorry, count 4. Oh, this is Casillas. Same answer to Casillas. He had no authority. Count 5, please. It didn't affect anything Casillas did. And
Oh my
there's
God.
Mr. Romero saying
This
again,
is so
he had no
dumb.
authority. All right, fill those in
Yeah,
for us.
we can't see the conspiracy because the fucking cameras were off.
Well, they proved that Clerk Peters is the lady at the fence table, and that Conan Hayes assumed somebody else's identity. And
So you concede they proved that.
claiming that
You're conceding that that
performed
identity
an
was
act
stolen. That's
which
what I
had
just
been
heard.
Done by Wood would have been illegal. Think about that. Well, if Wood had been in there with his county ID badge instead of Hayes, and Wood had watched the trusted bill, it wouldn't have been illegal. It wouldn't have been illegal because Wood had the county key card with his name on it.
This is not just about
So he gave
being
it to
in the
Conan Hayes, or he
room.
gave it to Nisley, he
Okay.
gave it to Conan Hayes.
This is about
Just like you give a hotel
taking pictures,
room key to
sending
your
them
husband
to
or
Code
wife or
Monkey
friend,
C.
so they can get
He
into the
puts
room when
them
you're
on
not
the
there.
interwebs, and then Tina Peters makes copies of the before
Count 6,
and
conspiracy to
after
commit
of
criminal
the fucking
impersonation.
election machine
We can
and
skip past
sends
this
it
one. You've heard the big
to
conspiracy.
Conan the Surfer.
Nothing.
And then bitch stands on
here's something else to
stage
bear in mind.
with her data
The defense
sprayed out on top of her head. And I don't recall her demanding that it be taken down.
audio for the whole meeting, the whole 1 hour. This would have had
No.
everything
You know who
before
said take it down at the Shamposium?
secret audio and everything after.
Ron Watkins' lawyer, who called him during the Shamposium and said, Ron, stop
They didn't want you to
using that data right now. And then what Ron said?
Members of the jury, reasonable doubt
What Ron said
can arise from the
was,
evidence or a lack of evidence.
I am being told by my lawyer, this happened live on television. I'm being told by my lawyer that this presentation must stop immediately because this data was stolen by Conan Hayes. Yeah.
Okay, now we get into these alleged rule violations by Clerk Peters, 8, 9, and 10. So what happened here? Well, the Secretary of State issued this order on August 9th in the afternoon. I think it was around 2 p.m. And she
In
gave
Michigan,
Clerk
it would have been
Peters
totally cool.
one
Right.
day to comply. Did she have a day to comply? No. Why not? Because the next morning,
Yeah, they had a much different situation.
Investigator Cannon and a bunch of investigators and cops showed up, and nobody could do nothing. The whole office was invaded for a search.
Because their data was on the fucking internet.
How much time do I have?
Duh.
You have about 13 minutes.
Great, thanks. We can cut this. Now, who had a need to know the identity of Conan Hayes? Did the Secretary of State? No. Didn't affect anything they did. Did Dominion? No. Didn't affect anything Dominion did.
What about the copies that he put on the
Who
internet?
had the responsibility for knowing who Conan Hayes was? Clerk Peters.
What
Her
happened
authority controls
after?
that room. And she allowed Conan Hayes
To take pictures and send them to Code Monkey Z.
Thank God she did.
Thank God she did. Why?
Otherwise, we really wouldn't know what happened.
What? That Trump won the district or the county by 63%?
We know that from government witnesses, we know.
What?
This. Not ours, the government's witnesses.
What?
Making of
What the
the
fuck
image
was that statement?
Was not a crime. Disclosure of the image was not a crime.
That's not true.
Handling.
That's not true. Wait a minute. That's not true.
The use of the wood key card by Hayes is not a crime.
Stop it.
Misstates the evidence improperly.
That totally mistake. Oh, fucking hell.
This is argument, ladies and gentlemen, not evidence.
The video containing defunct passwords was not a crime. So why are we here?
How shameful.
You know why we're here?
How
'Cause
shameful.
Lana Jordan told Clerk Peters she wouldn't provide an IT expert to watch the trusted build.
Wow. And would she have sent their expert then down to up to South Dakota? Because that was part of the plan. Clearly, she sent the data to him, so clearly he was going to do something with the data, sir. What about that?
So we know there was no harm to the computer system. There was no harm to the software.
There was disclosure of
no
proprietary information
harm
that has to do with
to
our most
Mesa
sensitive
County.
elections.
Who was harmed? Well, let me
The
start with
voters.
this. Who was threatened? Not actually harmed, but threatened. Dominion and the Secretary of State.
Odd.
Because
Oh.
if the proof is shown to the public,
Objection, improper.
This is absolutely improper.
well, why is the government charging somebody who made one decision with 10 crimes?
What? I would want my money back.
Now,
If
you
I
saw
was
the
Tina,
witnesses
I'd want all my money
intimidated by
back.
the government as well. Nicely, very nice lady, very nice lady.
What?
But she did what was expected.
What?
She said she didn't know about.
Oh, here's your real
She didn't know
argument.
that Conan Hayes would not Jerry Wood.
Uh-oh.
And at the time she said it, she didn't know about Exhibit FF3. I
What?
feel sorry for her.
What are you
She
talking
was
about?
trapped. But here it is. You know, her phone had been taken by the FBI. She couldn't refer to anything. So she had no recollection. So she told you what they wanted her to say. She didn't know
What?
that Conan Hayes was Jerry Wood.
What?
But Exhibit FF3, you'll see that absolutely she knew. She was emailing Conan Hayes. And Sandy Brown
He's not
the same.
convincing. They're struggling. I get it. It's very MAGA.
So who was harmed?
It's a MAGA struggle.
Well, Tina Peters was harmed. She's been really harmed. Her life is upside down because of lies put forth to you by the government.
What?
disgraceful.
No
I'm
way.
gonna object.
That's an improper argument.
That particular word is not allowed to be uttered by attorneys in the state of Colorado.
Sustained.
Thank you.
I fucking hate these guys.
You heard witnesses who didn't tell the truth. Whose witnesses? The government's witnesses. So all the testimony boils down to a number of acts that were not illegal, such as turning off the cameras, not a crime, preserving data, not a crime, all because Clerk Peters wanted to preserve the data, as you heard from Deputy Clerk Nicely. She wanted to preserve the data. And she has the power to
I
do
think
that
both of them are.
as your
There's him and the other
constitutionally
guy.
elected
They're
clerk.
both out of state.
The Secretary of State is an executive branch of the state, but they don't run Mesa County. The voters of Mesa County run Mesa County.
You're going to object, it misstates the law.
Ladies and gentlemen, the law is as I have given it to you. Go ahead, Mr. Case.
When the government targets a witness or a defendant, but when they put up a witness they've targeted,
That would make sense.
you saw what happens. They say what they're expected to say. And who pays? Do they pay? No, they got a deal.
That's all they got.
Defendant.
SB.
And that's what the government wants.
Yeah, I imagine the judge has some words.
Throughout this trial, they've insisted that county policies must be obeyed. But we're here about
Yeah.
crimes, not county policies about keeping cameras on. We're not here because people get an email from the
Right.
Secretary of State and then get
Oh,
accused of
definitely.
committing a crime. We're here about actual crimes, and there haven't been any shown to you. I ask you to do this, please.
His last name is
As you
Case,
review
if that
the
helps.
evidence And look at the choices that.
I feel like
Clerk
I've drawn
Peters
him
had.
before. You might have.
And they're very clear in Exhibit 71. What did she have for choices in April and May of 71? Like the most absurd thing the government has alleged today is that Clerk Peters got a benefit by a free plane ride in August for something she did in May. You need to look at this through the lens of Clerk Peters in April and May. Did she know on May 25th that she would get a
That
free
she was going to be
plane
the
ride in
darling of
August
Magaland?
as a benefit?
Yep.
No. So they're charging corrupt conduct. Did she get any money? No. Did she get anything of value? No.
You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Shapiro used the phrase today, the defendant was hatching a scheme. Right. Well, read Exhibit KK. That's the scheme. What does Clerk Peters say in her scheme? She's talking to the group. And they're talking about Sharona Bishop bringing in these canvassing results. And Clerk Peters says, no, this is on KK1, page 1. No, I've told the staff, and you know that, we want you to bring this stuff to us because if it's true, we want to follow through on that. Transparency. If there's information that shows misconduct or irregularities,
But there wasn't.
we want to
there
follow
wasn't,
through on that.
sir. But
Or
there wasn't.
If the
there
person
wasn't.
reporting was wrong, then what?
But
Here's
there
Clerk Peters'
wasn't.
answer. If it's something that people just don't understand, we want to clarify that too. In other words, if the reporting person made a mistake, we'll straighten
There
them
was
out.
nothing
We're not
wrong,
partisan
no
one way or
reason.
the other.
They did
We're
this to
just
get a
transparent.
copy of a machine.
If we get information,
Period.
we'll
Full
investigate.
stop.
So now, think of Clerk Peters in her Volkswagen. And she's on the highway And that semi is coming at her. What does she do? What can she do? Well, she could have done what Wood
comply,
nicely and
do her
Brown
job,
did, but she didn't. Why?
Because she's a dumb fuck.
Because in our Constitution is a
Our Constitution allows you to be a dumb fuck.
And this shows you how difficult this is for the prosecution. You can't just think, well, maybe it's probable, possibly, may, perhaps, suspected, possibly guilty, probably, maybe it's likely, or I have a strong belief. No. No, you have to be certain beyond a reasonable doubt.
Your Honor, object regarding the misstatement of the presumption of innocence instruction and the burden of proof.
The law is as I've given it to you, ladies and gentlemen.
So what did Clerk Peters do?
She could have testified.
Did she get out of the way of the government?
She was afraid of being railroaded.
Take a deal?
And mistreated like they've mistreated so many before her.
Because she had two things. She had this constitutional protection, and you, a jury of her peers in Mesa County.
So she didn't have any like risk
Today,
judgment or any of that?
You are the only thing that stands between Clerk Peters and that government semi.
Whoa.
We ask that you find
Well, so
Clerk
you
Peters
get hit.
not guilty.
You guys take the bait. You take the hit.
And we thank you for your attention.
Which they did because they're voters in Colorado. Full circle.
Thank you, Mr. Case.
There you go.
we collect all
Standing
those
on
exhibits,
road in front of government semi is not a
I don't wanna
compelling
lose track of those
metaphor.
exhibits. So
Oh,
can
I'm
we
sorry.
collect them and deliver them back to the clerk, and then once that's done,
Yes, I
we'll
will.
move on to the prosecution's rebuttal if they have one.
Oh, I hope they do.
Yes.
Whoa. Someone was there to catch that. Hey, the woman's going to do the rebuttal. She's going to be like, listen, damn it.
In a moment, I'll let you know.
Thank you.
I want everything to make sure we get everything squared away, and then I'll let you know.
And Judge, would you mind letting me know?
Watch to see if there's any noise during this rebuttal, because you notice there really wasn't much noise during the defense's closing, was there? But there was a lot of noise during the prosecution closing. Let's see what happens here.
Mr. Hartman, can you turn that around for me, please? Thank you. All right, Ms. Drake, whenever you're ready, you can.
They tried to show the
make your
sign
closing,
again.
Rebuttal closing. and
Because
as
they're
I said
just so
before, you have 12
fucking
minutes.
desperate.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, Your Honor, I think you need to switch. I'm going to use the.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay,
Sorry.
give me just a moment.
I'm sorry, I didn't let you know
There you go.
that. Thank you.
And let's turn off the lights, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You've heard a lot of things this morning, and I want to talk about just a few of them. You were asked why you didn't hear from Conan Hayes. Well, because this is defendant Tina Peters' trial. And it was implied that we were all here because Lana Jordan didn't agree to provide IT to the trusted build. But that's not why we're here. We're here because the defendant deceived a bunch of public servants and caused them to alter their behavior so that she could sneak an unauthorized person into the office with unfettered access. That's why we're here. The defendant committed 10 crimes that you will go back and deliberate on. Defense counsel started his argument saying details are important. Well, what's really important for you to consider is the evidence. So let's talk about the evidence. There's a lot of evidence that Ms. Peters had criminal intent. And this slide just highlights a few of them. I want to just help frame the charges for you. There's a collection of charges that sort of talk about what happened before the trusted build, starting April 23rd with the meeting that happened with Sharona Bishop and Dr. Frank And they were all in Peter's office with people coming and going. Then there's a range of charges that thinks about around the trusted build time, plus or minus a couple days on either side. And then there's what happened after the trusted build. And finally, the last 3 counts talk about overarching that whole time frame. So when we think about what the defendant's criminal intent was, it started with the April 23rd meeting. And it moves into bringing co-conspirators in when it's useful. She siloed people the way she needed to effectuate this deceitful scheme.
I think that came through rather well.
We'll talk about that a little bit more. She also turned the surveillance cameras off. We know that would
Yeah,
have been
it's
a great
Margarita Mondays.
opportunity
Come
for
on, jury.
transparency, but she did the opposite. She's chatting with co-conspirators on Signal, an encrypted app, as opposed to using her Mesa County email and doing things legit. She tells her co-defendant, also colleagues, go get burner phones and don't talk to anybody. Then she drops F-bombs with both of them when she figures out that she's about to get caught, and repeatedly tells Belinda Nicely she's going to jail. Finally, which is just amazing, when Chief Investigator Cannon calls her and he's starting to conduct his investigation and says, I want to know what's going on here. I think that the BIOS passwords were recorded unlawfully. She says, oh, that's preposterous. Preposterous, she did it. She admitted she did it. And she's telling Cannon, couldn't have happened. Let's talk a little bit about the deceit as it relates to the public officials, the public servants, and this siloing concept that she knows her audience and she's calculated. She's telling Underwood that Jerry Wood is going to be from the state, but he still needs Mesa County credentials because Underwood works for Mesa County.
Virgin margaritas
He's
are
going to
good.
figure out that this guy isn't actually on board as an employee. So she hatches this other plan and tells Underwood what he needs so that he'll give the credentials over. Underwood testified, I wouldn't do it if I thought it was going to someone else. Romero and Casillas are with the Secretary of State. They know that it needs to be a Mesa County employee in that trusted build. And so that's exactly the story they get. And that's all caused by the defendant. Let's talk about the beginning of this scheme. April 23rd, Dr. Frank says to the defendant, wouldn't it be a feather in your cap to reveal all this fraud? And she's like, you know what? I'm going to go out on a limb. Let me invite you into the trusted build. And he's like, whoa, 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 whoa. That would be illegal, but I have the best guy in the country. And sure enough, when they start talking about that, what does the defendant do? She says, Miss Vance, Miss Winholtz, you should leave.
She does. She's destroyed a bunch of people's lives.
Conspiracy.
Seriously.
Conspiracy is really an agreement between the defendant and one or more other people, and then an overt act in furtherance of that conspiracy. And so when you're looking at those charges, they're sort of split between what happened with Nicely before the trusted build, because remember, she went on vacation and had a heart attack, and from the trusted build forward, because Brown was in the trusted build, and she's around for that additional period. As early as April 30th, the defendant is talking about the government being non-transparent, even though she's the one who's turning off the security cameras.
Yeah.
Again on April 30th, she's complaining that the Secretary of State will only allow 2 people in the trusted build, otherwise they walk. She absolutely knew that if she couldn't convince the Secretary of State employees, they would walk. And that was why she needed to deceive them. We've got to figure out a way to get your IT guy here. Remember, this is Exhibit 71. It's a signal text chain between the defendant, Sharona Bishop, Kurt Olson, and Conan Hayes, none of whom are employed by the county or the state. These are the
Olay.
co-conspirators who are hatching this scheme. And they're not talking about, we've got to get Jerry Wood in this trusted build. They're talking about getting Olson's IT guy into this thing. So by May 13th, the defendant is saying, we're good on ID, just need a name, might not need anything else.
She's kind of cutting to important
We'll let
parts.
you know and connect with your IT guy, working on the county email address now. Again, that's Underwood. HR trusts us, so no background will be performed. We're just gonna skip over those security protocols, no need for that. Finally, on May 14th, she's given this same group a progress update saying, got the ID, I'm hatching a story for the staff, that's all taken care of, and suggest a call with my Dominion manager to coordinate. She's very trustworthy and cooperative. So this is interesting because she's sort of pivoting from we trust Dominion to we don't.
It's very good.
Either way, they're still moving this plan forward. And she acknowledges, instead of like wiping all the records that she has an obligation to maintain, they're going to change software and start a new chain of custody. Here we are on May 16th. The defendant is now saying, it's time to bring in my trusted colleague, back office manager Sandy Brown. And sure enough, she did. Well, after the trusted build, on June 5th, Conan Hayes is saying, thank you, Sharona, and giving an update to, again, this same set of co-conspirators.
And she was a grieving mom.
Level of information,
and they took
6
advantage
days.
of that.
I can do it in 2 weeks, and I'm going to be able to tell you what everyone ate for breakfast. This is not a protecting the records. This is not a making sure the QR codes don't get wiped. This is a deep dive into confidential, secure information that was caused by a scheme the defendant hatched with outsiders. Sharona Bishop, thank you so much, Conan. So who's missing from that conspiracy? Jerry Wood. He's not a part of that signal chat. He's not anywhere to be seen. He's been siloed like
This is
other
a good
people
closing.
who have been victims of this conspiracy by the defendant.
This fills in
She
gaps
tells
in a
Wood,
way that's
I want to
appropriate.
bring you in as a consultant. We're going to do a little background check for you. We're going to get you some Mesa County credentials, and that's going to be great. Oh, by the way, you got to give that badge over
Very
to
good, very concise.
Heaven forbid, we don't want you to have it before you're actually on board. We wouldn't want that floating around. Now, let's just talk for a minute about Jerry Wood.
2 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor. He did not consent to be a target, and he did not consent to have his house searched. He was doing canvassing with Sharona Bishop, and when you look closely at Exhibit A, you will not see any admission or consent that he said, okay, use my badge.
That's right. He never was part of that conversation. They never presented evidence to that
of
effect.
protecting election integrity, and she didn't do it. And you know how we know that? Because if her goal was to get one image, it was done on May 23rd. May 23rd, 2021, when Conan took that image on the Sunday, she had everything she needed to protect the records. What was important was that she bring him in for the trusted build. The defendant was a fox guarding the hen house. It was her job to protect
I like that fox.
the election equipment, and she turned on it and used her
That fox
power
like, ha
for
I got
her
all
own
your
advantage.
election data. Ha ha.
I want you to focus on the access logs. The defense talked to you about, compared this badge key to a hotel key. Said you give it to somebody and they can run around, have access to your room. That's exactly what she did. And Exhibit 43 shows you the Secretary of State and Dominion people who moved in and out. Exhibit 28 shows you the key card access. Brown, everybody was gone at lunch with Tina Peters, and Brown testified about that. Peters was gone. Look at that break. But guess who wasn't gone? Conan Hayes acting as Jerry Wood. He is in the building with unfettered full access at 12:36 p.m. and no one else is there. He's not being supervised.
Whoa, I totally forgot about that part.
Free to roam.
You're about out of time.
I'm out of time.
You were about out of time is what I said until someone's phone started going off.
Conan Hayes was a fox in sheep's clothing, and this scheme was done for the benefit of the defendant, so she could be the hero and be in a symposium.
Remember, we watched that last week.
On stage and get famous as a result of this breach.
She sure fucking did.
We're asking you to find the defendant guilty on all counts.
Thank you, Ms. Drake.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is always a difficult part of the trial where I need to let now two of you know that you are alternates. I will remind all of you that it wasn't the individuals who were chosen as alternates, but rather it was the seat that you ended up in. We didn't know who was going to end up in those seats until after the jury was selected. But the seats that were selected beforehand, I won't tell you who was the initial alternate since that person is going to be taking the shop's place, but jurors 7, that's Mr. Strom, and juror 11, Miss Abrams. You are the alternates, but your work here may very well not be done yet. So I'm going to need you to stay back here for a moment before the rest of your fellow jurors go back and begin deliberations. Miss White, if you could come on up so I can swear you in, ma'am.
That's the bailiff.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalty of law that you will keep this jury together as ordered, that you will not permit any person to speak with them, that you will not speak to them unless by order of the court or to ask if they've agreed upon a verdict, and that when they have agreed upon a verdict, you will return them into court? Okay. So I have, my staff has gone ahead and made those changes to the, made a couple of changes to the instructions, one of which we discussed before, one of which I'll discuss with the attorneys here in a moment that they're aware of as well. We are at your disposal, so you take as much or as little time as you need to reach your unanimous verdicts. You can stay late tonight too. There is no timetable. There is no stopwatch. We will simply wait until we receive word from the bailiff that you have gone to lunch, gone to dinner, or had dinner brought to you, or taken a break, or the like. But with that being said,
no Margarita Mondays.
The instructions. All right.
Amazing.
All rise
stuff.
for the jury. And again, Miss Abrams, Mr.
Bye,
Strong, just
jury.
hang tight, please.
Bye. Bye, cuties. Have a good deliberation. He didn't say anything about how booty pop the defense counsel was, though, in front of the jury. I hope they come back today. I'm not sure what I'm going to do, because I definitely have a space at 5 p.m., so I want to make sure I'm a little rested for that.
Seat, please. Thank you.
But I also want to be here if they come back with a verdict. I might leave the stream up. I don't know.
You can go ahead and drop it off and then come on back. Thanks, Miss White.
They might.
Again,
they might.
I take
It's Colorado.
I know how
Crazy
hard
kids.
both of you have worked over the past couple of weeks, how close of attention both of you have paid to everything that's been going on. You both took your responsibilities here as jurors very seriously. That is not lost on me or the parties. What I can tell you now
I've got a
is
fan
that you
blowing
are
on me.
still under the admonishment that I've given you throughout this trial. There is a chance, be it slight or not, I don't know, that one of you may end up deliberating with your fellow jurors. If something happens to a juror, if one needs to be excused, whatever it may be, then we're going to need one of you to come in and replace that juror. That's why you need to keep in mind the admonishment that I've given you. You can't discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. You can't do any research about
Her
this
hair
case.
is
this
looking
kind of
pretty
case.
coiffed
Stay
still.
away from the news.
She's a little white.
Stay away from social media.
Her face seems a
any
little white.
opportunity that you may have to come across
Whiter.
this, you just need to avoid going there. don't do any research about the case either, or any of the individuals that we've discussed, or any of the law that we've now gone over. We just need to stay on the same plane that we were on before. My clerk or bailiff, the jury commissioner here, will get contact
She is a White
information
Walker. We
from
showed
you.
that picture yesterday. Do I still have that?
I don't think I do. Verdicts, then the bailiff will call you beforehand and let you know that we have verdicts, and I will wait a reasonable period of time, 20 minutes or so, for you to get here. If I know you're coming, I will do my best to wait as long as I can as well. You also need to kind of stay close by. Do you both live in or around Grand Junction?
That's my movie for Tina.
You're close, and
it's The
Mr.
Quiet Place.
Strom, you're here. Okay. So both of you are within 15 to 20 minutes of the courthouse. That's in the event we do need you to come back and be a part of the deliberative process. If this is the last time I do see you, I want to express my sincere thanks again for your time and attention.
And could you leave your number,
it's been
Judge?
Quite a sacrifice. I know you probably very much prefer to be back there deliberating, but we all appreciate you performing this incredibly significant civic duty for Mesa County and our state. They'll get the contact information from you here in a few moments. Is there any questions
we kiss
I can
goodbye?
address for you, Ms. Abrams?
Do we get to kiss goodbye?
Mr. Strom?
Can I have a
I'll
hug?
ask for the jurors, please.
Can I have a hug, Your Honor? No? Yeah, I'm going to send her a postcard in jail. Fuck you. No. Yeah, probably.
Okay, come on up.
I wouldn't mind. Oh, God. Are we going to be on quiet again? Because I want to hear. No, Your Honor, I want to hear. God, this isn't fair. This is not fair. We should be able to hear him yell at the defense attorneys. I object. Your Honor, I object. I can ask her if she's free. Hey, Tina, how's it going in there? How's that toilet wine? How's those toilet cosmopolitans? How are those tasting these days? What will she learn how to make? What do old ladies drink now? Martinis? How's that toilet martini going there, Tina? Maybe she's like a tequila sunrise kind of girl. The toilet tequila. That's what she's going to be. Whoa, I've got tits out all over the place today. What the fuck's going on here? Everybody needs to be a little more demure, a little more appropriate. I love that TikToker. She's so funny. I don't know if what their pronouns are, so I apologize, but they are so funny. Oh my gosh. Because I'm demure, I'm respectful, and I'm mindful. I love that TikToker. They're so great. Oh, case got yelled at. Go away. Tina Fleeters. There's another couple Tinas. What do we got? Another one? No, there's two Tinas. Nope, that's not a Tina. Nope, that's not a Tina. Nice computer bags, though, nerds. There's another Tina coming out. Oh, there's her other one. There's another Tina. We got Tinas everywhere. Anybody else? Any other Tinas ready to rock? Where'd Tina go? Where'd real Tina go? Did she skip out already? Did she take my advice? Did she run? I don't really like tequila sunrises. Tequila was definitely a drink of choice when I was drinking, but I don't know. Just drink the sunrise. You know what they have, Paul? Actually, you might like this. There is this. I'm going to look it up. Hold on. Let me look it up. Hold on. There's this alcohol. It's like fake gin. What's it called? No, that's not it. What is it? Well, apparently there's a lot of non-alcoholic gins, but there are some non-alcoholic liquors that I believe if you wanted to put them in with like a drink, you might at least be able to get a little bit of that tang, you know? I don't suggest it because my doctor actually told me that I couldn't even drink non-alcoholic beer because there's a trace amount of alcohol in every part. So I had to give up non-alcoholic beer as well, which was fine. It didn't really do anything for me anyway. All right, wait, what are we doing? Are we out? Okay, Judge, you're going to need to tell us what you're doing, okay? We would like to hear that. She took the yellow construction paper and booked it. That's right, because all the evidence was on there. So she had to run, like Emily Blunt's telling her to do. Whoa, okay. Oh, man. Okay, so here's what's going to happen. All right, I get it. Well, aren't they going to eat their lunch first? Oops. Doug, what are you doing there? All right. Hold on. I'm coming. Well, fuck. Doug Frank. Beep. All right. Well, there you go. So here's what I'm going to do, folks. I'm going to end this broadcast now. And I will obviously have it live. If they are coming back for a verdict, I will go live. And it would be within the next 5 hours. So I'm going to be on Tina Watch. Tina PD Watch. And then I will go live. I don't know. I don't know if there's a journalist in the courtroom. That is such a good question, Oomph. I'll see if I can find anyone. I'll have to see. I can't think of any Colorado journalists that I would have followed on this particularly. All right. Well, but nonetheless, if we need to come back, I will come back. And if you join me, that's great. And if we miss each other, it's going to be okay. It would be nice to hear the verdict together. And we'll do our bestest to do that. Watch. You know what's going to happen? I'm going to end and they're going to come back like in 10 minutes. Seriously. Yeah. Hey, loungers and Lolo, thank you for sharing your fun and letting me be with you for this. Well, thank you for being with us for this. Thank you, everyone. And then also, I am hosting a space at 5 p.m. Pacific on Twitter. So please definitely join us for that. And, let's see. Oh, really? Okay. At Rock IG. Okay. Hold on. Let's see if this is someone we can follow. Oh, wait, what is it? At Rake JC _ at Rack _ Oh, Rachel. No. Oh, it is Rachel. But not Rachel Bittecoifer. Well, I'll follow her. Wait, what? No, maybe that's not the right one. Is that the right person? That's not the right person. Oh, I see. I'm like, Rachel talks about puppies. I don't think she's really following the trial. But okay. No, I'm just kidding. Rachel Alexander. Yes. Rachel Alexander. Yep. Okay. Thank you. I will follow her. That's a great idea. Oh, Rachel's a MAGA. That's right. I followed her before and then I unfollowed her because she's such a bitch. Actually, her and I fought about something. Oh my God. That's what it was. I'm like, why do I recognize that? And why aren't I following her? Oh, it's because we fought about something. She is fucking MAGA. Kangaroo court update. That's what she calls it. I guess she'll know when they come back. Yeah, Rachel Alexander, Kangaroo court. But she will know when the jury comes back. There is that. So I'll keep an eye on Rachel. It's funny because I had been following her and then her and I fought about this case actually. Or was it this case or another one? Well, anyway, it doesn't matter. Rachel and I don't get along. But no, not offered for truth of the matter. It's offered as a mechanism. This is only offered as a mechanism, and I understand the difference between those two. It's not, no one's upset about it. I like the non-alcoholic white wine. I don't drink it often, but maybe to make a spritzer, that would be kind of fun. I don't know. I just don't miss it. I don't miss it. And I'm lucky. I know I'm lucky, but I'm also 19 years out from my last drink. So it's a little easier when you're about 20 years out from the last drink. But I never was bothered like going to bars or anything, but it's different for every person. So I appreciate how difficult it is for anyone. And I wish the same ability to everyone, because it's such a horrible fucking disease. It is, alcoholism and addiction is just a horrible disease. So, no, it's not just grape juice. Not just grape juice. Yeah, facts. So, you know, I'm with you every day of the year. And when you have a bad day, girl, that's just a bad day and it's in our rear view. We move on to the next day. That's what I say. It's the only thing that gets us through sometimes when we're battling addiction is today didn't go so well. I hope tomorrow's better and I hope I wake up. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Period. Period. That's all you need. And we got this. You got 21 years. It took you it took me 41 to get to mine. Took me 40. So I get you. I'm right there. I was a Bud Light girl. All right. Anyway, enough of that. But Paul J., you got this. We love you. You're always part of us. Mario Nicolai's might be legit. Oh, never heard of it. Okay, well, I'll look him up too. Marco Nicolai's. Okay. Anyway, all right, I'll see you guys later, or I'll hear you later on this space. I will be live again tomorrow morning with our usual wake and bake. So please join me again tomorrow as we run through the headlines. Max, I quit smoking in 2019. Okay, listen, can I just say one thing? I think smoking is one of the most difficult things to give up. I never did smoke cigarettes. I mean, I smoke weed now, but I never smoked cigarettes when I was younger. And I feel like that nicotine is the most difficult addiction to give up. So my heart goes out to anyone who's trying to give that up, because I can sense how difficult that struggle is for people. And I've heard that it's far more difficult. So anyway, bye. Thanks again for coming. Thanks for indulging my emotional morning. I'll be fine. And, I love everybody pretty much. Well, not everybody, but pretty much only if you don't love me, then I don't love you. But if you love me, it's probably a pretty good chance I love you back. Anyway. Okay.